Path of the Ascendant. 1. Iradan. It was the 100th day of the siege of Althera, and things were not going well. Iradan watched from across the field as yet another assault was repelled. He watched soldiers, his soldiers, desperately scrambling back down their ladders. He watched as one ladder was pushed away by the defenders, while half a dozen men were still clinging to it. They screamed as they fell, shrieked as they made impact with the ground. It was the 100th day, and Iradan suspected that he was losing. He'd known that the longer the siege went on, the more it would benefit Marak. Althera was a port city, which meant that even though Iradan was blocking the city from the land, they could still receive the supplies and troops they needed by sea. And owing to the distance by sea, it simply wasn't possible for the Ascendancy to get a fleet that far north, even if they had a navy that could contest the autarchies, which they didn't, and even if they could sail through the territories of so many of their enemies. Then there were the Scorpions. Those fucking Scorpions. More ladders were pushed as Iradan watched. Many were still trapped on the wall. How many of them would surrender? How many would fight to the death? And every soldier that died up on that wall was just donating his armor and weapon to the enemy. Iradan ground his teeth until it felt like they might crack inside his mouth. He'd fought sieges before. He'd taken a dozen different cities. Althera was different. Althera was one of the best fortified cities he'd ever seen. And here he couldn't rely on his divine gifts. He couldn't simply march up to the gates and use his blood to burn through them. The enemy had shapers. They had Marak. They had hundreds of Scorpions. And Iradan was not unkillable. If he died or was taken captive, his army would be finished. Lakathir. Yes, my saint. Lakathir stood nearby, drinking from a chalice of wine. His new hand, his blessed hand, as he liked to call it, rested casually on the hilt of his sword, red and shiny, musculature exposed. Iradan crouched. He scooped up a palmful of dirt, sifted it between his fingers. If you were in my position, what would you do? About what? Lakathir finished his wine, threw the chalice over one shoulder, and wiped his mouth. The siege, Lakathir. Lakathir blinked. I'd kill them all, of course. Iradan closed his eyes. He sighed, stood, and returned his gaze to the walls. A company of his soldiers were retreating from the walls, throwing their weapons aside, sprinting as fast as they could. And then the Scorpions began to shoot at them. They were skewered like pieces of roasted meat. It didn't help that the assembly refused to send them the true numbers that they needed to break through the walls. It didn't help that the rising Dominion was pressing hard against the Ascendancy borders, distracting them from the true enemy. It didn't help that Marak had somehow found a collection of new swords, just like sunlight, and had armed his best Sun Knights with them. Nor did it help that they could cut through a company of Beetle Knights as though they were nothing but air, in a matter of minutes. Didn't help either that Althera's walls were so tall and strong that Iradan's siege weapons simply couldn't do enough damage to them to make any sort of real difference, or that every attempt at undermining the walls had resulted in tunnel collapses that had killed dozens, and sometimes even hundreds of his people. Everything, it felt, was stacked against him. It was the 100th day of the siege. And how many lives had been lost? Something desperately needed to change. Either that or they had to fall back and try something different. This wasn't sustainable. Soon Marak might very well have the number advantage and decide to sally forth. Iradan was truthfully grateful that the autarch hadn't already tried. Morale on his side was simply too low to withstand an offensive move from the defenders. Lakathir was peering at him closely now. The thing is, you know what to do. Iradan avoided eye contact with his first captain. Do I? Make an offering, Iradan. The biggest offering you can. Iradan was quiet, his eyes unfocused. Lakathir came closer. Brother, I'm worried about you. Don't be. he snapped. Yet I am, and I'm not the only one. The architect. I don't want to hear about that madman. Lakathir grimaced. He isn't mad, he is devout, and if his supporters heard you say that... Iradan turned to face him. What would they do, brother? Would they defy me? Lakathir shrugged, unassuming, as though he hadn't just implied treachery. The architect ought to watch himself, Iradan growled. He has been gifted, yes, but I am still a saint, not him, and my gifts are impressive, and we all revere you, brother. But some have started to wonder if perhaps you have begun to lack the... what's the word? Let us say the will to do what has to be done. Lakathir came closer. Some are worrying that it is the woman, Carolina. They speculate that perhaps she has weakened you, weakened your heart, that she is a distraction. He held up his hands innocently. I'm not saying that I think this, but others do. And morale, it is low right now, you know this. You need to prove to them, Iradan, that you... I need not prove anything, he hissed. Don't forget that it was I who took Kallisberg. I who beat Marak on the field and nearly killed him. Nearly. Iradan narrowed his eyes. Watch your tone. You say nearly, and yet the man has been troubling us for this entire siege. He's a problem. Is he? Iradan sneered. Thank you, Lakathir, for your tactical genius. I put a knife in his throat. I don't know how he survived it. Iradan sighed. If only the autarch had actually died, like he'd supposed to, the siege would have been over by now. We're losing this, Lakathir said bluntly. A few more weeks like this and we're done. That was true enough. And then what? Regardless of his sainthood, if he returned home a failure, responsible for thousands and thousands of losses, good troops that could have been used against the Dominion instead, no one would remember his victories. Only his defeat. A commander was only as good as their last battle. They couldn't strip him of his sainthood, but they could anoint new saints. And the star could take back its gifts, could even punish him. There had been saints throughout history who had died in disgrace. Hard not to feel as though he was now on a fast track to joining them. But to that, Carolina would have said, So what? This way we can be together. And that, as much as he hated to admit it, was incredibly tempting. He could leave it all behind. War, sieges, the mud and blood and rationed food, the rats everywhere, the diseases that raged through encamped armies, the screaming, the suffering, everything. He could take Carolina, go someplace far away and do what? What would he be? He'd be happy for a while, yes, but at a certain point, wouldn't he wonder what could have been? I'll think on it, Iradan said stiffly. Don't think on it for too long. Later, when Iradan walked into his tent, he expected Carolina to be waiting for him. Only Carolina wasn't there. Instead, waiting for him was a monster. It was tall, though awkwardly hunched over. Its flesh was black and scaled. Horns protruded from its elongated skull, and folded up behind it was a pair of wings identical to Iradan's. Its arms were long, and each of its hands boasted 7 fingers that ended in knife-like talons. His face lacked features. Instead, set into his chest was a giant, golden eye. The great glowing pupil at its center focused on Iradan, and the creature spoke. Iradan, my child. What are you? He asked warily, but there was no need. He knew exactly what this thing was, and where it had come from. He glanced over his shoulder to make sure no one has followed him in. Then he took a few steps toward the thing, breathing in a sour, acid smell. Come closer, my child. The thing beckoned. Iradan did so. The great eye blinked.
I have been watching you, Iradan. I have been watching you very closely indeed, and I find myself disappointed.
Iradan swallowed thickly, realizing that he now stood before an aspect of the green star, a fragment of divine power imbued with purpose. This was as close to the god he served as he'd ever been, and it was disappointed in him.
In what way?
He asked slowly.
Have I disappointed you, my lord?
The eye blinked again. Iradan avoided looking right at it. The size of it disturbed him, as did the sense that he could see straight into him, could even see his thoughts.
The city,
the thing croaked,
still stands. Why is that?
The defenders.
It has nothing to do with the defenders, my child.
Iradan was quiet.
It has to do,
the thing continued,
with your inability to do what has to be done.
I will do whatever must be done, he said. He resisted the urge to wipe away the sweat beating across his brow. The thing cocked its weirdly elongated head.
There is something you must know.
Iradan waited.
The autarch has made a deal with one of the great enemies,
said the thing.
The Devourer seeks to use him as a pawn. This, of course, has troubling implications for the future of the human race.
Iradan stiffened. Tomatil, the great devourer, had recruited Marak. And now, all of a sudden, a lot of things made sense. The autarch's survival, for one. The thing sighed. The sound was unusual coming from something so monstrous.
I am a generous god,
it said softly,
and you have, in the past, served me well. And so, Iradan, I will grace you with a solution to your current problem, but it will require you doing exactly as I instruct.
He bowed his head.
Command me.
What else could he say? What else could he do? He loved the star. He truly, truly did. Yet this thing, it was difficult to reconcile the monstrosity standing before him with the beloved and benevolent divinity he had been raised to worship and adore.
Unleash me,
it hissed at him. He stared up at the thing, at its horned head, and asked simply, how? It was then, looking at it properly, that he saw its outline blur and flicker, giving off a sense of intangibility, as he could simply reach out for it and his hand would pass straight through it.
Sustenance,
its voice rumbled.
I require sustenance.
Sustenance, he echoed.
Life,
it cooed.
Give me life.
Forgive me, Iradan thought. How many, he asked, throat drier than ever, would you need? The great golden eye blinked again. It said,
as many as possible.
2. Marak. Marak strolled through one of the dark and narrow tunnels running beneath the south-facing wall. He sent a ball of white light ahead of him, a sphere of radiance that slowly spun in the air, illuminating the path ahead. He had to step over corpses. Hundreds of them. Most had already been stripped of their armor and weapons, all of which had been taken somewhere safe so they could be distributed to those who needed it. That was the thing about sieges. They were all about resources, about attrition. They were a slow, painful grind, a contest of will, who could last the longest, who could apply the most pressure. Marak was tired. He hadn't slept in 2 days. Earlier that morning he'd used his sorcery to set a dozen siege ladders ablaze, while enemy soldiers were in the process of climbing, stopping their latest wave before it had really begun. It had taken a lot out of him, but not as much as it might have in the past. The truth was, Marak could feel himself becoming more powerful by the day. It started, he knew, on the day he'd died, and Tomatil had brought him back. His pact with the Great Devourer, however much he resented the necessity of it, had left him with more energy and strength than ever before. Now he could commit great acts of sorcery and afterward still have the ability to hold himself upright. He could even use sorcery multiple days in a row without it totally exhausting him. Nor did it feel as dangerous. No longer was he left vomiting blood, or with his skull aching so dramatically that he thought he must be dying. There was a piece of Tomatil inside of him, and the more he accomplished, the more lives he took, the more established he became, the more that little piece grew. He tried not to think about it too much. It was a problem for him to deal with in the future. Right now, it was helping him win a siege. Movement from ahead. Boots scraping against stone. Marak became still. He projected his mind outward, searching for the conscious thoughts of others. And there they were, a dozen Ascendancy Beetle Knights. These ones were young, squires who had been forced into knighthood prematurely in order to replenish the rapidly dwindling ranks of the enemy. For several moments, Marak simply stood there and listened to their thoughts. They'd been sent to search for survivors, to determine whether or not the tunnel had, at any point along its length, been collapsed, and whether or not it might still be usable for another assault. The enemy had spent weeks digging this particular tunnel. They'd added even more supporting beams than usual. Their engineering teams had attempted to make it so sturdy that it could not be easily collapsed. Of course, engineering could do very little to stop Marak from simply using sorcery to demolish wood and stone. Marak drifted forward. He moved quietly, using a small amount of power to create a field around himself that would muffle any sound he made and project a sphere of darkness. Unless they walked right up to him, or had magic of their own, or knew exactly what to look out for, he would be invisible to them. It was a new trick that he had developed over the course of the last 2 months. Marak had been learning a lot lately. Marak approached the Beetle Knights. They were speaking in their guttural language. He was starting to pick up on their tongue, but could only understand perhaps 1 word in every 10. These knights were speaking particularly fast. They seemed to be arguing over something. Context allowed him to deduce that half of them wanted to go back and leave the tunnel, while the others were determined to keep going. Marak had sunlight at his waist, but the tunnel was too narrow for such a long, unwieldy weapon. Instead, slung across his back, was one of the long black weapons he'd discovered amongst the ruins. He'd spent the last month playing with it, testing it. With Timus's help, they'd finally figured out how it worked. And because they needed a name, they had decided to call these weapons Death Spitters. It was Marak's homage to Tyros. Marak unslung and then hefted the Death Spitter. He pointed it at the dozen knights who were crammed into the tight tunnel. He let out a breath, body relaxing. His finger deftly flicked the switch that would allow the weapon to function, and then he squeezed what Timus's had called the trigger. The Death Spitter bucked in his arms. The resulting roar was like relentless ear-splitting thunder, magnified greatly by the close quarters. The end of the Death Spitter lit up, shadows within the tunnel flickering. The Beetle Knights were torn to pieces. The projectiles cut through their steel armor with ease, and shredded skin, muscle, and bone. The knights tumbled, dropping immediately, bodies convulsing as they were filled with projectiles. Marak kept his finger on the trigger. He only needed to do so for 3, maybe 4 seconds. Then he lowered the weapon. His ears were ringing badly. His shoulders ached where the butt of the Death Spitter had bucked into him. A thin wisp of smoke trailed away from the end of the weapon. He lowered it, then stalked forward to assess his work. They were absolutely ruined. Limbs had been ripped off of their bodies. Heads had been pulverized. Fast holes had been punched into their armor, out of which poured dark blood. None of them moved. In 3 seconds he'd slain 12 Beetle Knights. Without magic, without having to get close, or put himself in any danger. Marak stared at the death spitter. His stomach twisted up. The sheer carnage all around him was difficult to look at. The tunnel walls had been painted red with blood. There had been nothing any of them could have done to stop him. No time to run, to beg for mercy, to even draw their swords. Marak slung the death spitter across his back and returned the way he'd come.
"The test,"
Timothy said, eyes wide with excitement.
"How did it go?"
Marak lowered himself into the only other chair in the old man's office. He placed the death spitter on the table, closed his eyes, and sighed.
"It went well,"
he said.
"You do not look particularly pleased, my lord."
"I'm locking these things up."
"Sure?"
The old man licked his lips.
"You're doing what now?"
"I said I'm locking them up, in the Valentine vaults."
"My lord, may I ask why?"
Marak opened his eyes. "No one should possess such weapons. There is such a thing, Timothy, as too powerful, as much as I loathe to admit it. All I did was fucking point it and press the finger, and they just—" Timothy leaned forward eagerly.
"What happened exactly? Describe it to me."
The old man's obsession with the death spitter disquieted Marak. He would make sure to tell the Sun Knights who guarded the Valentine vaults, where he had started to keep certain things, not to allow the old man access to anything inside. The death spitters would join the terrible relic that the Exarch had used to copy himself. They were another part of the ancient world that needed to remain buried and lost. "They were torn to pieces," he said shortly, "in the space of mere moments. And we have several of the things. Imagine any regular person could get their hands on these things. They could obliterate an army all on their own."
"Exactly,"
said Timothy. Marak shook his head. "You don't understand. So long as we're using the things, there's always the risk that someone else could get their hands on them, or even figure out how to make them themselves. Something like this. It needs to be someplace where no one even knows they exist."
"My lord, if your objection to the death spitters is their ability to easily destroy a target, I would pose to you that, in that regard, they are little different to magic. Should magic thus be buried and forgotten?"
"Probably," Marak said. He waved a hand. "But in all seriousness, there are key differences. Firstly, one must be trained in sorcery, which is long and arduous. Death spitters, on the other hand, could be wielded by anyone. Sorcery also carries great risk to the user. It requires immense self-control. But these weapons have no limit to the death they can deal out. Except, I suppose, for the finite number of projectiles."
"A problem," said Timothy, "that I plan to solve for us. I think that I could create more, if only I were allowed to study."
"No," Marak said. "They will be locked away, and that decision is final." The old man seemed to deflate. He pulled idly at his excessively long white beard. "We'll speak no more of the death spitters," Marak said, injecting iron into his voice. "Now, have you had a chance to look at the printing press Davina brought back with her?"
"Oh yes,"
the old man said.
"It's relatively simple, and yet at the same time ingenious."
He came back to life, his face once again animated by excitement.
"There is true beauty in engineering that is painfully simple and yet perfectly executed. It's a beautiful machine."
"Could you make more of them?"
"With ease, my lord."
"I sense there's a problem, however."
"Ah, but isn't there always? The issue, my lord, is that we do not have access to inks that dry fast enough to make the process truly functional or effective."
"I see. Clearly the Sihalians have such inks."
"I imagine so. But as far as I know, your sister brought none back with her. If I may be so bold, my lord, I imagine that it was a deliberate omission on the part of the Sihalians. It is my understanding that they didn't hand over the printing press without some reluctance."
Marak sighed. "I imagine you're right. What are the chances you could formulate a workable ink?"
"On my own, I fear it's not quite within the bounds of my skill set."
He paused for a moment.
"But there are those within the city whose names I know. People who could, I believe, with the right motivation, come up with something."
"You have access to my coffers, Timothy," Pay them whatever you need to pay them. Just make sure it's all documented properly. Of course, my lord. This is important, Timothy. I want results. Although initially Marak hadn't been all that keen on the idea of the printing press, it had made him curious, sure, and he hadn't been against it. But the scope of what was possible had not really occurred to him until Davina had gone to great pains to explain it to him. When, just over a month ago, she had presented to him her complete vision for exactly what they could do with it, he had found himself in awe of his sister. Davina, it seemed, shared his own grand ambition, except it was directed somewhat differently. She, he was forced to recognize, had a far more subtle hand than he did. The latest successes of her own order of spies, the Seeking Hand, had proved that, time and time again. 3. Marak. In the cool, dark chamber he used to do much of his work, Marak eyed the documents spread out before him. One piece of parchment in particular captured most of his attention. On it he had drawn a sort of tree, with branches from which sprung different names and titles. The tree was a physical representation of the hierarchy of the Tyran autarchy. He had, for several weeks now, been hard at work reforming the structure of his empire. On second thought, forming seemed more accurate than reforming. Until recently he hadn't had the opportunity to properly work on the autarchy structure. Much of how it was organized had simply been inherited from the Kingdom of Ostromir, and that was a problem, because he did not think that was any true way to run a government. And so here it was, his new structure. He was at the top, of course, the autarch, the very upper branch of the tree, and what a solitary branch it was. Right beneath it, also solitary, was the first lady of the autarchy, Amara. There was not much space between these two branches, and that was deliberate, because although he was the supreme power, he intended for Amara to be close to him in importance. She had proved herself more than capable 1,000 times over. The third branch, Kyrios of the Seeking Hand. Kyrios was an old word. It meant master. That particular branch belonged to Davina. Small lines branched out from the Kyrios, representing the separate, smaller structure of the Seeking Hand. Then the fourth branch, deputy to the autarchy. Right now, Maya technically presided over that position. Technically, because she wasn't very happy about it. She hadn't wanted the role, didn't want that sort of power or authority. In fact, things had been strained between Marak and Maya of late. He didn't know why. It seemed that the woman was more interested in her romance with Davina than in serving the autarchy. He felt that, under different circumstances, she might have simply walked away from the whole thing. But since she loved Davina, and Davina wasn't going anywhere, Maya was forced to remain. Even still, he recognized he needed to replace her soon. His deputy was crucial. His deputy would be responsible for conveying many of his direct commands. They would be his immediate right hand. Then, beneath the deputy, there were the ministers. Currently, there were 7 of them, each in charge of their respective ministry. The Ministry for Justice, for Finance, War, Trade, Engineering, Logistics, and Art. Perhaps there would be a need for more in time. Marak planned to continue forth with the current structure for a full 2 years. He would assess the efficacy of the autarchy and determine what needed to change. Currently, his biggest obstacle was conveying all of this to everyone in the autarchy, and that, he hoped, was where the printing press would come in. Problematically, however, the lords and ladies scattered throughout his empire needed to understand what was happening, and they needed to be on board. Marak's new structure was highly centralized, and that wasn't something that the continent of Telemir had seen before, as far as he knew. The previous way of doing things, the way of the Kingdom of Ostromir, had allowed the lords or ladies or fiefs to do things their own way, so long as they ultimately paid taxes to the king and obeyed his summons to war. Things were different now. The power of these individual lords would be stripped away to the very bone. They would lose the status they had previously enjoyed. Marak was determined, however, to find places for them amongst the new hierarchy. He needed them to feel as though they were gaining something, rather than losing out. Otherwise, he'd have to contend with the possibility of unrest. There was a knock at his door. Without thinking, Marak's consciousness probed at the space around him, searching for another mind. He found it. Skimmed their surface thoughts without trying. It was Davina. He drew his mind back and said, "Come in." When Davina entered his chamber, her face was twisted with fury. "I felt that," she hissed, glaring at him. Marak blinked up at her. "My apologies, it's become a habit." "We agreed," she said, "that you would never use that on me. I didn't know it was you until—" "Stop talking for a moment." She pulled up a chair across from him. No one talked to him like this, except for his sister, and probably he shouldn't let her do that either, but they were family. They were the only family either one of them had. "This has nothing to do with the reason why I'm even here, but it's about time you taught me this power of yours. You said it can be taught." Marak hesitated. This wasn't a conversation he'd expected to have today. He rubbed his eyes. Needed more sleep. His mind was functioning as it should. Felt slow, sluggish. "It can be taught." "So? Teach it to me." "Is now really the time?" "That's the excuse you offered up last time. You've delayed it for years because it hasn't been the time." "But I'm starting to suspect, Marak, that there's never truly going to be a good time. So you're just going to have to do it." "I told you that I'd teach you how to defend the penetrating mind, but I'm not going to tell you how to actually—" Davina held up another hand. "What am I?" "Is this a riddle of some kind?" "Just a question." "You're my sister." "And what am I to the autarky?" "Kyrios," he said, "of the seeking hand." Her eyes flickered down to the sheet with the Empire's hierarchy. "Third most powerful individual in the autarky." Marak said nothing. "It'll be invaluable for me to have this power." He could certainly see how it would serve her well. The problem was, he felt that it was just like the issue of the Death Spitters. Once he started to hand out certain powers, once they became more commonly used, it was only a matter of time before control was lost. But if he kept them all for himself, it was much easier to limit their use. "It's time," said Davina, "for you to stop hoarding power all for yourself. Teach me." He trusted her, though. He really did. And he had a grand vision for what her and her new order might be able to accomplish in his new empire. So he said, "All right, I'll teach you." A grin split Davina's face, banishing the same exhaustion that mirrored his own. "Good, thank you." "But that's not why you're here." "No." Davina leaned forward. "We have a problem." Marak braced himself. "There have been reports," she said cautiously, "that several people in the city have become sick." "Sister," he looked her in the eye, "speak to me directly. You're my third and my family. You don't need to be so careful." "I'll remember you said that." She cleared her throat. "To be blunt, then, we have a plague on our hands." Marak absorbed this silently. For any reasonable person in charge of a city's defense, plague was the ultimate nightmare. It was the grim companion of war, often forgotten about until it reared its ugly head, and then it was all you could think about. Except at that point it was simply too late. "Tell me about it," he said. "As far as we know, the first people started getting sick just yesterday, which obviously is good because we're early. The problem is it's not localized to any particular part of the city. We have cases in both the Iradan quarter and even amongst the soldiers themselves. Shit, there's even a serving girl who worked here, in the palace, and who is now being treated." Davina interlaced her hands. "Marak, I don't think it's a normal disease." "What do you mean?" "Everyone afflicted with it is having dreams." A chill went through him. He knew he wasn't going to like whatever was said next. "And what are they dreaming about?" Davina sighed. "The star." Of course. He'd known that it was coming. Didn't make it any easier, though. "What other symptoms?" "Bleeding," Davina said, "from the eyes, and they all seem to think that there's something inside of them. They scratch at themselves, I heard that one man tried to cut into his own stomach with a knife, pulled out his intestines because he thought they were tentacles. Died shortly after, of course. Marak closed his eyes. He could hear the distant buzzing of flies. It had become an ever-present sound. I had to expect something like this was going to happen eventually, Marak murmured. The star was never going to sit idly by while its favorite child smashed his army to pieces against our walls. Seems like the god has finally decided to take an active part in this war. Seemed pretty active to me when I saw the saint flying around upon black wings, Davina grunted. Marak nodded, but his mind was already elsewhere. If the siege remained traditional, without the meddling of gods, they could have easily outlasted the Ascendancy. They were, by most metrics, winning decisively. But now the Green Star was getting desperate and finally playing its hand. It was the 100th day of the siege, but they couldn't afford to let it go on for another 100 days. It was time to finish it, to break the enemy utterly. 4. Iradan. What does it feel like? Carolina asked softly, her hand moving down the length of his wings. Iradan kept his eyes closed.
I've become used to them, he said quietly. They feel like just any of my other limbs. Natural.
Did it hurt when they grew?
More than I can say. It felt like my bones were pushing their way out of my body.
And when you fly, she said, how does that feel?
It feels marvelous, freeing. The world is so beautiful from above. The size of it boggles my mind. Each time I can hardly believe what I'm seeing. When I fly above mountains, I feel like a god soaring above the mortal world. When I look down and see people, and they are little more than tiny specks, akin to ants. It's strange, Carolina.
I want to see it.
Her voice was a breathless whisper.
Perhaps you could take me up with you. You could carry me.
Iradan opened his eyes. I suppose that I could try. He agreed. Her hand moved away from his wings, slid down the soft flesh of his back, lingering on the back, scarred muscles.
You're beautiful.
I don't know how you could say that, with everything that's happened to me, with what I've become. She frowned at him, beautiful pale face glowing in the warm light of the candles.
You no longer like these gifts. I thought they made you happy, Iradan, that you were glad for them.
Iradan squeezed his eyes shut again. His mouth was dry. How could he explain what he'd started to feel? It wasn't accurate, per se, to say that his devotion was fading. It was just that it was difficult, sometimes, to see his own reflection. And even more difficult was the thing that had taken up residence inside of his tent. The hunched-over, faceless thing with a giant golden eye set into the center of his torso. The hungering thing. That thing demanded souls. That begged him constantly to allow it to devour as many lives as it could. So far he'd kept it at bay. He'd urged it to be patient, to wait just a little while longer. Soon, however, he knew he'd have to give in to it. It wasn't that he needed the thing's help. It was that if he didn't indulge it, he would be risking the displeasure of the Green Star. In truth, he didn't even know what that would entail. Perhaps it would take back its gifts. If that was the case, he might actually be glad for it. He wasn't sure he wanted them anymore. He didn't like the way his body was changing by the day, becoming less and less human. He was, if he was being honest with himself, terrified of what he might become. But what if the star went even further? What if it decided to punish him? It had happened before, to other saints and champions. He'd heard the stories. Great warriors who one day in a moment of weakness, or perhaps strength, at a time of doubt, fell to their knees and screamed at the sky words of denouncement, who'd begged the star to release them from their chains. And the star always listened. One could never claim that the star turned a blind eye to his devotees.
Only sometimes the attention of their lord was a terrible thing. There had been one warrior in particular. His name had been Achaean, the Merciless. He had been a saint, revered by all the Ascendancy. This had been a little over a century ago. He had acquired 3 separate gifts from the star, marking him as one of the most gifted sons of their lord in all of recorded history. And then one day his wife had died, and this had broken Achaean. He had begged the star to bring her back, to show her mercy. But nothing could truly bring back the dead, and Achaean's wife had remained forever lost. Achaean, in his rage, had cursed the star. The star had cursed him back. Achaean had fallen terribly ill. His body had begun to rapidly change. At first, he and many others assumed that he was receiving his 4th gift from the star. But that was not the case. Several days later, Achaean had been transformed into a monstrous, disgusting creature. Pink, skinless, covered in tendrils and eyes, incapable of speech and rendered mindless. He had become an abomination. Such was the fate of those the star chose to punish, and such would be his fate if he rejected his gifts. He wished Ascala was still alive. Perhaps they'd never gotten along as well as he might have liked, but she, unlike so many others around him now, had never been as obsessed with the idea of divine gifts. She'd been more of a patriot of the Ascendancy than a worshipper of the star. She would have understood. She might have had a plan, might have had good advice for him. But Marak had taken her from him, and now he was surrounded only by fanatics. Men like the architect, who at the first sign that he was feeling anything resembling doubt, would not hesitate to organize a rebellion against him. Even Lacathir, his oldest and closest friend, who once had been more concerned with dueling, women, and glory, had become increasingly obsessed with his own ascension. So that left Carolina, the one remaining person in his life who he could be truthful with. Carolina, he sighed and turned to her, kissing her neck. Carolina, I am going to do something truly terrible, and I am worried that you will never see me in quite the same way. Carolina wrapped her arms around him. Are they not trying to do equally terrible things to us? This is war, Iradan. As if he hadn't known. There are some things, he rasped, that one cannot walk back from. Carolina was quiet. Carolina, perhaps I ought to send you away. No, I'm not going anywhere. Now it was his turn to be quiet. Iradan? She kissed him. Do what you need to do. Finish this siege, and then we can be together. In the morning, 666 slaves were assembled. They were told that they had been chosen for something special. They were stripped down to the waist, both men and women, and priests of the star moved along their ranks with sacred paints, and censers exhaling smoke from holy incense. Sigils were painted across their bare flesh. Final words were uttered. It was made clear to all of the chosen that soon they would discard their earthly forms and ascend to a spiritual plane. There, they would be rewarded by the star for their sacrifice. Most accepted this with grim determination. Iradan was present for the ceremony, and he spoke to as many of the slaves as possible. All of those chosen were from the Ascendancy itself. Many of the other slaves, those who had been taken as prisoners as war, or otherwise picked up along the way, were not yet devout, and could not be trusted to fulfill their sacred duty. Even still, although the chosen were all true believers, not all of them remained strong during these last moments. Some cried. The chorus of their weeping was loud and oddly beautiful. Iradan went to those who needed him the most. He clasped their hands, he touched their arms. He did all of this in his beetle knight armor, which had been carefully modified so that there was room for his wings to fit through. It took a long time to get into and out of it, and with the other gifts he'd received, there was no longer a point in wearing armor, practically speaking. The sight of it, however, was a visual source of inspiration, as was deliverance, which had become famous. Then, while Iradan watched, the slaves were marched into his command tent in groups of 20. After each group went in, a dozen beetle knights guarded the exit. Ultimately, they weren't necessary. No one who went in was ever seen again. It took all day to get through all of the slaves, but then it was done, and all 666 of them were gone. Afterward, Iradan approached his tent. He strode toward it confidently, arrogantly, knowing that he was being watched by thousands, that the way he conducted himself now was crucial. Many would be disquieted by what had happened. If he too seemed disquieted, they might very well break. In truth, Iradan's heart was pounding. His palms dripped with sweat. The beetle knights moved aside for him. He stepped into the tent. Dark inside. It was dusk, and there were no candles or lanterns lit within. There it stood, the aspect of the star. Hunched over, elongated, the great golden eyes set into his chest, peered up at him and blinked lazily. It was immediately obvious that there was something different about it. It appeared more solid, more tangible. The air reeked of metal, of piss, of something acrid and unidentifiable. His foot came into contact with something. He looked down. A skeleton lay twisted on the floor, curled up in the fetal position, bones bleached and weathered, as though they'd been left out in the sun for years.
More,
hissed the entity.
I need more.
Iradan clenched his jaw.
No, I've given you too much as it is. You'll get no more from me. If you need more souls to feed on, you'll have to take from the autarky.
The thing lurched toward him, and for a moment he tightened his grip on deliverance, and wondered if he'd have to fight this monstrosity, this manifestation of his divine lord. It didn't seem right, that it could possibly be connected to the star. It seemed like a cruel joke, like a twisting of the truth. It loomed above him.
Then set me free,
it rasped.
You are free,
Iradan said, voice a little breathless.
Let thyself loose, and bring ruin to my enemies.
5. Deimos Caryodin. Sir Deimos Caryodin, first of the Sun Knights, and first amongst the talons of the autarch, stood at the center of the ring, stripped to the waist and drenched in sweat. He and Mysaria circled each other. Mysaria wore a loose white shirt tucked into her breeches. She, like him, was sweat-sheened, the training sword loose in her hand. Their eyes were locked. A crowd had gathered outside of the ring, consisting of both Sun Knights and the other talons. It was the first time someone had gone more than 5 rounds with Deimos, without him landing a fatal blow. Either he was slipping up in his old age, though he was only 35, or Mysaria had simply gotten better. Both might be true, of course. Mysaria smiled at him, then she threw her training sword out of the ring. Deimos raised his eyebrows. Unarmed?
You got it.
Deimos discarded his sword. The two of them resumed circling each other, both crouching in fighting stances. He was far bigger, stronger, faster, but Mysaria was a demon when it came to grappling, could get into positions that didn't even seem possible. Blink, and all of a sudden she's on your back, arms around your throat. With nearly all of the talons watching, Deimos didn't want to lose this. It was friendly competition, just another training session, and in theory losing meant nothing, was actually encouraged, because it meant a learning opportunity. In reality, Mysaria was the 3rd most senior talon, right behind Telemachos, and ambitious as they came. She wanted his spot, wanted to be the autarch's most prominent and respected blade. Deimos lashed out with a kick. Mysaria caught it, shot in for a takedown. Deimos sprawled, pushed her back, got up to his feet, and jabbed at her. Since it was a training session, he pulled the punch, though it still hit hard enough to snap Mysaria's head back. The woman took it silently, then fell into a rhythm, then trading blows, turning each other's faces red. Deimos's lip was split. Mysaria bled from her nose. He kicked her in the stomach, doubled her over, hit her with an uppercut that sent her wobbling backward. When he followed, searching for the kill, He realized only at the last moment that she was nowhere near as badly hurt as she was pretending. This time, she got the takedown, ended up on top of him. Smaller though she was, she knew how to perfectly position her body weight so that she felt impossibly heavy. She pinned him in place, started to work on his right arm, bending it out to the side, yanking it up in a way that felt dangerous to his shoulder. Around the ring, the other knights were cheering, calling out advice to whichever of the two they favored. Impossible to make out any individual words. Mazaria's shoulder was digging into his chest, making it hard to breathe. "Got you this time?" She grinned down at him.
"Don't be so sure,"
he wheezed. He bucked his hips, tried to throw her off of him. She clung to him, unshakable. It was hot inside the training room. There were plenty of windows, so that natural light illuminated the entire space, but it was midday and the start of summer, and the heat was stifling. Sweat dripped into his eyes. Mazaria applied more pressure to his arm. He let her. He freed a leg, got his shin up between them, then used it to flip her off of him in a sudden burst of speed and strength. They scrambled. Deimos ended up on top. He hit her in the jaw, but not very hard, then pressed a forearm into her throat.
"You yield?"
Mazaria sighed.
I yield. You big bastard. One of these days."
"One day," he agreed, helping her up, at which point a Sun Knight, younger, a new recruit in the Order, he didn't know their name, ran into the training room panting. Everyone turned to look at him. The young man collected himself. His face was red. Deimos's heart sank. "Something has happened," the young man managed to say between pants. "There is a devil, and it has broken through the Ashen Gates." For a moment, none of them moved. The training room was silent, and then at once they all ran for the armor stands. Deimos sprinted. The Radiant Citadel, the complex that had been given to the Sun Knights as their headquarters, was not far from the Ashen Gates. Deimos now moved as fast as he ever had. In his heavy steel-plate armor, limbs worn out from hours of training, he pushed his way through groups of soldiers, through civilians, leaping over a sleeping man, rushing down one narrow alley after another. Fucking overcrowded city wasn't built for this, for moving around efficiently, or for a man of his size. The Ashen Gates came into view. He could hear the screams. And not just the regular screaming of a battle being waged. These were different. Truly terrified. Truly agonized. A chill went through him. He placed a hand on the hilt of retribution and loosened the weapon in its scabbard. Now he could see the backs of soldiers. A banner fluttered in the air, the 5th Company. They were organizing themselves into defensive positions. He spotted a mustached captain shouting orders. Deimos grabbed the man by the arm, spun him around. The captain seemed like he was about to yell at him, but then he seemed to realize who he was facing, and his eyes widened and he said, "It broke through the gate." Deimos shook the man violently. "What broke through the gate?" I don't know." The captain licked his lips. He exuded terror. Weak, small man, but that's all he was, a regular man, the sort of man who wasn't made for this, unlike Deimos, unlike Marak. "Describe it," Deimos demanded. The use of it put certain images in his mind. He remembered the strange winged creature they'd found in the haunted ruins of Kallisburg. He remembered the shambling crowds of corpses. And worse, he remembered Saint Iradan, who he had seen flying through the air upon his own vast black wings. The captain obediently began to describe what he'd said. Deimos was no longer listening. He froze, tilting his head to one side. What was that sound? And now, over the heads of the soldiers, he saw a dark shape looming up before the gates. Something flew through the air. Deimos watched it with a frown, trying to figure out what it was. A body, he thought a moment later. That's a body. A fully grown adult male, flying through the air as though thrown. Thrown by what? And then, as the company of soldiers in front of him broke and started to run, Deimos saw it. It was 4, maybe 5 times the height of a fully grown man, and almost just as wide. It was grey, scaled, with an elongated, featureless head that twisted from side to side upon a stalk-like neck. A great golden eye dominated its vast chest, the pupil rolling around madly. Its arms were long, and each of its massive hands boasted an array of razor-sharp talons. Even as Deimos watched, the thing swiped at a group of soldiers, and its talons punched through metal and flesh with such trivial ease that he felt a lurch of nausea. Blood filled the air. It raised its hand. Several soldiers were impaled upon its talons, writhing, twisting, trying to free themselves. The creature brought them closer to his eye, as though to see them better, and now the soldiers were silent, dead, maybe, or transfixed by the golden orb appraising them.
"Run!"
Someone was shrieking.
"Run! Stand strong!"
Deimos bellowed. He didn't recognize his own voice. He drew retribution, flicked the switch, and the sword came to life in his hand. There was something about the blade. They had come to be known as sun swords, that immediately caught the attention of everyone around him. Soldiers stopped mid-retreat, staring at him with wide eyes. A young boy in leather armor with a pox-marked face grabbed Deimos's arm.
"Lord Knight, what do we do? What are we supposed to do?"
Deimos clenched his jaw. This wasn't what he did. It wasn't a leader. Didn't know how to rally people, how to command. He was like them, a soldier, but not. No, even that was quite right. He was a warrior, and that was all he was. Even still, he looked the boy in the eyes. "Stand your ground and fight." The boy's eyes widened even further. He turned, glanced at the monster coming their way. The great golden eye blinked lazily. Men and women, a group of them standing far too close to the creature, seized up, and then something strange happened to them. They became red. Their armor cracked and shattered and fell off, and beneath their armor these people were bright red and also pink, and wet and shiny. And Deimos couldn't make sense of what he was seeing, not until a little voice in his head whispered, "They're inside out. That thing just turned them inside out. And look, you can even see their organs. Only now they're on the outside." Those who'd been turned inside out stood in mute shock. They remained alive for several more moments. Then they began to flop around on the ground, making strange, muffled noises, blood spurting out in all directions. The effect on the mass of people crammed into the courtyard was immediate. They began to panic. Deimos felt dizzy. His brows twisted into a knot. Where was the autarch? If the autarch was here, he'd know what to do. He'd use his magic. He'd set this thing on fire, and that would be that. Only the autarch was in the godless palace. It'd take him an hour to make it to the Ashen Gates, with how crowded the city was. And by the time he even heard about what was happening, it'd be too late. This thing, this monstrosity, was going to kill them all. Perhaps worse, it had smashed down the Ashen Gates, had rendered the wooden gates, reinforced with steel, into little more than debris. And now the army of the Ascendancy was swarming forward. He could see the front line, a distant blur of iridescent green through the open gate. On the walls he saw the Scorpion crews working hard to aim and fire off their first devastating volley. The Scorpions would buy them some time, but unless this monster could be destroyed, it wouldn't be enough. 6. Iradan. Iradan stormed the Ashen Gates. This was it, the moment of his triumph. The path ahead was laid open. The manifestation of the star had smashed through the gates and was already inside the city, laying waste to the enemy army. Iradan had committed all of his army save for the reserves. This was a full assault, the largest attack of the siege. He'd sent several companies into the few remaining tunnels that had been dug beneath the walls. Others were advancing with siege ladders. The rest would push for the gate. To be sure, losses would be high, even with the gate broken. Malor's courtyard was an absolute killing field, and he expected the defenders to fight like demons. But it wouldn't matter. Today was the day Althira fell, and the autarch was finally killed. On the walls, fire began to rain down upon his army, the enemy shapers. Iradan bared his teeth. He spun to face Lakathir, who was right behind him.
"First Captain,"
he said,
"I'm leaving you in charge of this assault. Get into that fucking courtyard and kill every Ortog bastard you see.
Lakathir, with his disgusting fleshless hand, just leered at him.
And where, my saint, are you going?
The wars,
he barked.
To kill those god-forsaken shapers.
Lakathir saluted him, still leering, and charged through the open gate. The first company of beetle knights followed, their heavy armor shining in the sunlight, their weapons drawn and ready. Second company was close behind. For just a moment, Iradan made eye contact with their captain, with Iradan, the architect, who had decorated his armor with the flesh and bones of his victims. Every warrior in his company had done the same. They were a terrifying sight, even for him. Second company was a company of butchers and madmen. He dreaded what might happen to the civilians of Althira once the architect and his sons and daughters were let loose. But he would just have to deal with that afterward. With deliverance in hand, Iradan leaped into the air, wings beating hard. The ground fell away from him as he ascended. Chants and throat singing from below followed him. The sight of him using his gifted wings never failed to inspire his warriors. That was good. They'd need inspiration for what was to come next. Iradan was going to win this battle, this war, and he was going to do it today. But he wasn't stupid. He knew there would be a cost, and with Marak opposing him, it was likely to be a steep one. But no price was too high for this victory. The face of the southern wall blurred past him as he shot up into the air, higher and higher, wings beating as hard as he could manage them. Then he was at the top, could see the faces of the defenders. Their expressions were startled, jaws dropped, bows turned and pointed his way, and a few arrows were loosed. One clipped his wing, and that hurt. Another buried itself in his chest. Moments later, and his blood dissolved it, and then the wound sealed itself back up. A sergeant started screaming orders, and as a result, a scorpion began to slowly turn on its platform, no doubt hoping to shoot him out of the sky. Further down the wall, a shaper noticed him. She was a middle-aged woman, with strawberry blonde hair and eyes so blue and bright, he could clearly see them from a good distance. She had a ball of fire cupped in each hand, and even as he looked at her, she threw one in his direction. Iradan flapped his wings and got out of the wall. The ball of fire, however, twisted at the last moment and slammed into his chest. It exploded. Flames licked at his flesh, sprang up and consumed him. He felt his eyes melt in his skull, his face burned away. His wings went up in fire and he fell, tumbled through the air, trailing black smoke, in so much pain that he could no longer actually feel anything. His nerves were burned to a crisp, then raw and new they reformed, screaming in agony, and were promptly burned away once more. Iradan hit the ground hard. He tried to get up, but couldn't. His back and neck had been shattered. A moan escaped his lips. His fingers twitched around the hilt of deliverance. The flames had, thankfully, gone out, leaving him a blackened, charred ruin. Yet his body was rapidly fighting the damage, refusing to die. All Iradan could do was wait. His eyes reformed in their sockets, and the sensation of them doing so was not a pleasant one. The pressure in his skull was immense. He blinked up at the sky with new eyes, and saw the world through them for the first time. It appeared so much more vivid than he remembered. The sky was such a beautiful blue, but then it was interrupted by more balls of fire as the Shapers tossed death and destruction at his army. He breathed in the reek of charred flesh. 2 sounds. The first was that of his own rasping breath whistling through scorched lungs. The other was the chorus of screams coming from his own troops. Not a good start to the assault, he had to admit. Iradan kept blinking. He could feel his legs now, that was something. With his new eyes he could just about make out a faint orb of radiance in the sky, an emerald star lost in a sea of serene blue. Beautiful. Iradan dragged himself up to his feet. First company was already through the gate, and the second was right behind them. He flexed his restored wings, testing them. Time to try again. He leaped back into the air and flew. This time, the second he reached the top of the wall, he threw himself over the crenellations, landed amongst a band of soldiers. Spears thrust down in an attempt to impale him, but Iradan was ready. He sprang to his feet, swung deliverance. Blood splattered across his face. Someone screamed. His sword was thrust into his belly, and the pain was sickening. But then the sword was gone, and so too was the wound. He kicked a young woman hard enough to clear some space around him, swung his glaive again. The woman held out her hands as though they might stop the glaive. Instead, the glaive tore through her palms and sliced her hands in half. She looked down at him. She was really quite pretty. She started screaming, then staggered back and fell off the wall. She'd borne a passing resemblance to Carolina. A pang of sorrow struck his heart. More soldiers rushed him, and he let them stab at his neck, his face, his arms. His black blood sprayed across them, and immediately ate into their flesh, dissolving them down to their bones. Iradan cut his way through them. He struck furiously, urgently, needed to get to the Shapers. Every second they were still alive, more of his troops would die. He hacked at those around him with his glaive so savagely that he felt each impact violently jarring his bones. He cleaved a head in half like an overripe melon. Brains splashed across his face. Some of it went into his mouth, summoning forth a wave of nausea. He chopped a man's arm off, cut open a throat, then disemboweled a girl who didn't seem old enough to be a soldier. But then that was the autarky. They had no morals. They'd put a sword in the hand of anyone who could hold it. Intestine spilled out around her feet. The girl just gasped, and then said,
"Oh no."
"I'm sorry,"
Iradan whispered, and cut off her head. Now some of the soldiers were running. A big man wearing the plumed helmet of a captain yelled at them to be brave and stand their ground. But none seemed to hear him. Iradan was forced to wonder at that moment how he appeared to these young men and women, many of whom had likely never seen combat before. He tried to mentally put himself in their place. Meanwhile, he ran at the captain, who gritted his teeth and swung a mace that would have cracked open Iradan's head like an egg. Instead, it whistled through empty air, as Iradan angled off to the side and smashed through the man's face with his glaive. Somehow it didn't quite kill the captain, and the man, perhaps not yet realizing how much damage had been done to him, twisted and swung again. He was shockingly fast. The mace caved in Iradan's face, his mouth filled with loose teeth. The pain was so intense that he fell to a knee, dropped deliverance, and covering his face with both hands. Black blood oozed out between his fingers and started to burn deep holes into the wall. He might have cried if he'd been physically capable of it. His ears rang. He removed his hands and tried to see what the captain was doing. Although his vision was extraordinarily blurry, he nonetheless saw that the captain had finally died. Iradan's face shifted back into position. New teeth painfully exploded out of his gums, and he spat out the old ones with a stab of nausea. This gift of his was incredible, beyond powerful, but it wasn't always easy to endure. He all of a sudden wished he was elsewhere, and not just someplace else, but living a different life. Then he pulled himself together, rose to his feet, and saluted the captain who had nearly killed him. Several soldiers had been approaching his downed form, with their weapon at the ready, no doubt eager to be the ones to put him down for good. When they saw him back on his feet, fully healed, they came to a sudden stop. Iradan kicked Deliverance up, caught it in midair. The soldiers exchanged looks, turned around, and ran. He watched them go. Not far away, the shaper who'd set him ablaze was conjuring forth another ball of flame, larger than the last one, and white hot. If it hit him, Iradan would be finished. He took a deep breath, then broke into a sprint. The woman frowned deeply in concentration. The ball began to spin. She raised her hands. It floated in front of her, the air rippling around it. There were maybe 40 feet between them. Iradan threw his glaive. Glaives weren't meant for throwing, and he'd never tried it before. He didn't expect it to hit her. It did, however, cause her to flinch, to waver for just long enough. She threw the ball of fire, but her aim wasn't as good as it had been before. Iradan threw himself to the ground at the last minute. It passed overhead, burning the hair on his head as it passed. He came forward in a roll, sprang to his feet, and as she began to conjure yet another ball, he punched her in the jaw hard enough to knock her unconscious. He caught her as she fell, lifted her, carried her to the edge of the wall, and threw her. Her body tumbled lifelessly through the air. He hit the ground with an audible crack. Iradan paused, chest rising and falling, breathing hard. An arrow slammed into his back, piercing his lung, which began to fill with black blood. No, this certainly wasn't the easiest gift to bear, but even still, he would bear it. He scooped Deliverance back up while coughing blood. He found the next shaper, 100 feet away, give or take, and currently distracted with the storm of devastation she was calling down on his army. Iradan stalked toward her. 7. Deimos Caridon. Looking up at the hulking monstrosity, currently tearing its way through the autarky forces, all Deimos could think was that a man would surely have to be insane to do anything other than run away in the opposite direction as fast as possible. So why, then, was he charging toward it? Duty, maybe. Certainly he considered his duty to Marak to be the driving force of his life. Honor, perhaps. He'd been obsessed with honor since he'd been a child reading about the exploits of history's greatest knights. More than anything, though, Deimos suspected that the reason could be found in the name of the sword he now held with both hands. Retribution. Retribution for all the lives already cut short. Retribution against this crime against goodness. A retribution against the Ascendancy for daring to interrupt the great dream of the autarky. He was close now. 20 feet away, maybe. He breathed in the hot, metallic reek of it. And now it seemed to see him. That great golden eye fixated on him, and lazily blinked. Deimos set his head down, averted his gaze, and kept running, not just because he thought that something bad would happen if he looked it in the eye, perhaps he'd turn inside out, but because he knew that if he looked at the monster now, saw how terrible it was up close, his courage might give out on him, and he might turn and run like all the others. A set of sword-like talons attached to an oversized hand swept through the air toward him, startlingly fast. Deimos didn't try to dodge it. He stopped, rooting himself in place, an unbreakable, unyielding force, and swung retribution. Had he wielded a normal sword, he suspected such an action would not have gone well for him. But he possessed a sun sword. He severed the hand at the wrist. The blade passed through scale and bone so easily that, for a moment, he was sure that he'd missed and would promptly be impaled. Instead, the hand spun free. The stump spurted thick, reeking blood, and the unattached hand hit Deimos with enough force to send him staggering back. But he was fine. Fine. And still alive. The monster raised his arm, brought the stump up close to his eye as though not quite believing what had happened. Deimos decided to take advantage of its apparent surprise. He rushed it, sprinting directly for its closest leg, and as he did so, got a good clear look at the waves of Ascendancy knights now swarming the courtyard unopposed. Some seemed to have seen him and what he was attempting to do. One knight pointed, another called out, and now a group were splitting off and coming his way. Deimos gritted his teeth. He'd deal with that problem when it arrived. First he had a demon to slay.
"Stop!"
A sibilant voice roared into his head. Deimos, despite himself, stopped for just a second. The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. It was like nothing he'd ever heard before. "Get out of my head," he whispered, but he wasn't convinced it was truly in his head, not in the way of the penetrating mind. Marak had taught him how to set up mental defenses, how to construct a citadel inside his mind that could repel an invader. Yet now it seemed to be doing him no good.
"You are nothing,"
the voice hissed.
"You are less than nothing. Look at me. Look at me, Deimos Caridon. Look into my eye."
There was force behind the voice. Real, irresistible force. Deimos knew that he could not look at that eye, yet his body was willing against his will. He fought himself, fought to keep his head down, his neck strained, tendons bulged. He clenched his jaw so hard that it hurt, but he couldn't stop himself, couldn't do anything except look up, straight into that golden eye. The world froze, then faded away. Darkness. Silence. Deimos found himself drowning in utter blackness. He tried to turn, but he was no longer standing on solid ground, was instead floating, untethered. His sword was still in his hand, and he gripped it tighter lest it float away from him. It was his anchor, all he had left. There was a droning sound blaring inside his skull, drowning out his ability to even think. Was this death? A middle ground between life and death, maybe? The blackness was suddenly studded with stars. He found himself turning in place, once again against his own will, until he was facing one particular star, larger than the others, brighter, and green. A vivid, sickly green, a green that put him in mind of feverish emeralds, vivid toxins, and iridescent beetles. "What is this?" he whispered. A guttural grinding voice, like 1,000 people speaking all at once, exploded into his mind, but he could make no sense of the words. The green star pulsed, brighter than ever. It was expanding in size. The voice again, but now it came into greater clarity. It said,
"Give in."
Images flashed across the surface of his mind. He saw himself in a suit of blood-red crystalline armor. He was wearing a crown and inherently understood that in his vision he was a king, a great and powerful one. He stood upon the upper platform of a pyramid of brass and bone, overlooking a perfect geometric city, filled with worshippers who had dropped down to their knees in supplication to him and his patron god. They were chanting something. It was his name. Cries of, "Deimos, undying king," echoed throughout the city and his mind. Around him, live and naked women showered him with their adoration, caressing his armor, wrapping their arms around him and whispering in his ear. They were all his. This was all his. Creation was all his.
"This is possible,"
the voice hissed.
"This could all be yours. All you must do is give in. Give in, and I will make you a king."
The images shifted, and now Deimos saw himself standing above Marak, his lord, the autarch. Marak was on his knees. His hands were clasped together, and he was begging. Sunlight lay shattered in pieces at his feet. "Don't do this," Marak said, jaw clenched. Deimos gritted his teeth. His hands ached. He swung retribution and took the autarch's head off his shoulders, thus ending the first and last autarch, and heralding the collapse of the new Tyran autarchy, and the start of something new and beautiful, something that would be his alone. This was what he needed to do. All he needed to do. So easy, a simple act of giving in. Sir Deimos Caridon, Talon of the autarch, closed his eyes. "I will not," he said. "You cannot break me. Duty before all else, loyalty unto death. Devour me, wretched god. It matters not. You will not have my soul." And now the star began to screech, to wail, to damn him, but Deimos remained resolute. The darkness was stripped back one layer at a time, until he was once more standing at the center of Malor's courtyard, gazing up into an unblinking and golden eye. He had fallen to one knee. Now he pushed himself back up to his feet. The monstrous entity twisted and thrashed and swung at him with a massive, taloned hand. Deimos, however, was closer, and now he stood directly before the eye. He shoved retribution through the golden orb. The sun's sword went straight through the eye. He buried it to the hilt, then twisted, then sliced upward. More disgusting blood gushed out, covering him, and strange pulsating organs resembling nothing he'd ever seen before tumbled forth in an organic rush. A hand slammed into his side and sent him flying. He hit the ground hard but didn't let go of his blade, and when, groaning, he returned to his feet, he gazed upon the monster's downed form. It had toppled forward, face first, and lay unmoving. A grin of triumph split his face. Dozens of Ascendancy knights were rushing him. They would, he suspected, tear him to pieces. But it didn't matter. He'd slain the demon. Sir Deimos carried an hefted retribution and waded forward to meet the enemy alone. 8. Marak. As news came in regarding the brutality and force of the Ascendancy's assault, Marak decided then and there that today would be the last day of the siege. He would make it so. If the Ascendancy thought that they could simply apply all of their pressure and break the autarky, he would show what true pressure felt like. In the godless palace he stood completely still, while 2 attendants armored him. A third passed sunlight into his outstretched and gauntleted hand. Amara stood in the doorway, cradling her swollen belly, watching with an expression he found difficult to read. "You shouldn't go down there," she said quietly. "That's why you have an army, Marak, so that it doesn't have you to be you, so they could be an extension of your will." Marak tightened his grip on the sword. The attendants backed away as they finished their duty. A pristine white cloak bearing the sigil of the autarky was pinned in place around his shoulders. It would not be white for long. "An army is amplified when led by a formidable and dauntless commander," Marak said. "Is that from a book?" "Meditations on War by Martinus Attalus." "A Dominion book?" Marak nodded. "Say what you will about the Dominion, but their reputation as military masters is not unfounded." He sheathed sunlight. His talons were waiting in the corridor beyond, those that weren't already in battle. No one seemed to know where Sir Deimos was. Supposedly he'd been seen sprinting toward Malor's courtyard, where the battle was most intense, and had not been heard from since. If he was dead, but Marak didn't want to think about that. He crossed the room and stood in front of Amara. He kissed her, then placed a hand on her belly. "I will be back soon," he promised. "And when I return, this siege will be over. Very soon, Amara. We will have peace." Amara searched his eyes. "Yes, but for how long?" By the time Marak reached Malor's courtyard, the battle had reached a fever pitch. An agent of the Seeking Hand intercepted him as he reached the entrance to the courtyard. He was a bland-faced man with grey eyes. In fact, he exuded greyness. "Shapers are all dead," the agent said, eyeing Marak. "Saint got 'em. Took 'em out one by one." He waved toward the courtyard. "There was I suppose you would call it a monster. Big bastard. Killed a lot of people. Sir Deimos dealt with it. Impressive sight. Since then," he waved again, "Beetle Knights haven't been able to break out of the courtyard. But casualties are high. Can't hold them much longer." All of this was delivered in a slow and casual tone, as though the man were simply reporting on the weather. He had a strange, ageless look about him. Might have been 20, but was just as likely 40. Where had Davina found this cold bastard? "What's your name?" Marak asked. He drew sunlight. Behind him, 8 of his talons drew their own weapons. Behind them was the 12th, 13th, and 19th companies. 900 soldiers in total, ready to reinforce the defenders in the courtyard. The man didn't seem to want to answer that, but at the last moment he seemed to realize he was talking to the autarch. He bowed his head. "Operative Dio." Then he added, "My lord." "Find my sister," Marak said, not taking his eyes off of the battle in the courtyard. "Tell her to arrange for several hundred cavalrymen to exit out of the west gate, circle around, and hit the enemy reserves as hard as they can. And Operative Dio, run as fast as you possibly can. I'm relying on you." Dio saluted in the autarky style, fist held up, and sprinted away to deliver the message. Marak held up his sword so that everyone behind him could see it. He switched it on. It hummed to life, distorting the air around it. And for added flair, he set it on fire with his mind, so that now sunlight blazed with actual bright fire. The cheer was deafening. Marak charged. He ran to where the defenders seemed to be the weakest. Miss Arya was yelling, "Make way for the autarky! Make way!" But it was hardly necessary. His presence commanded attention on its own. Soldiers turned to look at him, then got out of the way. The Beetle Knights, meanwhile, surged against the defenders like an unstoppable wave. They were chanting and throat-singing, and the sounds of their devotion were a constant background drone. Their dreaded banners fluttered in the air, displaying the sigil of the star, and decorated with bones and human flesh. Marak pushed his way to the front, came face to face with the Beetle Knight. The Ascendancy warrior, face hidden behind his helmet, saw Marak, saw his flaming sword, and froze. Marak did not hesitate. He cleaved the man's head in half, and then into the opening he let loose a blast of invisible energy. The energy crackled, it sizzled and hissed. It struck one knight and stopped his heart, then bounced to the next and exploded their eyes. It ricocheted from one enemy warrior to another, until 20, then 30, were dead. Marak plunged forward. Killing was different without the sting of the tormentor. That cruel device, lodged deep within the meat of his mind, had stripped away all else, all sense of self-preservation, all care, all sanity. It had left behind nothing except for the urge to kill, destroy, maim. And now without it, there was a deep and cold silence at his center. It was neither better nor worse. He killed nonetheless, and as one Ascendancy warrior after another fell before him, sliced apart by sunlight, the cold emptiness began to be filled by laughter. The laughter of a cruel and hungering god. Tomatil, the mole, the devourer. "Go forth, my child," came the voice. "Kill in my name." There up ahead, Marak noticed a shifting in the ranks of the enemy. Something was happening in their midst. A fight. They seemed to be surrounding someone. Marak cleaved through another knight, pressing in, coming closer, and finally he saw a flash of golden armor, the flicker of a black humming blade through the air. Sir Deimos Caridon. Not only was the Talon alive, he was right in the middle of the enemy, fighting for his life. There was no time to question it. Marak set his jaw and fought onward, eager to reach the man. Someone shoved him from the side. A mace connected with his shoulder, jarring the limb. He felt the impact in his bones. He lashed out with a mailed fist and broke someone's face. A sword scraped up his chest, was stopped by his gorget. Another sword smashed into the side of his helmet, making his head ring, but he ignored it and retaliated with a thrust of sunlight. His target raised his shield just in time, but instead of stopping Marak's blade, sunlight instead punched through the steel and into the face hiding behind it. By the time he reached Deimos, he'd left a trail of dozens of corpses behind him. And there he was, the first Sun Knight, surrounded by bodies, spinning and hacking with primal ferocity. Even as Marak watched, the giant man lopped off an arm, disemboweled a knight, and decapitated a third. His golden armor was covered head to toe in blood. His right ankle was all tangled up in someone's intestines, while on the ground a dying Ascendancy warrior was reaching for his left ankle, perhaps intending to pull the Sun Knight down. "Deimos!" Marak called out. More Beetle Knights had noticed Marak and were now surrounding him, blocking his path to Deimos. Deimos paused for a moment. His eyes found Marak. There was nothing in them of the man Marak knew, only a cold, animal savagery that he found all too familiar, and that chilled him to the bone. And then Marak was fighting again, this time truly fighting for his life. He'd allowed himself to become too badly separated from the rest of his troops. Now, like Deimos, he was in the midst of the enemy. A Beetle Knight pushed his way through the chaos. His armor was particularly resplendent, adorned with gold and obsidian. His right arm was bare, and strangely fleshless. The exposed musculature glistened in the bright sun. His right hand was oversized, a terrible taloned fist wrapped tight around his heavy sword. This man was unhelmed, and his face, twisted into a savage grin, was both beautiful and familiar. Marak had seen him before, and it took him a moment to realize he was looking at the first captain of the Ascendancy army, Iradan's bloody right hand. Deimos and the first captain spotted each other, both paused for a second. Then they started to kill their way toward each other. 9. Iradan. The Shapers were dead. He'd killed them all, one by one, had hunted them down along the length of Althera's walls. He'd ripped them to pieces, had thrown their bodies off the battlements, breaking them against the earth. It should have won them the battle. Instead, everything was going wrong. The divine aspect of the star had been defeated. Iradan had watched it happen, had witnessed the fearless sunlight with his black sword hacking it to pieces. Once the manifestation of the star had fallen, the effect on his army had been disastrous. Many had seen it as a bad omen. Several companies had fled the city, and deep inside Iradan, he heard the star whispering to him. It was displeased. It wanted to know why he had let its manifested form fall.
"I'm sorry, my lord,"
he whispered, but no matter how much he apologized or tried to explain himself, he was met only by a grim and cosmic silence. Now, Iradan was down in Malor's courtyard, cutting his way toward the Autarch. If he could kill Marak, they could still win, and this time he'd do it properly. He wouldn't rest until he had visual evidence that the man wasn't coming back. Indeed, Iradan intended to take his head, burn his corpse, and scatter his ashes across his forsaken city. Marak would not weasel his way out of death a second time. Where was Lakathir? Iradan ducked beneath a sword, killed the man who'd dared to try to take his head, and when he straightened up, tried to search for his first captain, there was no sign of him. The damn fool had likely lost himself in the battle. Since he'd received his first gift, it had become increasingly difficult to keep the man under control. He was increasingly reckless, bloodthirsty, and heedless to anything other than his own personal glory. Cold metal slipped under Iradan's ribs and penetrated his lungs, which immediately began to fill with black blood. Gah! He stumbled backward. A blade pierced his back, glanced off of his spine. His legs gave out. He hit the ground. All around him, soldiers on both sides were screaming as his blood spurted out and melted them. Iradan's legs twitched. His lungs repaired themselves. He dragged himself back to his feet, gasping, and finally spotted Lakathir. He was engaged in a duel with one of the Autarch's Sun Knights. The two men were battering each other with such ferocity that other combatants had cleared space around them, no doubt eager to get out of their destructive path.
"Marak!"
Iradan screamed.
"Marak, come to face me!"
They were separated by a sea of writhing, thrashing soldiers, of crashing steel, shining armor, fluttering banners, and straining flesh. All cohesion had been lost. People were clawing at each other, spitting, biting, hammering. Iradan saw wide, wild eyes all around him, the eyes of frightened animals. Iradan cut his way through the sea as frantically as he could. He put all thoughts of defense out of his mind. He was losing. He could feel it, could sense the beetle knights wavering. Far too many of them had already died. Their iridescent armored forms lay in piles, heads dented by warhammers, knives and arrows shoved through their visors. Many of them had been melted by Marak's sorcery, or ripped limb from limb, or simply killed by some inexplicable, invisible power.
"Save me, God,"
Iradan thought.
"Bless me. Bestow upon me another gift. Grant me your power. Come down and save me, and I will do anything. I will erect monuments in your name."
Iradan smashed another soldier out of the way, his glaive cleaving through a head. He then showed the point of it through the helmet of the next person in line, kicked a third so hard in the knee that his leg bucked, and the poor bastard fell with a shriek. Iradan's stomach twisted in response. A sudden surge of doubt, of revulsion. The sea seemed to part in front of him. At first he thought that the forces of the autarchy and breaking and running away from him, that perhaps the day was not yet totally lost. Then he realized that, instead, they were making way for Marak. The autarch was stalking toward him, sunlight held low in one hand, a shield loosely strapped to his other arm. His golden armor was splattered with blood, buckled in places, the paint scraped away, the metal raw and dented. His helmet was slightly askew. Not for the first time the sight of the man gave Iradan a moment of hesitation. He was a little shorter than Iradan, though more muscular, broader in the shoulders. Energy seemed to crackle around him. He had an aura. Iradan couldn't deny it. It was the aura of a man who had broken the world and was remaking it in his own image, who believed in himself with such absolute conviction that it was as though he was a holy warrior, and everything he had done was in the name of a god, and that god's name was power. As though by some unspoken agreement, the battle stopped. Weapons were lowered. Fights ended abruptly as the combatants came to a silent, uneasy truce. As one, they all turned to watch both Iradan and Marak, who were now only separated by perhaps 20 feet or so. It seemed as though they understood one thing, that nothing mattered except for the outcome of the fight between these two leaders. Whoever won would ultimately be the victor of the day, and the ruler of Althera. The loser, and their army, would be crushed. And so the thousands of soldiers crammed into Malor's courtyard fell still and silent, and then began to form a crowd that surrounded both Iradan and Marak in an unbroken ring, which only one of them would leave alive. 10. Marak. Marak looked into the eyes of his enemy. Neither of them moved. The ground beneath them had been cleared of corpses, so that now they had access to an open stretch of courtyard within which to do battle. It was almost funny. The siege had lasted for more than 100 days, and many thousands of people had died. Now the outcome of the war was to be seemingly decided by a duel. They should have just done this from the very start. Marak hefted sunlight. He wouldn't lose. Couldn't lose. Losing meant Amara's death, meant the death of his unborn child, and the loss of Davina and Deimos and the rest of his friends, and every citizen in the city, and perhaps his young nation. It all came down to this. Marak took a slow, deep breath. He examined Iradan. The man was unarmored, and the reason why was obvious. He was a difficult bastard to kill. He'd seen firsthand the speed at which the man's wounds could heal. He would need to deliver death in an instant. If he could sever the man's head or otherwise destroy his brain, he doubted that the saint would be able to recover. At the same time, he needed to be cautious of the blood. He'd seen what the blood could do, how quickly it ate through people and made their bones sizzle and bubble. Iradan's hair, done up in a top knot, was hard and crusty with blood. His face had taken on a wild, animalistic look, eyes wide and shiny, like shards of flint. His features were hard and strong, mouth twisted in a snarl. He twirled around that glaive of his, the green-hued metal catching the setting flight of the sun, and glowing like an emerald set on fire. He was good with the weapon, there was no doubt about that. It offered him a reach advantage, and was awkward in ways that Marak had never trained for. Yet, up close, face to face, it wouldn't serve him as well as a sword would. The key then would be to get close, to make this dirty. They took a step toward each other. The crowd seemed to tense in anticipation. What exactly would happen once he killed the saint? Would his army simply drop their weapons and surrender? He doubted it. But even if they decided to keep fighting, Marak knew they wouldn't last long without their leader. It would be a massacre.
Been waiting a long time for this,
Iradan hissed, coming closer. He had that pendant around his throat, bright metal against his flesh. Marak had to be careful of that too. He knew what was waiting inside of it. The saint will likely wait until the opportune moment to spring that particular trap. Perhaps he even intended to use it as a surprise, a last-ditch gambit. If that was the case, he would be disappointed with the result. Iradan spat.
Nothing to say? No last words?
Marak shrugged his shoulders, more to loosen them than for any other reason. History won't remember you, Iradan. This siege will be nothing more than a footnote. You will be nothing more than a minor contributor to the broad, sweeping statements regarding the birth of the autarky. Again he rolled his shoulders, and now hefted sunlight. He was ready for this, more ready than he'd ever been. Iradan slid a foot forward, falling into a fighting stance. He held deliverance with both hands.
You are about to learn, boy, that there is no such thing as destiny. Your ambition has led you astray.
We'll see, Marak said, because what else was there to say? There was no point in wasting time and energy on words. The only thing that was left to do was fight. Iradan came forward a little more, and now Marak launched the first wave of his assault, not with his body, but with his mind. He drove the entirety of his focus and will into Iradan's consciousness like a sledgehammer, and there he encountered the defensive walls and shields that he had come against the last time the two of them had met. But this time he was ready, and he threw himself against them, determined to break his way in and end this before it was even really allowed to start. Iradan stiffened, body going rigid. Upon the battlefield of the mind, they opposed each other. The world faded away. Time no longer meant anything. They fought in a different place, in a place that wasn't really a place. Marak's strikes left behind bloody after-images. He fashioned himself into a great hammer and struck again and again against the defenses leveled against him. Each time he did so, the hammer flashed red. Crimson sparks flew through the air. Iradan's walls were great emerald structures, a crystalline network of vivid green. Snakes, 1,000 of them, immense and intangible, came from Marak in a ghostly wave. He repulsed them with a thought, creating 1,000 mind arrows that pierced 1,000 snakes through their skulls. They vanished, becoming nothing more than wisps of light and dissipating energy. In this battle, on this field, neither of them had a form. Instead, they fought each other with ideas, with metaphors, with weapons of pure abstraction and mental energy. Here, one strong will clashed against another. It was immediately obvious to Marak that Iradan had no formal training when it came to mental war. He knew nothing of the penetrating mind. Instead, his defenses came in the form of faith. They were bolstered, independently, by the power of the star. But Marak had a patron of his own now, whether he liked it or not. When he launched another attack against Iradan's mind, he did so with the full backing of Tamatil, the mole, the great devourer. Neither of them could communicate with the other, yet they could feel each other's emotions. Iradan was frustrated, hurt, confused. His mind was taking a beating. His walls were being torn down brick by emerald brick. Marak, too, was faltering. He had never fought like this before, and when he attacked Iradan and failed to truly penetrate the man's defenses, he found himself wounded in the process. In the real physical world, he bled from his nose, from his eyes, and tasted metal in his mouth. His heart skipped a beat. His grip on the hilt of his sword felt weak. He would simply have to do this the old-fashioned way. Abruptly, Marak ceased his assault. He withdrew from Iradan's mind and was once more fully present in Malor's courtyard. Deliverance came for his head. Marak was ready for it, and he surged forward, feeling faster and stronger than he ever had before in his life. He hacked at Iradan's stomach, managed to create a long, deep line that would have eventually killed any normal person. For the saint, it was little more than a mild inconvenience. Iradan took a graceful step forward. He swung deliverance again, more to keep Marak back than anything else, and reached for the amulet around his throat. He tapped it with a finger and said something under his breath that Marak didn't hear. The air between them became heavy and distorted. Two massive serpents coalesced and then dropped to the ground with a heavy thud. One was as red as blood, while the other was as white as bone. Forked, pink tongues tasted the air. They hissed. Iradan said something in the guttural language of the Ascendancy. The snakes exploded into sudden, violent motion. Marak had known it was coming, but even still, seeing them up close, the size of them, the savagery, The sheer power conveyed by the rapid movement of their muscular torsos. It was enough to cause his heart to flutter, and his bowels to twist themselves into a knot. The red serpent leaped high, knife-like talons bared. This, he instinctively understood, was nothing but a distraction, providing the white one with the opportunity to take out his legs. Marak would not fall for it. He retreated. Many in the crowd also retreated from the sight of the serpents. Voices cried out, some screamed. One valiant autarky soldier tried to thrust a spear down into the head of the red serpent, but Iradan was there, and his glaive stole the man's life in a blur of green metal. Marak flicked his wrist and brought Sunlight's tip up in a deceptively fast movement. It caught the white serpent across one side of his monstrous face, ruining an eye and carving a deep groove into the scales. The beast reared back, its great length stretching up into the air, hissing madly. "Is this it?" Marak asked, circling out to the right. "Is this what your attempt comes down to? A desperate gambit involving snakes?" Iradan spat, but said nothing. There was something curious about his expression, something there, written across his features that Marak had never seen before. He thought that it was doubt. Good. If the doubt had started to trickle in, it was time to apply more pressure. Marak held out a hand. He channeled the fundamental powers of creation. The green star protected Iradan from his shaping, but he doubted it protected his serpents. He set both snakes ablaze with his mind. Would have been easier to simply stop their hearts, but Marak wanted to make a show out of their deaths. He wanted it to be loud and bright and terrible. He wanted the saint to feel the pain of their demise. He hadn't known that serpents could shriek until that moment, yet shriek they did. They blackened rapidly and withdrew into themselves, coiling up like great bundles of scaled rope, their heads undulating. An acrid stench filled Malor's courtyard, and not long afterward the great serpents were dead, reduced to little more than blackened skeletons. Iradan stared at him. He stared and his hands trembled, and his lips twisted into a bestial snarl. Marak twirled Sunlight around, more relaxed than he'd expected he'd be. "Don't be cocky. Stay alert. He's still dangerous, perhaps more dangerous than ever, and everything could change in the blink of an eye." Iradan lunged. Marak stepped out of the way of the man's glaive, and as Iradan went past him, slammed his gauntleted left fist into the side of the saint's head. The man wobbled, fell to one knee. Marak didn't hesitate. He cleaved through the saint's left arm, which immediately flopped to the courtyard floor. Iradan came up to his feet and retreated, the stump of his arm spurting black blood through the air. Marak didn't come any closer. The last thing he wanted was for that blood to burn through his armor.
"Tell me something,"
Iradan slurred, staring down at his arm as it began to regrow.
"When you made that pact with Tomatil, what did it ask of you? What did you promise it?"
Marak watched the saint's blood drip from the end of his sword. "It doesn't matter," he said simply. "I have no loyalty to any god. I am my own man. I am my own god." The saint was no longer bleeding. Marak stalked toward him. "All of creation rests within my palm. In your final moments, Saint Iradan, you ought to get down on your knees and pray to me. I might even show you mercy." Iradan just stared at him, expression unreadable, and then took a deep, slow breath. His black wings flexed. Then he leaped into the air, flew above Marak's head with a beat of his wings, and his glaive shot down. Marak was fast, so very fast. He slid out of the way, jumped, and caught Iradan's ankle. He felt how strong he was, and he yanked, bringing the saint crashing down into the courtyard. Unnatural power surged through his body. He knew what it was. Tomatil's energy was coursing through him, and he knew why. This was the god attempting to force him into his debt. But more than that, it was one god using its champion to destroy a rival champion, to deny another god a piece on the board. The moment Iradan hit the ground, he rolled to the side, avoiding Sunlight, which would have pierced him directly through the face. He tried to push himself up to his feet to bring deliverance to bear, but Marak kicked him in the head so hard that he wondered idly If he'd just broken his foot. Iradan reeled. Marak charged after him, a bull bringing his muscles to bear as he tackled the saint and dragged him to the ground. If Iradan had expected this to be a clean, skillful duel, he was sorely mistaken. Marak was done playing around. He was done putting on a show. It was time to end this, no matter how brutal he had to be. "Break your allegiance to your god," Marak said, "and I'll let you live."
"Fuck yourself,"
snarled the saint. And so that's what this came to. Two men cursing at each other and grappling while thousands stood still and stared. He had the strange, detached thought that if there were other peoples from other worlds, people from places entirely unlike theirs, and they were watching this from a great distance, they would have thought that they were watching mindless, dumb animals rolling around on the ground. Marak found himself laughing.
"Mud bastard,"
Iradan hissed. He punched Marak in the head once, twice, 3 times, but Marak didn't feel any of the blows. He was beyond that now, he realized. Tomato's blessing was permeating every part of his body. A distant part of him recognized that he had changed. He wondered how the spectators were looking at him. With horror? In awe? Or just shock? Marak slammed an armored elbow into Iradan's head over and over again. He didn't stop until Iradan was no longer moving. The saint would not be out for long. Marak stood, grasped sunlight. He took a step to the side and swung the blade down, aiming for the saint's throat, intending to separate his head from his body and end this affair at once. But Iradan was not so easy to kill. His eyes exploded open, his face a bloody, ruined mess twisted into an expression of surprise, and he rolled to the side just fast enough to avoid death. Sunlight slashed into the cobbled stone of the courtyard, burying itself in the ground. He ripped it out, spun to face Iradan, and prepared to advance. But something was happening. The air around the saint had started to blur, to distort. Iradan wasn't moving. He looked stricken. He started to speak in the language of the Ascendancy, perhaps to himself, or perhaps to something else, something unseen. The air crackled and became thin. Through an opening in reality, stars blinked and flickered, bright pinpricks of light glowing through the cracks in their world. And there, in the midst of the blackness, a single bright star, glowing like an emerald. "No," Iradan whispered. Marak lowered his sword and took a step back. All throughout the courtyard, people were screaming. On the autarky side, many were turning and attempting to run, though with the crowd so tense, they were forced to push and shove their way forward. The ascendants remained unmoving, mute with shock. Iradan fell to his knees. His eyes were closed now. Marak knew only a few words of the Ascendancy language. He knew the words for, "I'm sorry." Iradan was saying them now, over and over again. Tears streamed down his face. Out of that crack in reality appeared a tendril. It emerged gingerly at first, thicker than a horse, and seemingly endlessly long as it continued to thread its way into their reality. It was pink, like raw meat, and dripped a thick, clear liquid. Suckers attached to the underside of it spasmed in the warm air of the courtyard. It twisted blindly through the air, seeking something, the soft tip moving in lazy circles, until it gently prodded Iradan's chest. Then it wrapped around his right wrist. "Please," Iradan whispered. The tendril yanked him abruptly, dragging him toward the crack in reality. Marak didn't move. He was still close enough that he could have lunged forward and taken off Iradan's head. Only a few feet separated them, and he knew he was fast enough. But death would be a mercy for the saint. Iradan was on his hands and knees now, pulling against the tendril, trying to crawl in the opposite direction, but whatever had a hold of him was simply too strong, and the distance between himself and the black opening in reality was closing rapidly. The saint's eyes, wide and wild with terror, met Marak's.
"Kill me!"
he hissed.
"Please!"
Still, Marak didn't move. This was justice. The saint would soon discover just how great his God really was. Iradan's legs entered the opening and vanished from sight. Now he clawed at the ground with his hands, snapping his nails against the cobble, leaving black, bloody streaks that began to dissolve the stone. "Send my regards to the star," said Marak, and then Iradan was gone. 11. Marak. What happened next was a slaughter. The moment Iradan, saint of the Green Star, vanished from sight, the forces of the Ascendancy attempted an orderly retreat. The Beetle Knights formed up in tight groups, shoulder to shoulder, shield to shield, and backed away toward the Ashen Gates. It did not remain orderly for long. Sir Deimos Caridon, covered in blood, limping, his helmet lost, his blade covered in gore, charged after them like a man possessed. He was joined not long after by the other Talons, and then by Marak, and together they sliced through the Beetle Knights until the Ascendants broke, turned on their heels, and were routed. Marak would later learn, once it was over, that Davina had ordered that company of archers to take up position atop the walls, while Iradan and Marak were dueling. With her, she brought new crews for the Scorpions, and plenty of ammunition. The enemy had simply been too distracted to notice. Then, the moment they broke free of the Ashen Gate and began to flee across the corpse-strewn fields outside of the walls, both the Autarky archers and Scorpions tore them to pieces with arrows and bolts. Few made it back to their camp. In the courtyard, pockets of resistance held out for some time. Some of the Ascendants, surrounded and trapped, had simply fought to the death. They fought well, with great skill and ferocity, and created mountains of corpses. And then there were some who managed to escape, not out through the gates, but instead into the streets of Althera. Iradan's second in command, the beautiful duelist who Deimos had fought several times before, was one of them. With his glistening red right hand, he expertly sliced his way through a line of Autarky soldiers and led his first company deeper into Althera. The moment Deimos heard news of what had happened, he rallied as many of the Sun Knights as possible, marshaled a company of soldiers, and set off in frantic pursuit. By that point, Marak had been conferring with several of his commanders in a safe location, handing out orders and discussing what they should do next. It was decided that General Brizengant would depart with several hundred horsemen and pursue the remnants of the Ascendancy army as they inevitably retreated home. Meanwhile, work would immediately begin on the Ashen Gates, which needed to be restored back to full functionality as soon as possible. Also throughout the city there were reports that chaos had broken out. Cultists of the old gods, those troublesome sects that had plagued Althera for the last few years, had used the battle as a distraction. They had stormed several Autarky buildings, slaughtered everyone inside, and set their places on fire. The fires had since spread. White Tower District was aflame. Its people had been evacuated. The cultists had moved to the mercantile quarters and were currently stealing everything they could get their hands on. A company of soldiers was dispatched to deal with them. Aaron, who had somehow managed to avoid actually fighting in the battle, was put in charge of the efforts to dismantle the cultists as quickly as possible, using any means necessary. Ultimately, over 1,000 cultists would be captured and put in chains. Marak ordered that every single one of them be impaled on street corners all throughout Althera, so that there would not be a single street that did not openly display the rotting carcass of a traitor. When the sun had set and a grim silence had settled over the city, he heard from Sir Telemachus of the Talons a first-hand account of what had transpired between Deimos and his Sun Knights and the rampaging Ascendants. It had gone like this. Deimos had gone mad. A desire for vengeance had overcome him, and he had feverishly sprinted after the first captain of the Ascendancy. His Sun Knights had struggled to catch up. Telemachus spoke of a frantic chase through the back streets of Althera. Already the Ascendancy warriors had done a great amount of damage. They had massacred their way through crowds of civilians, hacking men and women and children apart with casual brutality. Deimos, in his pursuit, was forced to run and jump over the bleeding bodies of innocents. Predictably, this had only served to fuel his rage, which had reached such a height that he had begun to shout and call out at the top of his lungs.
Cowards!
he had roared as he sprinted.
Come and face me, you fucking cowards!
The Beetle Knights had done a poor job of maintaining cohesion. Many of them had split up, perhaps hoping that by doing so they would be harder to hunt down. Several were even sent back to fight Deimos in an attempt at slowing him down. By that point, Sir Deimos was so far ahead of the other Sun Knights and soldiers that many of them had given up on even trying to find him. Telemachus, an athletic freak, had been one of the very few to actually keep pace with Deimos, and the two of them had fought side by side and without reinforcements against dozens of Ascendancy warriors. Their cause had been just, their blades righteous. They slew one enemy after another, not stopping to even catch their breaths or wipe the sweat from their brows. They thundered onward, charging down the streets. Telemachus said that Deimos had frightened even him. The large man had become an animal. Primal rage had turned him into a complete monster, and when he came across any Ascendancy stragglers, he fought them with an uncharacteristic lack of technique. Instead, he channeled such a level of bestial strength and brutality that he was chopping grown men in half as though he were a woodsman and his foes were nothing but dead logs needing to be chopped. He left piles of steaming organs and severed limbs in his wake, and later, when all was said and done, no one had been able to recognize him. He'd been red and brown from head to toe. Eventually, the first captain of the Ascendancy, whose name was Lacathir, had stopped running. In a small courtyard, famous for its ancient bronze statue depicting the founder of Althera, Lacathir stood his ground, waiting for the Sun Knight in a fighting stance, with his dueling sword pointed forward, so that as Deimos charged into the courtyard, he found the point of a blade directed at his face. The two men faced each other. Telemachus said that they were simply staring at each other when he arrived. He'd drawn his sword and moved ahead to join Deimos' side, but Deimos had waved him back, and Telemachus had clearly understood that the man intended on doing this alone. Afterward, Deimos said to him that he felt as though he and Lacathir were destined to kill each other, that they were dance partners in the strange affair that people call life. The two combatants exchanged no words. There was no need to. They were two sides of the same coin and understood each other perfectly. In many ways, they were opposites. Lacathir was light on his feet, energetic, always smiling and laughing, his golden hair framing an aquiline face. He moved like a viper, fast and vicious. He fought with his blade in his left hand. He used his right hand, a monstrously oversized, skinless appendage, to claw and batter his foes. That hand was the one mark against his beauty. Without it, he might have been a beautiful, resplendent hero. With it, he was monstrous. Deimos, on the other hand, moved only as much as he needed to. He was ruthlessly efficient. He planted himself to the ground, always rooted to the earth when he swung his sword in a two-handed grip, so that each blow carried thunderous power. He didn't say anything when he fought, didn't grunt, didn't taunt. When the two came together and crashed, they did so like demigods of old. At first, Lacathir appeared to clearly be on the back foot. The necessity of avoiding Deimos' sword was too much of a disadvantage. He couldn't even block or parry, and this meant that he was forced to rely on footwork and speed to remain defensively sound. Soon, however, it became evident that the preceding battle and the chase throughout the city had exhausted Deimos, and the large man was only growing more tired with every moment that passed. Soon his chest was heaving like a bellows, and he was panting as he fought. Yet despite his tiredness, there was still a terrible strength behind each of his blows, and Lacathir remained too wary of the sun sword to press his advantage. Lacathir landed numerous blows against the Sun Knight's armor. His red right hand crashed into Deimos' chest, badly denting the metal and surely bruising Deimos, not to mention further sapping his stamina and impeding his breathing. Meanwhile, his sword, thin and light compared to Deimos', searched for openings in his opponent's steel plate. It hunted for gaps in chainmail, for slits between plates, and once or twice found its way into a joint with great accuracy. If any of these wounds bothered Deimos, however, he refused to show it. Telemachus described the experience of watching the duel as being nearly trance-like. The world faded away until it was just those two champions dancing around each other. They went back and forth, until eventually Deimos began to drive Lakathir back until the Ascendant was trapped between Deimos and the bronze statue that dominated the center of the courtyard. And then Deimos cut off Lakathir's left hand. It spun through the air, still clutching his sword in a tight grip. Lakathir stared at the wound with wide eyes. It took several moments for it to start to bleed, but once it did, the blood came in a constant spurting fountain. Deimos didn't hesitate. He charged. If he expected Lakathir to simply give up and die, however, he was sorely disappointed. Because Lakathir responded to the charge by leaping forward. The two crashed into each other. Lakathir struck Deimos' helmet with his red hand, talons punching through metal. For a moment, Telemachos thought that Deimos was dead. Deimos stumbled, tripped over his own feet, and hit the ground. Blood pumped out of the holes in his helmet. He shot back up to his feet, still holding his sword, but clearly dazed. Lakathir paused for a single second, as though deciding what to do. Perhaps he'd learned from Deimos' reckless attempt at ending the other man, or perhaps he simply wasn't confident that he could win, even with Deimos staggered. Ultimately, he spun on his heel and ran, and this time, unlike before, he truly ran. He sprinted across the courtyard and vanished down an alley, and Telemachos faced a choice: pursue him and finish what Deimos had started, or ensure that Deimos would live. He chose to tend to his closest friend. He reached Deimos' side and steadied him. When Deimos eventually removed his helmet, the damage was revealed. Lakathir's talons had buried themselves in the side of his head, taking half of his ear and gouging his eye. At the time of the telling of this story to Marak, it was unclear whether or not Deimos would ever be able to see again out of that eye. He would, however, live. As for Lakathir, dozens of Sun Knights had been hunting him throughout Othira all night, but there was no sign of the man. Telemachos was confident that he would be found. How could he not be? He could hardly hide with that monstrous red hand, and there was no way for him to slip out of the city. The remaining gates were still all locked and heavily guarded. Marak heard that when Deimos woke, he immediately tried to leap out of bed and charge back out into the streets. The other Sun Knights were forced to restrain him. Amara helped wash the blood from Marak's body. There was a lot of it, and it had dried and become crusty. It seemed to cover every inch of his skin. He stood in the bath, a mirror positioned several feet away, while she used a cloth on his scarred back. His eyes were closed. Every part of him ached. His left hand was broken. He didn't know how or when he'd broken it. Perhaps when he'd hit Iradan, although he could barely remember their duel, or indeed much of the day's events. His skull felt fragile, his brain beaten up, so much so that he almost missed the tormentor. He winced as Amara's cloth came into contact with a long wound running down the back of his right arm. "Sorry," she murmured. "It's fine." "You're clean," she said quietly. "Doesn't feel like it." Shouldn't have said that. Felt too revealing. "Any updates regarding the first captain?" "They still haven't found him, but they will, I'm sure." Marak just grunted. "Casualty numbers?" "Davina was working on it," Amara said, "but I haven't seen her for some time, and I expect she won't have them ready today or even this week." Marak grunted again. He knew that. It was just difficult to deal with his impatience. He wanted the numbers, needed to know what the cost was. Not that it made much of a difference. Numbers, however, could be comforting. They provided him with a sense of control. "Food is on its way," Amara said. "We'll eat together, and then you need to sleep." "I can't. I need to." "Marak, shut your mouth. I'm sorry, I know I shouldn't speak to you like that, my lord. But really, shut your mouth. You need to rest. There's nothing for you to do tonight. There are people all throughout this city doing the things that need to be done. You need to restore yourself, and then tomorrow you can tackle the situation head-on." She rested a cool hand on his shoulder. "Allow yourself to celebrate, at least inwardly, that we won. It's done. The Ascendancy will struggle to recover from this for some time. The numbers they lost, well, they don't matter too much. But losing a saint, that'll sting. If we're lucky, they'll have some serious issues back home because of it. Plus, a lot of the Beetle Knights they lost were, I suspect, important people. lords and ladies and the sons and daughters of lords and ladies. There will be vacuums that need to be filled, and they still have the dominion to worry about.
So do we.
True, Amara nodded, but one thing at a time.
Marak cracked his neck to one side and then to the other. I'll sleep, don't worry. He paused, then turned and brought his lips to Amara's. A thrill went through his body. It became much easier to ignore his pounding head. Amara's hand went from his shoulder, then to his chest, then down, down, until it was between his legs, and forgetting that the world existed became a trivial matter.
12. Marak. It was 2 weeks before Davina finalized the casualty count for both sides. On the autarky side, an accurate count was much easier to prepare. They had documents detailing each company and the people in that company, and a simple head count was all that was required to know how many were still alive. The Ascendancy, of course, was much more difficult to account for. Bodies had to be counted, and that was an impossible thing to do perfectly. In battle, bodies were cut into pieces, crushed, burned, piled on top of each other, lost beneath debris, drowned and scattered. Still, these were Davina's numbers. 3,000 dead, 5,000 wounded, give or take, bringing the total numbers for the siege to 14,000 dead, 3,000 wounded, although many of the dead had once been wounded and had since succumbed to their wounds. As for the Ascendancy, Davina thought that they had likely lost roughly the same amount during the battle, but that, during the course of the siege, they had lost at least 18,000 soldiers. Most had been slaves, and many of the slaves had not been Ascendancy natives. But regardless, it represented a significant blow to the Ascendancy. It took Marak's army weeks to salvage all the armor, weaponry, and equipment from the dead. The Ascendancy camp had, following the battle, been successfully raided, and a large amount of gold had been taken, as well as a sizable quantity of grain, potatoes, and livestock. Also, they had taken a woman captive, named Carolina, who had supposedly been Iradan's lover. Marak was informed that she claimed she was an autarky citizen who had been swept up by the Ascendancy army against her will, that she had been little more than a captive and desired clemency. So, instead of killing her, as the whispering voice in his head had urged him to do, he sent her to the dungeons. He forbade anyone from causing her any direct harm. She was to be well fed and cared for, at least until he decided upon exactly what to do with her. Meanwhile, General Brizengant had pursued the Ascendancy survivors all the way to Kalisberg, where another battle had taken place. The Ascendancy, trapped between Brizengant and the small garrison at Kalisberg, had been slaughtered. A small number had still managed to escape from even that. Deimos sneeringly called them cockroaches, but Marak was assured that any potential survivors existed as little more than fragmented, starving groups. 3 weeks after the battle, and still Lakathir had not been found. Deimos had spent 2 of those 3 weeks searching for him, but to no avail. It was assumed by most that somehow he'd found a way to slip out of the city. Some speculated that he was still there, hiding inside a house or perhaps in a basement somewhere. Still, some others speculated that, just as happened with Iradan, the green star itself had torn a hole in reality, reached through with a terrible tendril, and had dragged him to some other heinous realm. Marak, however, had greater concerns. Firstly, the sickness that had previously gripped Althira made a resurgence. Marak swiftly ordered that the sick be quarantined, and then, when that didn't seem to slow the illness, that the citizens of the city all constrain themselves to their houses until further notice. That helped, though not as much as he would have liked. And in combination with a food shortage, constant skirmishes with the cults who refused to learn their lesson, and word that 4 Dominion legions were encamped not far away from the border they shared with the autarky, Marak found himself overwhelmed with problems. 23 days after the end of the siege, he ordered an emergency council in the Godless Hall. Marak waited until everyone had settled into their chairs, and their conversations had died down in anticipation of what he would say to them all. He wore loose, comfortable clothes, though he was not in any way actually comfortable. His hand was still healing and constantly bothered him. His head had not stopped hurting since the battle, and he knew he would soon be forced to speak to a doctor, just in case. Essa, somehow knowing that he was not well, had offered her assistance, but Marak had been avoiding her ever since he had made a pact with Tomatil. The knowing gleam in her eyes unsettled him, and it was impossible not to feel as though he had been manipulated, that she had played him masterfully, even despite the fact that he had known that was her intention from the beginning. Currently the witch sat several seats down to his right, her eyes closed, her hands folded in her lap. The others objected to her presence at such meetings, and truthfully, Marak agreed with them, but she also refused to be sent away, and he wasn't quite ready to make an enemy out of her. The time would soon come, however, when he would deal with Essa permanently. For now, patience. Marak cleared his throat. First order of business. Does anyone have anything they need to share with everyone at the table? This was a new thing he'd been attempting lately, giving everyone else a chance to speak their mind and to raise any issues that they had. Sometimes he found himself worrying about what the others were thinking, and the temptation to use the penetrating mind was immense. But still, he refused to use it on his allies. Today no one had anything they wanted to say, not in front of everyone else, at least, and not before hearing whatever points he was going to bring up. As it turned out, Marak had a lot to say. First, said Marak, I would like to share with you all several changes that will be taking place here in Othira. He looked at Timasus, who shuffled a stack of papers, half of which were covered in careful charcoal drawings, with the other half bearing detailed descriptions. Timasus was the only person at the table that knew anything about what he was about to say. The old man had helped him work out the details, and a lot of it was originally his idea. To celebrate our grand victory, which I believe is only the beginning, we will be constructing the Victory Palace, which Timasus informs me will be the largest palace on the continent, and perhaps even in the world. The Godless Palace will remain the seat of power for myself, the Autarch, while the Victory Palace will serve as a secondary, bureaucratic center, from which large portions of our empire will be ruled. It will have 24 levels above ground and 4 below ground. This brings me to the next point. The construction of underground tunnel systems linking all central autarky buildings within Othira will begin. If that project is successful, it will lay the groundwork for other cities within the autarky. And now Marak grinned. And that brings me to the news I'm most excited to share. I plan on building a new city. Marak fell silent for a moment and allowed a murmur to run through those assembled. Looks were exchanged. Amara raised her eyebrows in his direction. She'd been wondering why she was only hearing about any of this now, but the reason was because Marak wanted to surprise her too. He wanted to surprise them all. He wanted to surprise the very people of the autarky and all the citizens of the world, and show them that a new era had begun. Everything was about to change. The city will be called Amartia, Marak said, watching Amara's face for a reaction. And once it's complete, it will be the next capital of the autarky. It will be decades before that happens. But it will happen. He gestured to Timasus. Tell them about it. Timasus pulled at his long white beard, once again shuffled his papers and said, The city will be unlike any other. It will be planned entirely, every inch of it, before construction even begins. It will be designed in order to worship a god, and that god is efficiency. He eyed everyone around the table. Most cities on this blasted continent are dreadfully inefficient, and the reason is because they were never actually planned. They started as ancient settlements, and over the centuries continue to expand. As such, their sanitation systems are a mess, their buildings are cramped, their streets messy. They are ugly, ugly things. Amartia will not be ugly. It will be the most beautiful city ever built. Marak finished for him. He could see it in his head, a shining golden capital, its streets and districts perfectly geometric and organized, its walls impenetrable, its towers so high that their tips could scrape the clouds as they passed. Yes, it would take a long and an immense amount of money and effort, but those things were inconsequential when the end result was a city that could stand for thousands of years. That would be a shining example for not just the rest of the autarky, but the rest of the world. Amara leaned forward.
And where, my autarch, will this new city be built?
800 miles south, Marak said. It'll sit between Althira and Kalisberg. Davina frowned.
Obviously it won't have any access to the sea. In that case, that will surely make the process of getting supplies in much more difficult.
More difficult, Marak agreed, but still doable. Not to mention the fact that he had a potential solution to that problem, just waiting for him to grasp. It was something he needed to talk to Essa about. It was not something he could commit to lightly. It was a dangerous, abominable thing, and yet the process it would enable. Also, said Marak, there will be structural changes to the autarky military. The changes are extensive, and I won't bore you all now with the specifics. I will send written explanations to everyone at this table. He smiled. Oh, I should have mentioned. Timasus and his engineering crews have figured out not only how to replicate the printing press that Davina brought back from Syhalia, but they've even discovered a quick-drying and easily attainable ink, so that there is no limit to our ability to use these printing presses. He looked around the table, making eye contact with as many of those in attendance as possible. My friends, most kingdoms are made out of gold and blood. Our empire will have plenty of both, but more than anything, we will be made of paper and ink. Aaron winced. And these documents, do we have to read them? Marak ignored the mercenary. There will be systems set up to ensure that everything official is written down and properly archived. There will be departments, plenty of them, and armies of clerks. He felt suddenly feverish. Bland expressions gazed back at him. He wished that he could suddenly make them all feel exactly what he was feeling, which was a profound sense of excitement, and desperation, and hope, and a desire to do things, change things, to make things happen. But he could not expect them to quite understand, not yet. It was still so early. They needed time, Davina said. My autarch, regarding this new city, as well as all the other projects you've mentioned, please forgive me, but I'm left wondering how exactly we're going to afford all of this. I should point out that this recent conflict with the Ascendancy has cost us dearly, and we have yet to truly recover from the preceding civil war. The subtle changes that rippled out across the faces arrayed before him told Marak that these were concerns shared by pretty much everyone at the table, except perhaps for Deimos, who scarcely seemed to be listening, and Maya, who was simply studying her clenched fists. Even Haron looked curious about just how Marak would answer his sister's question. In the coming weeks, Marak said, you will all receive the specific details of the economic changes I intend on implementing, but I will summarize them for you. In the northern reaches of the autarky, I intend on renewing our mining activities. Previously, Ostermere operated only a handful of mines that were used mostly for extracting tin and iron. We will triple these efforts. Iron, in particular, is the future. We will stockpile it in great quantities and fashion as much of it into steel as possible. Tyran's steel will become famous worldwide for its quality. I'm determined to make that true. He stood up, palms on the table, and leaned forward. The autarky will be centralized. I've already said that, I know. We will do away with lords and dukes and barons and earls. Instead, there will be governors and administrators who all answer to me. I set the taxes for the nation, and it is I who collect them, through the tendrils of government. That alone will immediately make our economy more efficient. And then, Davina said, there is also trade with Syhalia. We will be the first and only continental power in decades to trade with them. Our ability to resell their goods all across Telemere will bring in immense profits. Marak nodded. And there are other things too. New machines, new inventions, new ways of doing things, new forms of business. The autarky will be the center of all of it. He straightened. In addition, we will be henceforth making it illegal for banks not owned and operated by the autarky to operate inside our borders. Of course, we will also, as a result, be creating our own centralized bank, with dozens, and one day even hundreds of branches all throughout the nation. We will set interest rates and handle loans. We will handle the money of our citizens and of the citizens of other nations. And it is my goal to bring the banks of the autarky into the cities of every state in Telemere, even in the Ascendancy. He smiled a little.
Our enemies will bank with us. It will be another mechanism of control and influence. Marak could see that those around the table were not fully comprehending everything he was saying, and he did not blame them. These were massive changes, incredibly complex, and would not be fully understood until they had been put into proper action. Soon, they would all see. "And all of this is your idea?" Maya asked, the first sign that she'd even been paying attention. "Not all mine," Marak said. He waved to Amara. "Amara here is responsible for the idea of having our own banks, and she is also responsible for the part I haven't yet said, that we will be introducing a new form of currency, a fiat currency, whereby paper notes will take place of coins." "Paper notes?" Haron echoed hollowly. "What exactly is the point of that?" "It gives us, the government, more control over the currency," Marak explained. "We can more easily change monetary policies and manipulate the market in accordance to the best interests of the state. It will be standardized and simple." "But," Haron frowned so deeply that it looked painful, "but it's just paper. Why would I want to be paid in paper?" "And a gold coin is just metal. It has no more intrinsic value than a piece of paper. Both are only valuable because we agree that they are. There's little difference there." Marak spent the next hour answering questions. Understandably, everyone in the room, except for himself and Amara, were at first opposed to the idea of fiat currency. Many of their points were even valid. Yes, most citizens were going to oppose it, at least at first. It would take years to normalize the change, and in that time, he would be forced to deal with constant uproar and displeasure. But this, he assured them, would not last forever. It was a short-term obstacle that needed to be overcome, and once it was, things would be much easier for them. And yes, if other nations stubbornly refused to ever make such a change for themselves, trade would be made much more complicated. But this too could be overcome. Soon enough the argument relented enough that he could launch into his next, and for today, last announcement. "There is one more building project that I want to share with you all," he said. "Here, in Althira, not far from the Godless Palace, we are going to build a school. It will be called the Celestial University, and I intend for it to become a great center of learning. It is there that the autarky will cultivate the next 100 generations of learned men and women. It will be fully funded by the autarky, and we will distribute scouts throughout all of our burgeoning nation in search of those possessing sharp minds and an innate curiosity." Marak took a deep breath. Here was the part he was most excited about. The part that had come to him just the other night while he lay in bed, unable to sleep, staring up at the ceiling with an itch at the back of his mind that heralded the birth of a new and great idea. "I've already sent missives to the other great schools and universities across Telemere. It is an invitation directed toward the best and brightest. If they travel here, if they agree to come to our university and help teach the next generation, they will be made wealthy and powerful. They will help steer the autarky into the future and will play a pivotal role in the building of a new world. That's my promise to them. I suspect a great many will answer the call." And again he was not surprised to find that the reaction from the room was underwhelming. Many of those assembled now were from a martial background. There was Maya, Deimos, Haron. These were people who, although he loved them, could never truly appreciate what he was now announcing. They believed that progress was made by conquering armies, force, and good generalship. But that was only partially true. The rest of the truth was this: science and innovation would be their true gods. Marak knew he was still young. He knew that there was still so much for him to do, but he suspected now that this decision, this veneration of science and progress, would be his greatest legacy. 13. Marak. 3 months later. When a messenger came to inform him that Amara was giving birth, Marak felt for a moment as though his heart had stopped and might never resume its beating. But then it did resume, and it pounded against its cage of bone with such thunderous force that it rattled him. He stared, uncomprehending, into the bright eyes of the messenger, who promptly departed. And then Marak was running.
By the time he made it to Amara's bedroom, filled with handmaidens and doctors and servants, it was already almost over. The birth had been smooth and relatively painless, so quick that the doctor, a middle-aged man named Johari, was genuinely shocked. He said that it was a good omen, that she would bear him many more children, and that they would all be healthy and strong. Marak went to his wife's side. They had been wedded a month earlier, and the festivities had only recently ceased. She was pale, face sheened with sweat, gripping her bed sheets with a white-knuckled grip. He took one of her hands in his own, held it, gave it a reassuring squeeze every time he felt she needed it, which was often, until the baby was out, filling the bedroom with its first cries. "Hey, boy," Johari announced. In truth, Marak hadn't thought much about whether the child would be a boy or girl. To him, it didn't matter. If he were a king, he would have prayed to the gods that they give him a boy, so that he might raise the child to be his heir. As autarch, he believed his child, no matter what they were, could do the job. He had decided some time ago that the autarchy would be a meritocracy. Nothing mattered except for one's competency. He had come across the concept in a book many years ago, during his time studying at Iadis's tower, and ever since had clung to it. After all, wasn't he the proof that anyone could do anything? He'd come from nothing, from less than nothing. Amara was further proof. Not only was she a woman, but she was the daughter of a cobbler, and had occupied a lower rung of society's ladder until she'd worked her way into the mercantile trade, accumulating money. Money, it turned out, was a great equalizer, and now she was First Lady of the autarchy. Regardless, at the news that their child was a boy, a smile of pure joy split Amara's face, and all Marak cared about in that moment was that she was happy, and their child, as far as he could tell, was healthy. Small and pale and smeared with blood, but healthy nonetheless. Amara took the child into her arms. A maid came forward with a white blanket, and soon afterward the child's cord was severed. "He's beautiful," Amara murmured. Marak stared down at the boy. His boy. To think that he was a father now. He didn't quite understand how it had happened. It had been so long ago now that he'd been working his father's farm, watching as the setting sun turned the sky as red as blood. More than a decade had passed since then, but it didn't feel like it. It felt like he was still just a boy himself, clueless and filled with awe. He remembered escaping the farm, running through the night to find Renatir, and then knocking on the night's door while the rest of the inn laughed at his back, and wondering for a moment if he'd made a mistake. But then Renatir had invited him in, and so abruptly here he was, a man, an autarch, a champion of a god he reviled, a master of the arcane, a husband, a general, a killer, a father. Marak blinked back tears. He said, "Yes, he is beautiful." "Hold him," Amara said softly. Marak took the child into his arms, cradling the head. So small, so light. To think that this small, wrinkled thing would one day grow into a man, into a being capable of love and violence, and so much more. "We need a name," Amara said, smiling up at him. Marak blinked. The child had stopped crying. His eyes were closed. It didn't quite look real. A name, of course. It wasn't something he'd thought much about. Things had been so busy lately, so much to do. More every second, it seemed. He was drowning, but yes, he needed a name for the child. Traditionally, it was his right as the father to name the child, but he was an autarch in a land of kings, the killer of traditions, and he simply couldn't think of anything. So he looked at Amara, so radiant despite the clear lines and shadows of her exhaustion, and said, "I want you to name him." And Amara said, "Tassa, dear. That's his name." Marak nodded slowly. "What does it mean?" "The shield," Amara smiled. "He's big and strong. Just look at him. I think that's what he'll grow up to be. A shield. A defender." "I like it," Marak said hoarsely. The chamber doors opened and several people came in. There was Davina, eyes wide as though shocked by the scene before her. There was Maya, in her full plate armor, her face difficult to read, her hair recently shaved to a fine dark stubble. Aaron came behind those two, limping with his right leg, as he had since the most recent siege of Althera, though he refused to tell anyone just how exactly he'd been injured, forcing Marak to suspect the cause was something ridiculous, a fall down some stairs, maybe, or a drunken stumble. Last into the chamber was Sir Deimos, also in his armor, but carrying his helmet underneath one arm, his scarred face twisted into a slight grimace, and his free hand never far from the hilt of his sword. Davina edged closer, looking afraid. Marak, holding the child close to his chest, approached his sister and smiled, when she recoiled as though he were bringing a dragon into her proximity, rather than a newborn. "Hold him," he said and held out Tassidir. Davina's eyes went even wider. I don't know how." "Support his neck and head," a maid said helpfully from nearby. Davina swallowed hard. She took the child. "He's so slimy." "Yes, well, try to look past that," said Marak. "He's very red." How interesting, Marak thought, that we all come into this world screaming and covered in blood. It explained a lot. "Well," said Davina, "that's enough of that. Here, Deimos, check this out." And she handed the baby over. Deimos seemed perfectly at ease with the child cradled in his large and well-muscled arms. The sight of the giant in steel plate with such a small and delicate baby was comical. Deimos's expression became tender, and he said, "A beautiful child. He'll grow up to be big and strong, of that I am sure." "As big and strong as yourself, I hope," said Amara. They spent a while longer passing the child around and basking in the glow of his birth. Eventually, however, it was clear that Amara's exhaustion was catching up to her, and she sat up in her bed and asked, politely yet firmly, if everyone could now kindly leave her alone so that she could rest. Everyone was all too glad to obey, and soon enough it was just Marak and Amara and their child, who had resumed his crying. Amara took him to her breast and fed him. Marak sat on the edge of the bed, watching, and strangely dissociated. There was something, a presence, a voice, that had been constant since he had arrived in the chamber. He had so far done well to block it out, but it was starting to break through the walls he'd erected. Now he could hear it, could make out the cruel and sibilant and hungry words of the god echoing inside his skull. Tomatil, the devouring maw. It was here, in this chamber, and it wanted something from him. Marak didn't take his eyes off of the child. His heart was beating hard. Daggers of ice were massaging his spine. Tomatil would try to take the boy away from him. Marak would not allow that to happen. He'd burn the world down if that's what it took to keep Tassidir safe. He would ensure, henceforth, that everything he did was to create a better world, not just for the sake of humanity, but so that his children would be promised a better future. Things would be different. Marak would be the architect of a utopia. "What are you thinking?" Amara asked sleepily, barely able to keep her eyes open. "Only that I love you," he said, "and our child, and I promise to keep the both of you safe, no matter what." Amara's hand squeezed his own. He waited for her to say something, but soon enough, she was fast asleep. 14. Marak. 6 months later. It was Marak's 33rd birthday. He woke, as he often did these days, to the sound of a screaming child. Since Amara was tending to Tassidir, he rolled out of bed, dressed himself, downed a glass of water, and wandered over to a full-length mirror adorning a wall painted a dull green. It was impossible not to notice the first signs of grey in his hair, touches of white at his temples and in the locks of hair that curled above his brow. Then there were the lines carved into his face, the faint wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. All of these things were still subtle enough that, unless he dedicated himself to a study of his own features, he didn't even notice them. Of course, that wouldn't last. The grey would only continue to spread, the lines would deepen,
The ache in his bones would worsen until even getting out of bed became fraught with difficulty. Aaron's proximity to him had given him plenty of time to observe the devastating effects of aging close up. The mercenary had been old when they'd first met, yet for years he'd seemed to reject his own age, remaining strong and filled with a certain vitality that made him seem decades younger. And now it was catching up to him. Aaron could barely walk these days, not without a cane anyway. When he lifted chalices of wine or mugs of beer, his hands trembled. Sometimes he forgot what he was saying, or slurred his words, or became terribly confused and even angry. It was a shadow of himself. It was a slow death that struck Marak as being infinitely worse than simply being killed in battle. Had he lost his life in the defense of Althera against the Ascendancy, that, he thought, would have been preferable to this slow, inexorable march toward an undignified demise. The worst part was, Marak knew he'd end up the same way. So too would everyone he loved. Amara was still young and beautiful and full of life, but for how long? And what about Davina? She was only 3 years younger than Marak. 33. He turned the number over in his mind over and over again. 33 winters. 33 birthdays. What could he expect his natural lifespan to be? He'd met old men who had been 80 years or more, though not many of them, and they were always in such a wretched state that it seemed as though they were just counting down the days until they died. If he supposed he could live until he was 80, then he had 47 years left. A solid stretch of time, there was no denying that. A person could do a lot with 4.5 decades to work with. But when his goal was to unite all of humanity, to bring them into the fold of a great and undying empire, and to find new worlds, to ensure that every person was wealthy and healthy and possessed whatever they wanted and needed, when his dream was to create a civilization that even the gods would be jealous of. Well, 47 years no longer seemed quite so long. He'd commissioned the Celestial University over 9 months ago, and yet construction had only just started on the great building, and Timasius estimated that it might take 3 or even 4 years to complete it. That was a significant chunk of the rest of his life, and it was only one building. Marak ran his hands through his hair. He needed more time. He needed centuries. Millennia, even. But how? How could he extend his life? How could he grasp immortality? If he could somehow find a way, if he could conquer death itself, then there would be nothing that could stop him. Patience was something he struggled greatly with, but it wouldn't be if he knew he had time to spare. Then he could play a long game, one where each move was measured out in years or decades. He could be a true architect of humanity. From behind, Amara placed a hand on his shoulder. She was cradling Tassidir with her other arm. The boy had grown dramatically in only 6 months. He no longer seemed so fragile, so helpless. There was something like genuine curiosity or perhaps even wonder when he turned those great blue eyes upon the world. And that was another thing. If Marak did not find a way to live forever, he would need to experience the death of his own child, and any other children that followed. He couldn't countenance that. "Are you well?" his wife asked softly. "I am aging." "So is everybody else." Marak winced. "It is unacceptable." He turned away from the mirror and poked Tassidir's fat cheek. "I'll figure out a solution. I just need more time, and that, my love, is the problem." "Spending so much time worrying about the passage of time is, in my opinion, somewhat counterproductive." Marak walked past her, shoved his feet into a pair of boots and began to lace them up. No matter how many kingly pairs of slippers were gifted to him, no matter how many shoes with gold stitching or whatever else they came up with, he refused to give up simple, sturdy leather boots. Perfect for fighting, running, or anything else physical. The practicality was unbeatable. His day proceeded as most of his days tended to. He went to his office and sat at his desk, and went through the dozens and sometimes even hundreds of letters and notes waiting for him. Many tried to persuade him to let others do this job. He was a monarch, they said, and not a bureaucrat. But always Marak told them that they were, in fact, wrong, that the role of autarch was, at least partially, that one of the ultimate bureaucrat. Today there were slightly more notes than usual. Many of them were progress reports, which he demanded weekly or even bi-weekly from all projects and ongoings of note. The Celestial University was coming along well. Construction on the foundation had begun. Another piece of parchment informed him that there were now 106 functional printing presses operating within the paper house, the vast, almost citadel-like hub, where all official autarky missives were printed and dispatched. From the paper house, thousands of letters were sent daily, communiques to high-ranking autarky officials, public updates and other messages intended for the citizens of Othera, and pamphlets describing the state of the autarky, how things currently worked and would work in the future, intended to be sent out to other cities and towns and regional communities, so that all of the nation could be united in mutual understanding. Marak had already become numb to the scale of it all. There were also reports from the Order of the Seeking Hand, sealed with wax and stamped with their insignia, a grasping hand with an open eye embedded in its palm. Some had been written, or at the very least signed by their leader, the Kyrios, who was Divina, while others had been sent by her second-in-command, Aurelia Maris. There were, in essence, three things the Order of the Seeking Hand was currently concerned about: the military movements of the rising Dominion, the new king of Jalanor, who was ambitious and ruthless, and lastly, strange rumors from the northeast regarding inexplicable phenomena. Marak reread the letters regarding that last point. It wasn't entirely clear what was happening. Supposedly, there had been sightings of strange, shimmering gateways opening up out of nowhere. Sometimes things would be seen moving inside. In one report, an 8-legged creature, as white as bone, emerged from the gate and maimed several onlookers. There was a note from Divina at the bottom of the report that said, "It is my opinion that, although it is unlikely that any of these accounts are literally true, we must nonetheless look into them urgently. The frequency of such reports is too great and they're too consistent to dismiss them entirely. I intend on sending Aurelia Maris to investigate personally. I thus request from the Autarch a complement of Sun Knights to escort the detachment of Seeking Hand operatives and provide whatever assistance is necessary." Marak folded the letter and slid it away from him. He stroked his chin, studying one of the paintings hanging from the wall to his right. It depicted a battle between two opposing forces of knights, based roughly on the 6 Black Days of the Unity War. That had been 200 years ago. There had been no clear victor. The 6 Black Days had been so costly for both sides that they'd been forced to come to a mutual understanding that resulted in the end of the conflict. People like to use it as a common example of folly, since in their minds those people had never needed to die. Nothing had been won or lost. But those people were incorrect. Those people had needed to die. That was the common misunderstanding that so many wandered into. Without the casualties, the peace never would have been agreed upon in the first place. Perhaps even more would have died in the long run. More than anything else, it was an example of how history could be misunderstood and misinterpreted. He replied to the letters that needed a response, and then sometime later wandered into the dining hall. The servants of the godless palace were well trained and knew his habits. Thus they had lunch already out and prepared for him. He ate roasted duck, freshly baked bread, an assortment of cheeses and fruits, and then devoured a pudding. Since he was alone at the table and there was a plethora of food, he invited one of the servants to sit down and eat with him. The man, flustered, sat close to Marak's side. When Marak began to ask the young man questions about his life, out of genuine curiosity, but also a desire simply to make conversation, the young man began to tremble as though he feared his life might depend on his answers. It didn't. Eventually he mustered up the courage to reply. He'd grown up in Othera, was 18 years old. His dream was to be a great knight, but with great dejection, he said that he understood this would never happen. Life, it seemed, had other plans for him, and he was, at the very least, greatly honored to enjoy a position amongst the servants of the Autarch. At which point Marak raised a hand and stopped the man. His name was Marcellus. He reminded Marak of himself, though perhaps a little more timid and a lot less ambitious. But that likely wasn't a bad thing. "Tomorrow," Marak said, "you will report to the House of Radiance. You will tell the knights there that I have personally recommended you, and you will begin to train as a squire of the Sun Knights." A pause. "Don't thank me for this, Marcellus.
Sir Deimos Caridon has recently begun to restructure the training programs at the house, and I am told that they are incredibly harsh, and that only the strongest will ever succeed. Currently 1 in every 4 new recruits is either killed or hurt badly enough that they must be sent away. But if this is truly your path, then you will find a way to make your dream reality. Marak stood. Good luck, Marcellus. I hope to one day see you amongst the Sun Knights. And with that, he left the stunned man behind. 15. Marak. Marak was restless. He wandered the halls of the godless palace, a handful of Sun Knights trailing behind him. After some time he stopped and dismissed them. They no longer objected when he did so. It was common enough that the last Sun Knight who had insisted beyond the point of Marak's patience had been sent away to Amen, a posting which was considered by many to be a form of punishment. 1,000 things to do, so many paths to walk and words to write. Confronted with so many options and possibilities, Marak found himself incapable of choosing a direction. It was like a ship at sea caught between opposing winds. He found his way to the library of the godless palace, an impressive collection of books curated over the course of the last 4 centuries, when it had been rebuilt after a devastating fire that had burned half of Othera to the ground. As extensive as the library was, however, it could not compare to the one in Iadus's tower. A pang of regret struck him like a hammer. If he still had access to that tower, to the void room, to the library, the things he could do. But Iadus, spiteful old man that he was, had denied Marak the easy path. Nothing he could do about it now. There was no point in lingering on the thought. Yet it was, at times, difficult to move past it. So much knowledge and progress had been lost. He still had dozens of agents all throughout the continent of Telemere, searching for Iadus and Livia, but so far there had been no progress, which seemed impossible. How could 2 blind companions on the road remain so elusive? But now so much time had passed since they'd fled that it was entirely possible, even likely, that they were on an entirely different continent, far out of his reach. At least for now. Several clerks greeted him and offered reverently to assist with whatever he needed, but Marak was in a solitary and quiet mood and dismissed them politely. He wandered amongst the stacks, brushing his gaze across the spines of old tomes, occasionally picking one out when it caught his attention and flipping idly through the dusty pages. A part of him wished that, at least for a while, he could be entirely free of his responsibilities. If he could take a year off to simply read, to do nothing but learn. But that was nothing but a fantasy. He was beholden now. He had duties. They were as much of a prison as a part of him had known they would be. Yet he wouldn't trade them for anything. If ruling was sometimes difficult, that was simply a price he had to pay. In many ways, Marak had to be a martyr. In the back of his mind, something tickled his consciousness. A presence. A voice. The hair on the back of his neck stood. A shiver went through him. His hand drifted to the hilt of sunlight, forever present at his waist. The air seemed to become heavy. The library was dark, illuminated only by a handful of tactfully placed lanterns, which now flickered and threatened to go out. The shadows deepened. Marak clenched his jaw. He exited the stacks, eyes seeking one of the clerks, but couldn't see them. He was, it seemed, alone. He glanced upward toward the 2nd floor of the library, accessible at 2 separate points by wooden staircases. That voice again. He recognized it, of course. It had been present, intermittently, ever since his duel with Iradan. Not the final duel, when Iradan had been banished to another realm, but the duel before that. When Iradan had planted a knife in Marak's throat, for a while it had seemed as though everything had come to an abrupt and messy end. "Marak," the silky, sibilant voice came from behind. Marak didn't turn. He didn't want to see what had appeared. "Marak," the voice cooed. "Why won't you look at me?" "You shouldn't be here," he said quietly. "What do you want?" "Oh, Marak, my child, you ought not to talk to me like that. You do remember our arrangement, don't you? Surely you remember coming to me, to my realm, practically crawling, begging incessantly for another chance. I remember, Marak. I remember how you'd absolutely reeked of fear, of desperation. Oh, you'd been so very close to death. The fluttering of your failing heart had been like music to my ears. My only regret, dear Marak, dear Autark, is that I did not push you harder, that I did not ask for more, because I can see now so very clearly that I could have asked for anything, the soul of your firstborn even. You would have given him to me, and don't you dare try to deny it. I know what you are. Marak's hand tightened around Sunlight's hilt. Try it, the voice hissed. He wanted to. Shit, but he wanted to more than anything. If he could solve his problems by turning around and cutting this disgusting thing in half, he would, without even a moment's hesitation. He sensed, however, that the implications of such an action would not be in his favor, and so grudgingly he removed his hand from the hilt, hoping to deny himself even the temptation. Wise, murmured the voice. Why don't you look at me? What do you want? Where is the respect? It purred. I gave you your life. If it weren't for me, you'd have bled out inside your little tent, a miserable, wretched end to a violent tale. Because of me, you have the chance to be something greater. Don't act like it was a selfless, noble act. I'm not. And that, dear child, is why I'm here. I require favors. Favors, he echoed. Plural. He didn't like that. The ascendancy is weak, it hissed. While you are growing in strength, now is the time to finish them, destroy them, bleed them dry, burn their cities down to the ground. No, Marak said. Ah, it said. Defiance. And then paused as though considering this word and what it truly meant for the both of them. The presence behind him was an itch that he could no longer resist scratching. Slowly Marak turned around, and immediately regretted doing so. The thing standing before him was tall and humanoid. A woman, it seemed at first, with lavender-colored skin and 6 well-toned arms. She wore golden armor that left vast sections of her lithe body exposed. Her eyes, too, were golden, and glowed brightly in the dark like miniature suns. Her sharp, angular face was oddly both masculine and feminine, all at once, in a way that he found difficult to look away from her. Blood-red hair, long and straight, fountained down around her shoulders. But there was more to her than all of that, because when Marak blinked, he saw ghostly after-images imprinted upon the air, a cascade of her, with each version slightly different, variations that escalated in horror. One was bird-like, with a sharp beak and feathered wings. Another had 100 arms, was almost entirely arms. Yet another was grotesquely fat and rotting, swarmed by flies. These versions and many more rippled around the lavender woman, folding into her, then expanding outward, spectral impressions of this thing. His patron, who called itself Tamatil, the devouring maw. The thing, demon, projection, god, whatever it was, offered him a beatific smile. I really must insist, Marak, that you do as I say. It isn't so simple. I can't just march down there and... On the contrary, you can do exactly that. I have a good understanding of just what you're capable of. We aren't in the position for it. Don't get me wrong, creature. I want the Ascendancy burned to the ground as much as you do, and I'd be more than happy to conquer their lands for my own purposes. But invasions take time, lots of soldiers, money, and supplies. Furthermore, our strategic position is not ideal. The moment we launched a full-scale attack on the Ascendancy, the Dominion would come for our heads. The thing clicked its tongue, which he saw was forked and purple. These material concerns are of little consequence to me. I am telling you what you must do. All I care about is that you do it. Unfortunately, material concerns are of great consequence to me. The creature reached out with a single hand and touched Marak's arm. It took everything Marak had not to recoil as though burned. Thankfully for you, the thing whispered huskily, you have access to a priestess who serves me. My sweet, loyal Essa is still by your side, even though you have gone to great lengths to ignore her. It smiled thinly at him. Go to her, Marak. She will give you the tools you need to accomplish all that you desire, and to satisfy me. Marak closed his eyes. The migraine that was blossoming directly behind his eye sockets reminded him greatly of all the agony the tormentor had provided. What would happen if he denied this thing totally, if he simply refused to obey it? Could it somehow take back the life it had given him? Would the knife in his throat somehow return, leaving him bleeding out on the floor? At some point he'd need to find a way to separate himself from the god. That was clear. He had no desire to serve anyone or anything. But now, however, did not seem like the right time. So he would play along while he had to. He would bide his time and plan and find a way, just like how he always found a way. If there was anything Marak was good at, it was finding a way. Very well, he said to the god. I will speak with Essa. Tomatil smiled, revealing far too many teeth. 16. Davina. Davina arched her back, moaned, fists madly clenching the bedsheets, eyes shut so tight that it was almost painful. Felt like every muscle in her body was tensing at that moment, and her left calf started to cramp, a spasm of abrupt discomfort that failed to penetrate the veil of pleasure that was so blissfully obscuring the world. She reached her right hand into Maya's hair, only Maya had started to completely shave her head, so instead Davina grasped the back of Maya's head, a worried thought that maybe Maya couldn't breathe anymore, that Davina was smothering her completely. But Maya had told her in the past not to worry about that sort of thing, that she could handle herself where this particular matter was concerned. And even if she hadn't told Davina that, the pleasure was so immense, her desire to have the woman even closer than she already was so strong that she doubted she could have allowed Maya to stop even if she tried. Afterward, they lay in a tangled, sweaty pile upon the silk sheets. The candles were burning low, leaving Davina's expansive quarters mostly black with shadow. She breathed in smoke and relished in it. Idly, she ran her nails along the length of Maya's spine, occasionally causing her to jolt or shiver. Davina delighted in each small reaction, each piece of undeniable proof that here was a real, living, breathing woman, who Davina loved very much, and who loved her in return. It was a miracle. Davina caressed Maya's arm, lingered on her bicep, then on her tricep. She said, "Sometimes I wish I had muscles like yours." Maya cracked one eye open. "You could have them, if you didn't spend so much time inside your office." Davina sighed. "The thing is, I like the idea of being as strong and muscular as you in theory. But then I think about just how much time and effort it would take and, well, then I'm quite happy to be the way that I am." Maya opened both eyes now. Her smile was soft. "I am happy also with the way that you are." Davina kissed her. Maya's mouth still tasted of the wine they'd drunk together earlier. They lapsed into another comfortable silence, until Davina studied Maya's face and realized that she wanted to say something, was working her way up to it, but just hadn't yet found the right words. She said, "What is it?" Maya's lips twisted. "How can you always tell? You're one of the easiest people to read in the whole world, my dear. You wear your every thought and emotion clearly across your face." Davina patted her cheek. "Don't worry, it's something I like about you. Actually, I love it. It's unfortunately rare in the sort of circles we operate in now." Maya said nothing, just nodded. "So?" said Davina. "What's the matter?" "I wanted to talk to you about something." Davina waited for more. It could take a while for Maya to open up. As easy to read as she was not so good at actually expressing herself when it came down to it. "I want to leave," Maya said, and she said it quickly in a rush, as though desperate to get the words out of her. And then they were out, and hanging in the air between the two of them, almost a physical, tangible thing. "Leave?" Davina echoed. "What do you mean?" Maya closed her eyes. "I think you know what I mean. I want to leave this place, Althera, but also the autarky. I'm done with all of this, Davina. And aren't you? We've fought wars, we've spent months shuffling papers and overseeing changes. We've done our part. Because of us, Marak is autark, and he can continue to play out this game of his. But we don't have to. And why would we want to stay? It'll only get us involved in another war, another 10 wars. And in between each will be this same shit, meetings and papers and duties and responsibilities." Davina slowly sat up. "You make it sound like duties and responsibilities are bad things." "They're not," Maya said. "But at what point can we simply have time for ourselves, for each other? We do have time for each other. We're together right now." Maya sighed. "This is the first night we've had together this week. We go entire days without speaking." "There's so much to do." "Don't say do, because that's the fucking problem here, Dev. There's always going to be so much to do. It's not going to stop until we're dead, or until Marak is. And knowing that bastard, he'll find a way to live forever. So as long as we're around him, we'll be working until our last breath. He's insatiable. This—" Maya waved her hands around vaguely. "Can't continue." Davina felt a chill creeping up her spine, slowly spreading through the rest of her body. "Marak needs us." "Do we need him?" Davina stared. "I hope you realize, Maya, that because of him, we are amongst the top 10 most powerful people in Tilmir. We can have whatever we want. Do whatever we want. We are the founders of a new empire. Except, apparently, we can't do whatever we want. We can't leave. Maybe I don't want to. Maybe I do want to." Maya snapped. Now she also sat up, her scarred, gnarled hands grasping at Davina's arms. "You know as well as I do that this peace isn't going to last much longer. Sooner or later we'll fight the Dominion, or the Ascendancy, or both. And there's a good chance the next time we're at war, we're the invaders. Eventually something's going to go wrong. And that presumption is based on what? Marak isn't a fool. When he decided to make a move, we'll be ready. Anyway, the Ascendancy is in turmoil. I have an agent in their assembly now, and she says that— I don't care what your agent says. I've fought. You haven't. I know what it's really like, the chaos of it. There are no guarantees in war, Davina." "Please don't speak to me as though I'm a naive child," Davina snapped. "Maybe I haven't fought, but I was there both times when the Ascendancy broke through the Ashen Gate. I know what war looks like." Maya was quiet for a long moment. Then, "I love you, and you know I love you too. Then why can't that be enough? Why can't we just enjoy each other, away from all of us, Dev? Just you and I? There are so many places we could go." Davina's face softened. "I'm Marak's brother. Nowhere would be safe for me. No one would know. And anyway, I would be there to protect you." Davina had known that this conversation was coming, of course. She'd seen the dissatisfaction building inside Maya. She'd hoped to put it off for longer, and perhaps in the future there might even be a point in time at which she'd consider the other woman's proposition, when she might run away hand in hand with Maya, so that they might explore the world together. But now was not the time for that. "The autarky is unstable right now," Davina said slowly. "It's still finding its footing. Our internal organization hasn't even been fully structured yet. The military is still in its infantile stage. Our economy is in a strange, uncertain place thanks to all these new building projects. And I'm becoming increasingly suspicious that there are foreign spies implanted in Althera, perhaps even in the Godless Palace. Maya, what I'm saying is I can't go right now. Now more than ever, I need to be here. I'm doing great things." "Ah, yes," said Maya. "Your little order. The order has the potential to accomplish a lot of good," Davina said quietly.
Spies and torturers aren't typically the greatest force for good in the world. We're a lot more than that, Davina said, more defensively than she'd intended. Maya rose from the bed and padded naked across the room. Despite the chill that had now spread all the way through Davina, she found herself drinking in the sight of Maya's body. She desperately wished that they could forget this argument. Was it even an argument? Had ever happened? And returned to making love. Maya began to dress, hopping around for a moment as she forced on her leggings. "Where are you going?" "For a walk," Maya said. "A walk where?" "Don't know." "Maya!" "What?" "Just stay. Let's talk this through. Got to clear my head." Maya grunted. She bent down to pick up her shirt, and then the door exploded inward. Davina jolted back so hard that she slammed the back of her skull against the headboard. Two figures rushed into the room, a man and a woman. They were dressed like servants, only servants didn't usually charge into people's chambers with knives in hand. The man was large and muscular, the woman slim yet athletic. They paused for a second, their gaze lingering on Maya. Subtle shifts in her expression told Davina that they hadn't expected the knight to be present. That meant they were here for her. It meant more than likely that they were assassins, and she as their target. And with that thought, her heart began to race. Maya straightened, still naked from the waist up, and wasted no time in charging the two assassins. The female assassin angled off to the side. The man stepped forward to meet Maya, stabbing toward her belly. Maya caught his wrist, stopping the thrust of the blade. She stomped down on his knee, or tried to, but he slid away out of range. Now the two wrestled each other over the knife. Despite his size, Maya seemed stronger, and probably she would have taken the knife for herself if it wasn't for the woman now lunging at her from her blind spot. "Watch out!" Davina shrieked. The warning was unnecessary. Maya abandoned her attempts at controlling the knife and slapped aside the impending stab from the woman. She backed away, only there was nowhere for her to go. Her back was against the wall now. The two assassins advanced. Davina rolled out of bed. Stupidly, she considered, for just a second, reaching for her clothes, or otherwise covering her body. But what did that matter now? She reached for the candelabra perched upon the bedside table. It was made of brass, and quite heavy. She threw it as hard as she could at the female assassin. It struck her in the back with a dull thud, causing the woman to grunt and turn. The moment she turned, Maya tackled her, slammed an elbow into the side of her head, and was then promptly stabbed by the man. Davina didn't even see the knife go in. She just saw the immediate flow of blood, black in the low light of the room. She cried out. Her bladder spasmed, and before she knew it, she'd pissed herself. The automatic reaction of an animal overwhelmed by fear. Shame came for her, but the female assassin reached her first, now close enough that Davina could see that she was young, with shoulder-length brown hair and a strong aquiline face that indicated she'd been born in the Dominion. Of course. She should have expected this. It felt so obvious, and it filled her with self-loathing that she and Maya would now die because she'd missed the inevitable. The side of the woman's face was already swollen from where Maya had elbowed her, but still she smiled at Davina, said, "Try not to move. I'll make this quick." Abruptly, a knife was shoved through the assassin's temple with such sudden force that the tip of it audibly snapped against her skull. Her eyes rolled up into the back of her head, her mouth opened, and she dropped bonelessly to the floor. Not quite dead, but she would be soon. She was trembling, limbs flopping around like a fish out of water. Maya stood there, grim-faced, bent over, a hand pressed to her side, where blood spilled out between her fingers. Davina almost said, "Watch out for the other one!" But then she looked past Maya and saw that the man, the one that had stabbed Maya, was now curled up like a dead spider, his head twisted at an impossible angle. "You okay?" Maya managed to grunt out. Wide-eyed, Davina nodded, and then she started screaming for help. 17. Marak. Marak slammed a fist into the wall. When that failed to disperse the cloud of rage building up inside of him, he picked up the chalice on his table, threw it at the mirror across the chamber, and watched it explode in a shower of tinkling glass.
but even that was nowhere near as satisfying as he needed it to be. Probably the only thing that would truly help was a fight, was vengeance, was retribution for this crime that had been committed against the people he loved the most. Amara watched him serenely, hands on her hips. "Are you finished?" Marak drew sunlight and regarded the heavy blade. He gritted his teeth until it hurt, sheathed the sword, and balled his hands into fists again. "No, actually, I'm not finished. I can't have this, Amara. Assassins sneaking around my palace, the palace within which my wife sleeps and my son, and to target Davina." He began to pace the length of the room. He hadn't thought that the Dominion would stoop so low. He wouldn't have been surprised if anyone else had sent the assassins, but the rising Dominion prided themselves on martial honor and discipline, on defeating their foes in honest battle. But then, when it really came down to it, anyone would do anything they needed to do in order to win and survive and prosper. Could he blame them? Of course he could fucking blame them, and he did. And when he shattered their empire and burned their cities down to the ground and had their emperors on their knees, a blade at their throats, he'd asked them whether or not it was all worth it. Marak. It was said that the rising Dominion had never lost a war, that they'd never even suffered a major defeat on the battlefield. He'd change that. He'd break the backs of their armies over his knee. He'd build mountains on their corpses. Marak. He needed to go to Essa. He would go to her, and he would learn her foul secrets, would gain access to her dark sorcery, even if there was a price. And didn't everything have a price? By now he was used to paying them. Marak, please. Marak paused and looked at his wife. He took a slow, deep breath. What is it? Look at me. Look in the eye. Come here. Marak came closer. Every muscle in his body was tensed, ready to activate, like he was a coiled-up spring. I want you to relax, she said quietly, and touched his face. She began to massage his temples, his scalp, kneading away at the tension. Marak's shoulders loosened. He let out another breath, and with it his rage escaped him, and he felt suddenly hollow. You are the autarch, Amara said calmly. You are responsible for the steering of this empire and everyone who resides within it. Marak, you must be calm. You must control yourself. I'm not chiding you. I'm simply being honest. Don't you think I'm angry? That I'm scared? Like you said, the assassins were here, in the same place where our child was sleeping. I can't even tell you how scared that makes me feel. But what's the use in losing control? She continued to massage his scalp, sending a shiver down his spine. Control, my love, is the most important thing. Marak closed his eyes. She was right, of course. And when wasn't she? In his darker moments he wondered if perhaps she might do a better job of running things than him, if she even had the desire to try. I don't know how to keep you all safe, Marak said quietly. Myself, I'll be fine. I really believe that. A lot of people have tried to kill me and all of them have failed. I can handle myself. But I love you. I love our son and my sister and Maya and I don't want to lose any of them, Amara. You hear me? I don't want to lose anyone. He opened his eyes. An image of his parents surfaced in his mind. Parents that had vanished a long time ago now. Dead, almost certainly. Would it have been better if he knew for certain, if he'd seen the bodies, or was the ability to speculate a mercy? Amara began to rub his back, each movement of her hand sending pleasure rippling through his tense, knotted muscles. You've kept us all safe thus far, she said firmly, and I know that you'll always do your best to look out for us. That's enough, I think. She kissed his neck. You can't worry too much, however. Worry will eat away at your soul. It'll turn you into a husk. Easier said than done, Marak murmured. Even still. They were quiet for a while. Amara wrapped her arms around him. Eventually, Marak mustered up the courage to say, I'm going to do something terrible. He felt the subtle stiffening of Amara's body against his, almost as though she was bracing herself for whatever he'd say next. There are certain things, he said slowly, that Essa can do. Things she can teach me. I'm going to ask for her help, Amara, and I think that because of it, the autarky will become very great indeed. We will be so very powerful, unstoppable. He licked his lips. But there's a price, of course. Isn't there a price for everything? There is, Amara said quietly. And the funny thing is, Marak continued, now venturing into territories he hadn't fully explored, not even on his own. I'm not even afraid of paying the price. I mean, not really. What I'm more afraid of, I think, is the idea that you and the others, the people I love, will start to view me as something monstrous. I don't ever want to look into your eyes and see disgust. I think that could break me. And he meant that, felt the truth of his own words as they poured out of him. There was something about Amara, about the way he felt about her, that allowed him to know himself better. Amara was silent for long enough that Marak began to doubt himself, to wonder if she might ever respond. And then she did, and she said, So long as the things you do are done in order to genuinely, sincerely make the world a better place, to make it so that Tassadir will grow up in better circumstances than you did, and that every successive generation is able to live better than the last, isn't that all that matters? She moved around him so they were face to face. Then she jabbed his chest with a finger. But also remember that you have a heart, and that you're not as cold as so many people seem to think. If something truly feels wrong, it likely is. Trust yourself. Trust your own instincts.
I don't, said Marak. Trust myself, I mean.
Why not? Images flashed through Marak's head. Ida screaming in pain as his eyes exploded. Him crouched over Livia, cutting at her with a knife. Him again, but this time laughing maniacally as he cut his way through men on a battlefield underneath a sky the color of bruises, and then 100 more images in rapid succession. Scenes of violence, of blood, of all the people he'd killed, too many to count or to name. Marak swallowed thickly.
I have within me a great capacity for evil, I know it. I don't know where it comes from, honestly. I feel that I was a normal child when I was growing up. I had big ideas. I won't deny it. I wanted to rule the world. I fantasized about it for a very long time, I think, before I even knew that's what I was doing. And I didn't even know why I wanted it. It was ambition just for the sake of it, but I think maybe deep down I wanted power. Over people. Over things and the world. I didn't want to be weak and helpless anymore. I didn't want to be nothing. I was so scared of dying and being forgotten. I would always think about the fact that if I died, the moment my parents were gone, there'd be no one left alive who'd even know that I was ever here. And that, at that point, I may as well have not have ever even existed. Does that make sense? He paused for a moment, then said, But really I don't think I was a bad kid. And so I don't know, Amara, where these parts of me even come from. I can kill a person and then move on with my life as though it never even happened. I have, in fact, done so on multiple occasions. I've done things that I'd be afraid to tell you about, in case you decided that I'm a monster, that I don't deserve your love. You can keep going, she prompted softly after a moment of silence. I don't think there's much more. Or, actually, there's a lot more. An endless amount. Because I don't talk about these things often. I've said some of it to Maya a long time ago, but I don't think she really understood, even when we were closer. I don't think she's ever truly known me. Amara held his hands. Keep exploring these things, Marak. Never stop. The moment you stop, that's a problem. Remain self-aware. Do not lose yourself. He swallowed again, nodded, stood. There was more to say, but he was no longer in the mood for it. Frustration abruptly bit him, an urge to do something, to be emotion. 18. Marak. Wait for me here, Marak said to the 4 Sun Knights who had followed him to Essa's chambers. As usual, they didn't argue with him, but he could read their clear concern in the set of their shoulders,
and the tightness of their grips around the hilts of their swords. He didn't blame them. Essa made even him uncomfortable. Essa's quarters were on the southern side of the godless palace, as far away as Marak's own quarters as was possible. That was not an accident, nor had it been his idea. Amara had insisted upon it. She didn't want the witch to even set her gaze upon their child, didn't want them to even be in the same city. Amara had on multiple occasions insisted that he have Essa killed, a tempting proposition, and as he liked to tell his wife, one he'd likely indulge in when the time came. But now was not that time. He knocked upon Essa's door, which was plain and unassuming, like every other door in this part of the palace, except for the rough hand-carved symbol that Essa had clearly personally engraved into the wood. It depicted an open, fanged mouth, inside of which was a sphere. He'd asked once what it was supposed to represent. "The world," had been her ominous reply. Essa opened the door a moment later. She wore a burgundy robe that clung to her athletic body. Around her throat was a necklace of bones. She wore her hair down today, and it flowed in a dark wave down her shoulders. Her smile was white and perfect. She stepped aside for him, and with only a moment's hesitation, Marak entered and closed the door behind him. "It's been some time since the two of us were last alone," Essa said serenely. "In fact, we haven't even seen each other in... It's surely been weeks, hasn't it?" "I've been incredibly busy," Marak said tightly. He found himself glad that he'd brought along sunlight with him. He turned in place, sweeping his gaze across the contents of Essa's quarters. She had 4 rooms to herself. The antechamber they stood in now, with a table, several chairs, and a shelf full of books. Her bedroom, which lay just beyond. He could see her bed, wide and draped in silk, what looked like a small personal library, with a crimson rug and a chandelier hanging from the ceiling, and a mysterious 4th room, with a closed door that boasted an impressively robust lock. He immediately itched to know what was on the other side of it.
"I'm sure you have been," Essa said. "Please take off your boots."
"I'd rather not." Her smile didn't falter.
"Where I come from, it's impolite to wear one's shoes inside a person's living space."
"And where I'm from, it's impolite to insist upon a king."
"But you're not a king."
She studied him closely. "The point stands, nonetheless."
"Do I detect some hostility? I wonder what it is that I've done to earn such treatment."
Marak met her eyes. Stars seemed to float within their depths, adrift in a dark, miasmic sea. "Need I answer that?"
"It's an honest question."
"I don't trust you," he said flatly. "It is clear to me that you care for nothing but your god, and I don't trust Tamatil either. In fact, I trust Tamatil less than anyone or anything else. You are a slave to a mad, tyrannical divinity that harbors an agenda that I suspect is inherently anti-human. That, I believe, should be reason enough for the way I've been treating you."
"I disagree with your central point there," Essa said calmly. "But I suspect you didn't come to me because you wanted to debate theology. So I suppose we should get to the point."
"Yes, we should. Some time ago you told me that there was a way to travel vast distances in the blink of an eye. A way to open up, what was it you said? Gateways?"
"That's right,"
Essa said, and he really didn't like the way she was looking at him then. It felt predatory and calculating, and as though she were weighing up her next move in a complex game. It made him feel like a fly caught in a spider's web.
"Take off your boots, Marak, and follow me."
Marak let out a breath. No choice but to commit. He slipped out of his boots and padded across open space and into the room that served as the witch's library. Essa sat and gestured for him to do so as well. The chairs were simple and unadorned, with a single cushion for comfort, a mission that it failed to accomplish. The two of them were seated opposite each other. There was, as far as he could tell, nothing particularly unusual about Essa's quarters. In fact, he would have described the place as ordinary. Yet there was a charge to the air, a weight that left him struggling just to breathe. Several flies buzzed around in the air,
One attempted to land on his face and he swatted it away.
"So," said Essa, "you have, I presume, finally come to accept just how useful what I'm offering you is. Or maybe you realized it the whole time, but out of stubbornness. And you are a terribly stubborn person. You just wanted to put it off for as long as possible. Or," and she smiled unkindly, "you were prompted to come to me. Ah, I see that that's the one. You're a good liar, Marak, but not when it comes to me. You're awfully easy to read."
Marak drummed his hands against the armrest. "Perhaps we could just get to the part where I get what I want."
"That is generally how your life seems to go, isn't it?"
"How do I do it?" Marak snapped.
"First," said Essa, "did you know that I've been having some awfully interesting dreams lately?"
Marak closed his eyes. Her dreams were the very last thing he cared about. Perhaps this had been a mistake. Perhaps he ought to have her head cut off after all.
"Iradan has been visiting me,"
Essa said casually.
"Or I suppose you could say that I've been visiting him. As you well know, he's not with us anymore, not on this world."
Essa leaned forward.
"But I assure you he's still alive, in a manner of speaking. His master's punishing him for his failures. I can hear his screams echoing throughout the great void. He begs for a death that the Green Star will not grant him. A time will come, Marak, when his master deems his punishment to be sufficient, and he is sent back to this world. When that day comes, he will hunt you."
"Let him," said Marak. "I don't fear that heretic. I beat him once, I'll do it again. I'll do it as many times as it needs doing. I'll send that cretin back to his misguided god, and one day I'll pay the Green Star a visit, and I'll put an end to that too."
Essa regarded him with glittering eyes. "I very much look forward to that day. Now, if you wish for me to teach you this power, I will need you to summon 3 people to my room. Disposable people, Marak. People who will not be particularly missed."
Marak swallowed hard. He knew what she was saying, of course. What she was really saying. She'd alluded to the cost of this power in the past, and every time he'd considered it, every time he'd weighed up the reward versus the cost, he had judged it to be worth paying, had determined that the sum total of good that could be done justified the staining of his soul. Now that it was time to actually commit, however, Essa cocked her head like a predatory bird.
"Is that doubt I see in your eyes, Marak? Oh, sweet child, I'm afraid we simply have the time for that."
Her voice became suddenly hard and sharp.
"You either want this or you don't."
"I want it," Marak said weakly. "I will summon them, and be right back." A little while later, a knock on Essa's door heralded the arrival of 3 servants. Marak let them in. A man, a woman, and a boy. All 3 were palace servants. He wasn't sure that he'd even seen any of them before. There were simply too many of them in the godless palace these days. They wore plain white tunics and good boots, which all palace servants were provided with. They also all wore expressions that were a mix of awe and confusion. It was the man who took the lead. He was a tall, well-muscled fellow with curly golden hair. Handsome. His voice was deep. "My lord," he said, eyes darting from Marak to Essa. "How may we serve?" Marak forced a smile. "Follow me, please." He led them into the space that had been Essa's library. In the time that he'd been gone, she'd moved the bookshelves and rolled out the rug. Now the room was plain, bare stone. This was going to be messy, was the suggestion, and the witch wished to keep her things clean. It was a normal human thought. Protect the books from the blood. There was something about it, however, that left Marak feeling queasy. Was he really going to do this? Would he truly commit himself to this path? He had an idea where it would take him, and he desired the destination very much, knew that it was the best possible hope for humanity, for a glorious future. But this was dark work. What would his mother think? What would Davina think? Marak closed his eyes for a moment and took a deep breath. The 3 servants were standing quietly in the room, waiting for orders, their minds no doubt racing. What is this about, they'd be thinking, and why is the witch looking at us like that?
I'm sorry, Marak said quietly. I'm truly so very sorry. And then, like flexing his muscles, like pushing against an invisible weight, he gathered power around him in a sudden surge and stopped the hearts of the 3 servants. They seized up, stumbled, choking sounds emitted from their cavernous mouths. They tottered and fell. The boy, probably no older than 16, smashed his head badly against the stone, cracking his skull open like an egg. Quick, clean, painless, and yet still. Essa whistled. Your power never ceases to amaze me. I've met many sorcerers in my time, Marak, and none are quite so fast nor effective as yourself. She gazed at him. And you don't even look tired. You don't look like you've done anything more than lift your pinky finger. Marak ignored her. It certainly felt like he'd done more than that. There was the bone-deep weariness, the blossoming headache, the rapid pounding of his own heart as if it sought to make up for the 3 organs that now lay still and cooling. Now what? And even to his own ears his voice sounded flat and dull and dead. Don't tell me you've begun to grow a conscience. I've always had one, he snapped at her. And you shouldn't test me, Essa. I really wouldn't recommend it. She held up her hands in deference. My apologies. As for this next part, things are about to become messy. The key, Marak, is the blood. The act of killing, the presence of death, has its own power, accessible by those practiced in necromancy. But what we're doing here today, what you wish to learn, is not necromancy. In the far north they call it hemomancy. In Valakor we simply call it the devouring art. The fundamental point that our art relies on is this. Human blood is inherently laden with power. We contain within us the essence of stars. Our hearts beat and pumps throughout us celestial energies. Most people, nay, nearly all, are incapable of tapping into it. But we, practitioners of the ultimate art, can shape it to our will. Essa produced a vicious black knife, seemingly from nowhere. She moved toward the 3 servants. Marak watched silently, his mouth dry. There was something seductive about the way Essa moved now, about even the way she spoke. He tried to imagine what she'd just told him, saw in his mind, the night sky studded with countless stars, luminescent pinpricks in the void. The idea that their power ran through his blood left him awed. Essa crouched amongst the corpses. Here is something important. The fresher the blood, the more powerful it is. Blood from the living is most powerful, but difficult to procure by comparison. Blood from the very freshly dead is almost just as good. A weak-old body, on the other hand, is next to useless. In one quick, savage motion, she hacked open the throat of the dead boy. Dark blood gushed out. Essa drew in a deep breath and sighed contentedly. And now what? Marak murmured. The next part is easy, said Essa. So long as you have Tomatil's blessing, which we both do. Those blessed by the Devourer will find that manipulation of human blood comes to them naturally. Concentrate on it, enter a state of absolute focus, not dissimilar to how you might practice your usual sorcery. Marak did as instructed, slipping easily into the mindset of a shaper. It was like shrugging on an old, comfortable coat. And now, Essa murmured, call the blood to you. How? Marak hissed. Call it with your mind, she cooed. Sing to it. Venerate it. Go, child, and it will answer. Come to me, he thought. Lend me your power. A flame ignited inside of him. His own blood felt suddenly as if it were burning, bubbling, boiling. His veins and arteries contracted, his breath hitched, and every cell in his body thrummed in excitement. The boy's blood trembled and began to rise. forming columns of crimson liquid. And then, defying natural law, the blood flowed toward him, 1,000 tiny streams, each glistening, catching the light of the few candles positioned throughout S's quarters. Turned almost golden, as if this blood was infused with honey. He felt then like a terrible spider at the center of a bloody web, and now he spun the web, manipulated it, lifted a finger and caused a multitude of strings to surge upward in response. Columns danced before his eyes. He felt the power in every drop, the hidden and celestial magic flowing through every man, woman, and child. "As I said," Essa purred, "you're a natural." 19. Marak. Marak felt as though he was drunk on blood. It flowed around him in gentle arcs, resembling wine in the soft candle glow. He breathed in the overpowering scent of iron, could almost taste it on his lips. His heart beat to a rhythm he couldn't consciously detect. Marak said, "Now what?" "Now we've come to the complex part," said Essa, "which is opening up the actual gateway. The first thing you need to know is this. The further away the exit point of the gateway is, the more power, blood in other words, is required. Say, for example, you wish to appear on the other side of Althera. The distance is not so far, relatively speaking. The blood from a single body might be sufficient. But say, then, that you wish to appear at the heart of the Ascendancy 1,000 miles away. In that case, you might need to cut the throats of 8 victims instead." Marak frowned. "And how do I know exactly how much blood I'm going to need?" "There is a formula," said Essa. "Damatil, the great devourer, is also a god of mathematics. Our Lord's realm is built upon a foundation of numbers, as is so much of the universe itself. If one were capable of dissecting a star, one would find at its furious core strings of numbers, an interplay of formulae and theory that even the scholars of the Crimson School of Tamash would struggle to comprehend. I will give you the requisite formula to practice this divine art, but understand also that it is sacred and known only by a select few individuals." Essa's eyes were utterly black as she gazed at Marak. "Once you know it, you commit to it. Once you practice this art, you will ascend, one step at a time, into the embrace of our devouring master." Marak listened to this with a mounting sense of dread. Yet beneath it, the flames of ambition, of need, of hot, burning desire, a desperation that ate at his core and left nothing behind save for the sense that there was no other choice. The things he could do with his power, and if he damned himself in the process, there would always be time, later, to pursue salvation. "And how do I open the gate in the first place?" Marak asked. "There are 3 ways," said the witch. "If you can see the exit point, it is a trivial matter to simply lock it in your mind and will it into existence. You could, for instance, quite easily create a gate linking the 2 halves of this room. If you have been to a place before, you need only remember it, and hope that in the time since you were last there, a building hasn't been constructed in the exact same place." Her smile was thin. "Otherwise you might appear in the middle of the wall, which I will most certainly not recommend." Marak nodded slowly. "And the other ways?" "At the Crimson School," said Essa, "a system was devised. The system involves the division of the world by both horizontal and vertical lines, latitude and longitude. Thus a grid is formed and separated by degrees. Using these degrees, one can pinpoint exact locations and ascribe them a number which we call a coordinate. This system was devised by the children of Damatil and is closely guarded. Though at times and in certain places it has either spread or been invented by others. But as I said before, Damatil is a mathematical god. These coordinates are powerful numbers. If you can calculate the coordinates of where you wish to go, you can instead use that as a mental anchor for the other side of the gate.
Marak's breath caught in his throat. This, he realized, was nothing like the sorcery he already possessed. It was nothing like the instructions he'd received from Livia, or any other shaper he'd attempted to learn from throughout the years. In his experience, shapers were vague and esoteric. They practiced their power dictated by feeling and intuition and flow. This, on the other hand, was scientific. There were strict rules. There were numbers. It could be written down in a technical manual and easily understood. The apparent rigidity of it was appealing.
And the last way? He asked. The last way is the most dangerous. If one possesses a strong enough concept of the place they wish to go, that alone can theoretically be enough for the gateway to exit at the correct location.
Essa offered him a half-smile.
But I've never tried the third way. It is unreliable. If one becomes distracted or interrupted, or cannot properly mentally conceive of their destination, or the universe is in a fickle mood, or the matter is displeased, well, it is easy for this third method to go wrong. One may find themselves stepping out where they did not intend to, often to one's peril. I knew a priest once who tried this. The gateway exited a mile away from where she stood. A mile in the air, I should say. I have never seen someone fall from such a height before. I'm sure few people have. The result is messy.
Marak made a mental note to himself that he would avoid the third option at all costs. After that, Essa dipped her fingers in the jugular of the dead woman, and in blood wrote the necessary formula upon one of the walls. The numbers strung together in a way that made Marak's head hurt. Essa explained it slowly, carefully, answering his questions with the practiced manner of one who was an experienced teacher. Eventually it made sense.
You have at your disposal the power from 3 beating hearts, Essa said. It is time for you to put it to use. Where would you like to go?
Amen, he said immediately. It was the first place that came to mind, and if he could go from Althera to Amen in a single step, the potential was almost unimaginable.
Use the formula, she said, and calculate whether or not such a thing is possible.
Still surrounded by writhing tendrils of blood, Marak did as he'd been instructed. His brain ached. He assessed his answer, which provided him with a good estimate of just how far away he could open the other side of the gateway, and compared that to what he knew the distance to be between the two cities. Amen was within range, but only just.
The last thing you need to know, said Essa, is the price for this power increases with the size of the gate and the length of time you want it to stay open for. If you wish to transport 100 men to Amen, you need to multiply this quantity of blood thusly.
Marak tried not to think too much about the sheer amount of blood they were talking about. It was abhorrent. He'd read once that an adult human had been between 1 and 1.5 gallons of blood in their body.
And now, said Essa, it's time for you to put all of this into practice.
At last, practical application superseded all else. No more talking, no more thinking. He could simply lose himself in the process. He commanded the blood to once more swirl around him. Then he did as Essa had instructed earlier, conjuring up in his head an image of Amen. But not just of Amen. The city was massive after all, but a specific part of Amen, the room he had once occupied within the White Temple. A flash of fear, because what if the White Temple was no longer there? What if Lord Izemir and Camoria, both of whom were still in command of the city, had torn it down in order to reconstruct it? Or what if his old room had turned into a storage closet, and in a moment he'd appear in the midst of a forest of brooms, killed in what surely had to be the most anticlimactic way any person could conceive of?
Focus, Essa demanded. Do not allow yourself to doubt. The matter will guide you and protect you, so long as you are a true and worthy servant.
And with that, Marak opened up the gateway.
Blood cascaded across his vision. The crimson web expanded, forming an archway in the air before him, a flat surface of wet, glistening red. He moved his head, observing it from the side on. It was so thin that from this angle it appeared not to exist at all. How do I know that it worked? His mouth was dry, his voice hoarse. How do I know it truly goes to Amen? You don't, said Essa. Not until you step through it. He hadn't realized until she spoke then that she'd somehow slipped around him without him noticing, that now she was positioned directly behind him. And then he felt her hands on the small of his back, shoving him forward into the portal. 20. Marak. Marak was blind. Darkness all around him, thick, suffocating, choking. Panic blossomed inside of him, wild and frantic, but it took only a moment for him to gain control over himself once more. After all, he was no stranger to the darkness. He had passed, unbeknownst to the rest of the world, months at a time within Iadis's void chamber, alone and drowning in a blackness populated by the laughter of the damned. Flashes of cherry-red light banished the darkness. He bore witness to a blasted and desolated landscape of glassy sand and ruined cities. Then everything turned upside down, and then righted itself, and then turned again, reality flipping, twisting, spiraling, nausea building, limbs grasping for his own, tendrils coiling around his ankles just as they had done so long ago. And then, abruptly, nothing. He staggered out into cool, stale air. His knees hit polished floorboards. Pale sunlight streamed in through frosty glass windows. A bird perched on the stone outside the window, a sparrow hopping along in blissful ignorance. It paused and regarded him with a single black eye, then flapped its wings and took to the skies. Marak staggered to his feet, stomach lurching. A simple bed to his left, identical to the one he'd slept in back when he'd still been a squire of the temple. A wardrobe to his right. A few pieces of clothing were discarded on the floor, and the bed was unmade, meaning that the room was occupied. There was also a small mirror hanging from a far wall, not a very good one. It distorted and blurred his reflection. Yet still there was his face, boasting a few days' worth of stubble, his eyes appearing feverishly bright. His hair was an unruly and dark mess. His clothes, rich satin with golden lace, handmade by the finest craftsmen in Othira, seemed suddenly comically overwrought. He felt like a fool. The feeling was balanced out only by sunlight at his hip. He turned in place. The gateway was gone. Marak swallowed. It had worked. Actually, truly worked. This was undoubtedly his old room, and that meant he'd just crossed a distance that would have taken at least a week's hard ride in a single second. He patted himself down. He was safe, healthy, fully intact, and now he had access to a tool that was unparalleled in its utility, in its sheer potential. A grin slowly spread across his face. Yes, the cost was high. But this, it was incredible. He vowed to himself then and there that he would dedicate the rest of his life to negating the price, to making up for it, and ensuring that the world was ultimately better because of him. Even if, first, he had to drown it in blood. He emerged from the room into a familiar hallway, where once Maya had leaned in close and whispered to him in the dark. He descended a set of white steps. Two knights were having a heated discussion just below, both holding their helmets under arm. They paused as he drew nearer and looked at him. The taller of the two, a bald man, frowned deeply. "Who are you?" His beady gaze appraised Marak, lingering on his fine clothing, no doubt thinking, "What's this rich bastard doing here?" And then he saw sunlight. He stiffened. "The autarch," said Marak. The knights immediately fell to their knees. Others in the main hall of the White Temple turned in their direction. Marak suppressed a smile at the ways in which their expression waged war against themselves.
alternating between shock, disbelief, and something like awe. The very first pamphlet Davina had widely distributed throughout the autarky, with their new army of printing presses, had been a simple document informing them all that they no longer lived in a kingdom, but rather the Tyran autarky. There had been a woodblock illustration of Marak, simple and lacking detail, yet still effectively capturing the essence of his image. He could almost see these people now comparing the sight of him in the flesh with that illustration they'd all surely seen at least once. One by one, everyone within the hall knelt, falling like wheat before the scythe. Marak paused for a moment, then upturned his hands. "Rise, my friends. All of you, rise. My apologies for arriving unannounced. It's been too damn long since I stepped foot in this city." Not long after, Marak strode out of the White Temple, followed by 2 knights. He had insisted vehemently that he needed no guards, but the knights had stubbornly refused to allow him to venture off unguarded. They said that, without his Sun Knights around, they felt obliged to, at the very least, send a small guard in his wake. Marak agreed because it was easier to agree, but requested that they stay at a distance, since he wished to move unrestricted, and furthermore, did not fear his own people in his own city. He moved slowly through the streets of Amen. Every time he visited the city, it seemed to be drastically different. Since he'd last been here, Amen had industrialized, which wasn't a surprise to him, since it was he who prompted such industry. Seeing it in person, however, was a different thing. Thick black clouds of smoke hung above the city, drifting upward in languid columns from the thousands of blacksmiths. Marak intended for Amen to be the steel center of the autarky, and so thus all throughout the city, men and women toiled by the orange blaze of their forges as they worked to turn iron into steel, the very same steel that the autarky would use to conquer and to build. When he passed by the narrow and dark alleys, he half expected a hooded knifeman to leap out and rob him, but there were no knifemen, and nor were there any dark alleys. Instead, the alleys he did pass were lit up by paper lanterns, warm radiance illuminating the vendors and shop fronts that moved into the small spaces. Customers milled. The city was alive with voices. Many of the streets, he noticed, had been freshly repaved. There were now statues standing tall and proud at the center of public spaces, depicting the great heroes of the autarky. The autarch himself, holding sunlight aloft. Davina, the enigmatic spy master, face concealed in shadow. Amara, beautiful and radiant, marble doves frozen in mid-flight around her. Sir Deimos Caridon, a giant in steel plate, widely called the Sword of the Autarky. Marak paused before each of them. It didn't feel real. Knights of the Order of Shattered Light received him outside the gates of Amen's palace. They escorted him through the gardens that the Exarch had once loved and cultivated, but had since been taken over by Chimora herself. Memories, both pleasant and unpleasant, assailed him. Strange to think that everything he had now, everything that had happened, had started right here in Amen. It seemed simultaneously both a lifetime ago, and like it happened only last month. And when he saw himself in his memories, heard his own words spoken back to him, watched as his former self's actions played out, Marak struggled to even recognize himself. Governor Chimora and her husband, Dalvor, were waiting for him in the palace's main hall, surrounded by their palace staff. Lord Izamir Vax, commander of the Order of Shattered Light, was also present, wearing his ceremonial armor and flanked by solemn knights. The moment Marak stepped into the hall, everyone dropped to a knee. Marak waited for several moments. Rulers should not, as a rule, reject the veneration of their followers. Too much complacency and informality bred both contempt and familiarity. He counted to 15 in his head, then said, "Rise, loyal servants of the autarky." And so they did. Even back on their feet, most kept their heads down, eyes averted. They clasped their hands either in front of them or behind. Time had not been kind to Izamir. His hair was whiter and thinner, his face more gaunt. His armor seemed oversized, and there was something about the way his right hand rested on the hilt of his sword that seemed weak, as though he could barely even make a fist. Governor Chimora, however, had fared better.
Her eyes retained that same deep intelligence that Marak had found so appealing from the start. Her hair was done up in a bun, simple golden rings adorned her ears, and she wore an elegant, yet not ostentatious dress of emerald green. Her husband likewise appeared healthy and strong. Whatever Essa had done to save him from his illness had apparently been effective. And around Kaimora's throat was a necklace attached to which was a pendant in the form of a beast-like mouth opened wide, with a circle within. Damatil's sigil. A chill spread through Marak. He clenched his jaw. "My Autarch," Kaimora said, bowing. "Welcome back to Aemon. I have to confess, none of us expected your arrival. In fact," and she smiled uncertainly, "we didn't even receive word that you've entered the city until you were outside the palace."
"My visit wasn't planned," Marak said, "and I didn't ride nor march here. I simply appeared."
He returned her smile, but where hers was full of doubt, his was full of confidence.
"My powers grow by the day," Izmir said.
"A good thing, I think, that you are here. There is much to discuss, my Autarch. Indeed, I've sent you several letters recently that I suspect have failed to reach you in Othira."
At this, Kaimora glanced at the old knight with a frown. Her husband, meanwhile, continued to blandly smile, his eyes vacant. And was that drool trailing down the corner of his lips? What was wrong with him? Marak shifted his weight from one foot to the other. The air felt heavy. Somehow wrong. Kaimora was drumming the fingers of one hand against the palm of the other. She was uncomfortable. Indeed, everyone in the hall seemed uncomfortable. Marak made a decision. He entered Kaimora's mind. He did so slowly and gently, not wanting her to know he was even there, to feel anything at all. He slipped in like a silent and sharp blade, easing the tip of it between the folds of her brain, parting soft flesh and slithering forth. "Don't like the way he's looking at me," Kaimora thought to herself. "And Izmir, that old bastard. What will he tell the Autarch? How far will he go? I'll kill him if he says too much. And he knows I will. But I fear that he doesn't care anymore." Swiftly Marak redirected his attention to Izmir, cutting into his mind even as he said, "I'll be sure to come to you later tonight, Izmir, and we'll discuss everything that's troubling you. If you sent messages and they haven't reached me, then that's another thing I'll have to investigate. If someone is intercepting your communications—" Marak shook his head. "That can be allowed."
"The timing is good,"
Izmir thought, and then said,
"Thank you, my Autarch. Will Kaimora attempt to get in the way before we can speak? She wouldn't dare, would she? It'd be too blatant. The Autarch can surely see that something is amiss, but then it depends on how desperate the bitch is feeling. Very desperate, I'd wager. If her fidgeting is anything to go by."
Marak withdrew entirely from both minds. A fresh headache blossomed at the center of his skull, but it was easily ignored. He wiped his nose with the back of his hand to hide the trickle of blood from his nostrils. It appeared as though he'd just stepped right into the middle of a hidden mess at the center of his empire. He could almost smell the sweet, decaying reek of corruption. And if there was indeed corruption to find, Marak would find it, and cut it out mercilessly. 21. Davina. The surgeons had said that Maya was going to be bedridden for at least a month. She was up and strolling around the godless palace inside 2 weeks. And now she was seated in Davina's office, leaning back in a gilded chair until it was balanced precariously on its rear 2 legs, holding a book in both hands and apparently doing her best to read it, even though Davina was pretty sure she hadn't actually turned the page in at least 10 minutes, maybe more. "Could you please stop that?" Davina asked, not looking up. "Stop what?" "Rocking that chair." "Why?" "It's profoundly irritating and I'm trying to concentrate." Maya ceased her rocking. Davina glanced up at her. The knight was frowning in her direction. "What?" Davina asked. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Well, it's just, I was nearly stabbed to death while saving your life. I just thought that maybe you could be a little nicer." "Firstly," said Davina,
You weren't nearly stabbed to death. You were stabbed once and it missed all of your organs. The fact that you're already fit enough to be annoying me is proof of that. Secondly, I do very much appreciate you saving my life, and it isn't something I'm going to forget. But at the same time, Maya, I have work to do. A lot of it. In fact, I just received a report from one of my field agents. From one of your field agents, Maya repeated, as though testing out the words for herself. You should hear yourself. I can hear myself perfectly fine, actually. It sounds ridiculous. Why? Davina snapped. Had to admit, Maya constantly attempting to disparage her work was starting to get on her nerves more than she could easily deal with. What's so ridiculous about it? Please enlighten me, Maya. I'd love to know. Maya held out her hands. My apologies if I offended you. Oh, don't fucking be like that. Listen, my love, why don't you go and do something? Find Haron and have something to drink. Surgeon said I ought not to drink for a while, and besides, Haron is half dead. Or, Davina continued, as though Maya hadn't spoken, go read that book elsewhere, or go for a stroll, or find Marak and see if he needs anything. He always does, of course. Or even go have a nap, or visit the kitchens. There are 1,000 things you could be doing. Maybe I want to enjoy your company. And that's fine. It is. I don't mind you being here, but I need to be able to read this report in peace. Got it, Maya grunted and swung her eyes back down to the pages of the book. Davina had picked it out specifically for her. It was a biography of Sir Dataris May, considered the greatest knight who ever lived, whose life was so full of adventure that most considered it to be wildly exaggerated. But the real reason Davina had picked it for Maya is because, in the end, when Dataris was old and his body had begun to give up on him, he had retired to the far north, where he'd taken over his family's old vineyard and had dedicated himself to the art of winemaking. The concept of a grizzled veteran giving up the sword in favor of a simple craft that revolved around creating, rather than destroying, was something she thought Maya could relate to. Although Dataris's life didn't exactly have a happy ending, war returned to the kingdom, and agents of the king came to Dataris's vineyard to beg him to return to the field. After some time, he solemnly agreed to once again take up his sword in defense of his homeland. He died in his first battle back, took an arrow through the visor, and that was that. Of course, Davina didn't expect Maya to get to that part. Davina returned her attention to the report. She broke the wax seal, unfolded it. Operative Tyera's signature at the bottom. Tyera was the best Davina had, except for Dio, and Dio was so cold and inscrutable that she truly had concerns about him. Tyera, though, could be trusted, and that was why Davina had sent her on this mission, a mission that involved traveling to the far eastern border of the autarky, to where a caravan of merchants had apparently accidentally stumbled across ancient ruins. Davina suspected that these so-called merchants had in fact been explorers, specifically searching for ruins. There were more and more of them lately, ever since a rumor had started to spread that Marak had found sunlight in an ancient crumbling city. Davina's official position, as Kyrios of the Seeking Hand, was that all such ruins were critical to the security of the autarky. They could not fall into unfriendly hands, needed instead to be tightly controlled by the autarky, although no one, as far as she knew, had actually found anything of value within any ruins. With the exception of Marak himself, the risk of an adversary stumbling upon a sun sword was not one Davina was willing to countenance. Davina started to read. By the time she was finished, her heart was pounding. Her palms were clammy and had drenched the corners of the report in sweat. She glanced up. Maya was watching her closely, eyebrows cocked. "What is it?" asked the knight. Davina put the report down, folded it back up, and clasped her hands together. She hadn't been expecting that. Nothing like that. Good chance it wasn't even true, but then she trusted Tyera, at least as far as she could trust any of the professional agents in her employ. "I swear to all the dead gods," Maya said, "if you leave me in suspense for a moment longer—" "They found something," Davina said. "They found something very interesting indeed." "Go on," Maya said through gritted teeth. "The initial reports were received," Davina said slowly. "Described a ruined temple. A lot of people saw a lot of different things, but temple is the word that kept coming up. Now, this was very attractive to a lot of the merchants that originally came across it. They were thinking that they might stumble across ancient relics or other religious treasures, merchants. They just wanted to get their hands on something valuable. Well, they decided to explore the ruins, and when they did, they found something else. Something living. A giant, many of them called it, like out of the old stories, many times the size of a man, one-eyed, covered in strange impenetrable armor, and hungering for human flesh. You have to understand that very few of the original merchants actually made it out of that place alive. But of course, when we heard about it, we originally didn't take it very seriously. Giants aren't real. At least as far as we know. I didn't even bring it to Marak because I didn't want him to think I was wasting his time. But still, there was a little part of me, deep inside, that needed to explore further, that had a feeling that there was something here that needed to be explored. She winced and glanced back down at the report. All of this is to say, Tyera has confirmed that the ruins are indeed occupied. She saw the giant, or whatever it is, from a safe distance. It chased her, apparently, but only until she reached the edges of the ruins. It didn't go any further. Maya stared at her. And you actually believe this? Why shouldn't I? You said it yourself. Giants don't exist. Davina grimaced. I used to think that. When I first arrived in Althera, I was reading book after book, becoming educated for the first time in my life. I tricked myself into thinking that I understood the world, that we lived in a rational and logical universe. That's what so many of the old writers would have us believe anyway. But then there's Marak, and all the things that have happened because of him. There's the saint, and wherever he went. Clearly there are powers beyond human comprehension. Call them gods, call them whatever, but they exist. And did Marak ever tell you about the Valatar, the monsters living amongst the northern mountains? Have you heard the stories about necromancer kings ruling over empires of the dead on the eastern islands? There are too many pieces of a greater and unknown puzzle to dismiss them all. Maya's face was inscrutable. Then she yawned. Davina looked away, a little disgusted. How can you so easily dismiss everything, Maya? I just don't care, is the honest truth. What does it matter? All I want is you and a good, happy life, a peaceful life, preferably. All this other bullshit, giants and necromancers, nah. Maya rose to her feet. Don't waste your time, Dev. We live and we die, and there's not a whole lot of time between those two things. Let's try to enjoy it while we can, eh? And with that, Maya sauntered out of the room, gently closing the door behind her. 22. Marak. Beneath Amen, City of Shadows, was a black box. The box was 5 feet wide, long and high. It had no door, no windows, only a narrow steel plate that could, once unlocked, be slid open so that food, the blandest possible, and water could be pushed in. Within the box was a man. He had dwelled within the darkness for years. He was, his guards told Marak, almost certainly mad by now. At the beginning he had attempted to beg his guards whenever they came to deliver him his food. But after perhaps a year of silence, the guards had been very strictly instructed never to say a word in the captive's presence. He had given up. How do you know he's even still alive? Marak asked the 2 guards. They were named Izori and Mandor, and they had worked in this capacity ever since the captive's arrival. It was a thankless and dark job, but they were paid well to do it. Izori, a small and nondescript man, scratched his chin. We hear him, he explained. We can hear him breathing, and sometimes even choking or throwing up. He's very sick, you understand. Because of the waste, Mandor added helpfully. I mean, he has to shit in there, and piss, and it isn't as though we clean that box out. Pardon my language, my lord. Marak dismissed the apology with a wave of his hand. He was trying to figure out what it was exactly that he was feeling. Disgust? Regret? Or was it satisfaction? The Exarch deserved it, of course. Deserved worse, in fact. But perhaps it would have been better just to kill him. Marak stared down into the blackness waiting for him at the bottom of the stairs that led to the Exarch's cell.
In truth, he'd even allowed himself to forget that the man who had once been his greatest enemy still drew breath. Every aspect of this punishment, every strict rule and specification that dictated the Exarch's personal hell, had been devised by himself. A former version of himself, yes, but it still had been him. Marak frowned down the stairs, said, "I want to speak to him." The two guards exchanged a look. "Apologies, my lord, but I'm not even sure if the bastard can still speak. Been years, I think, since he uttered a word. Regardless, I'd like to try. And of course we can't get him out. It was built around him without a door." "I know how it was built," Marak snapped. Then calmer, said, "I will speak to him through the very opening you used to feed him. Simply give me the key." Mandor handed him the key, a small plain piece of dull grey metal. Didn't seem right that something so tiny and significant could control a man's singular portal to the rest of the world. Izori said, "My lord Ortak, may I ask a question?" "Go on. What did he do?" "The prisoner, I mean." The guard smiled weakly. "We've been wondering is all." Marak looked at them, incredulously. "You mean to say that you don't know?" Mandor shook his head. "We weren't even told. Just given our instructions, told how much we'd be paid, and that was that." "And that was fine with you?" Marak asked slowly. "You were happy to keep that man in a sealed box without even knowing if he was guilty of a crime?" Mandor frowned at him. "Well, I suppose we just assumed that you wouldn't have gone to all this effort if he didn't deserve it." Marak opened his mouth to reply, then closed it, then closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He didn't want to think about what this said about mankind. He tried to put it out of his mind, waved a hand and conjured a ball of flame that floated ahead of him down the stairs, illuminating the way. It took him a full minute of descending the stairs to reach the bottom. This hole had been dug deep indeed. He spent that minute wondering what it must be like to be stuck down here, stuck in that damned box. No light, no sound, no food save for the occasional shit they shoved through the opening. And then there was the actual shit. Wallowing in your own filth. Probably, after enough time, you'd become used to the smell. Probably you'd become numb to just about everything. The question was, why hadn't he killed himself yet? Most people, he figured, would have long since smashed their head into the wall until they cracked their skull right open. Either that or they'd starve themselves. You'd surely have to have a good reason to stay alive for that long. Or maybe a bad one. Maybe the Exarch was simply too weak, lacking in the mental fortitude required to ram one's face into solid stone until peace. The ball of flame illuminated the stone box. He slid the key into the steel lock and twisted it with some amount of trepidation. Why was he nervous? He was the victor. He had gained everything, and the Exarch had lost everything. There was nothing to worry about, no questions left to answer, no doubts to plague him. And yet, even still, he was nervous. He slid the piece of steel aside. Foul air immediately wafted out of the box, so terrible, so powerful, that Marak reeled backward, eyes burning, coughing, bile rising up at the back of his throat. It took him several long moments to compose himself, and then he edged back toward the opening, toward the small rectangle of pure blackness that was the only opening in that box. Aside from the tiny air holes drilled into the sides, a specific number of them that provided exactly enough air to keep the Exarch alive. Marak stood there. He swallowed thickly. What to say? He had imagined this moment differently in his head. When he'd first ordered that the Exarch be put in the box, he had known in his heart that a day would come when he would visit the man, when he might gloat or otherwise mock his enemy. At the time, the concept had been so satisfying. Revenge. The proving of a point. And something like validation. Now that he was here, Marak wanted nothing more than to turn around and walk in the opposite direction. He wanted to order those two guards to march down here and put the Exarch out of his misery, saving everyone the trouble of this excessive cruelty. Too late now, though. He was already there, and the Exarch surely knew he was there. "Cassian?" Marak croaked out, then louder, stronger. "Cassian, it is I." Silence. Only it wasn't quite silence, because he could hear from somewhere within that darkness harsh, heavy breathing. "Cassian?" he repeated. He smiled weakly. "It's been a while, eh?" Nails scraping against stone, a quickening of that rasping breath, and then a voice, hoarse and rusty from disuse, and barely audible.
"Marak."
"You still remember my name, then? That's good." Marak nodded to himself. "A part of me had worried that perhaps you'd spent so much time down here in the darkness that you'd forgotten who I was, and perhaps even who you are. Most of all, Cassian, I was worried that you'd forgotten why this had to happen." The sound of a body hauling itself toward Marak's voice, which to the man inside that box had to be the entire universe, because what else was left?
"I could never forget."
Is that awful voice, that corpse voice, like something from a nightmare? Marak curled his hands into fists. "I hope you know, Cassian, that you deserve this. You still deserve it."
"You believe that?"
"With all my heart," said Marak. And it was true. The man did deserve it. He had, after all, forced the tormentor into his brain, where it remained even now, dormant, but always there, waiting, and the anticipation of its eventual return, of its slicing agony, was almost as bad as the pain itself. And yet, deserved or not, it struck him as simply being unnecessary. What was gained from it? Certainly it did not make him feel good.
"Are you here to gloat?"
Cassian murmured. "No, really," Marak said honestly. "I didn't even expect to be here in Amen, but since I was here and you crossed my mind..." He frowned. "But I wonder if it's just a waste of time. Cassian, may I ask you a question?" Silence. "I'll ask it anyway," Marak said. "Why haven't you killed yourself after all these years? You could do it quite easily, I imagine. Under such conditions it would not be difficult to simply end it all. You have plenty of time to try after all. Granted, perhaps not the strength."
"Easy question,"
Cassian slurred. It was honestly surprising how strong his voice sounded, how cognizant he still seemed to be. Marak had expected him to have mentally withered away into nothing by now. "Then what's the answer?" When next Cassian spoke, Marak could hear the smile in the man's voice.
"Spite."
Marak nodded slowly. Spite, of course. A powerful thing. Spite, and no doubt the mad hope that one day he might see the sun again. "And another question," Marak asked. "What was your end goal? You wanted power, that much is obvious. But to what end? What was the point in everything you did?" More droning silence, like the endless oblivion between stars. Marak took a step away from the opening, struck with a sudden sense of doom, a feeling that in a moment something terrible would happen, that something terrible was waiting within that box, occupying the darkness, perhaps even occupying what remained of Cassian. His hands hastily fumbled for the key. He dropped it, bent down to scoop it back up. For a second his ball of flame went out. Blackness flooded in. Panic struck him like a hammer, caused his guts to knot, his heart to flutter. His fingers came into contact with the key again, and he straightened, swallowed hard, and felt a presence. A shape, looming up before him, a ghastly face inches away from his own. The air was fetid. The ball of flame burst back into life in an orange-red explosion. By its light, he shoved the key back into the lock. Cassian began to laugh. To laugh and laugh. A hacking, moaning sound, a ceaseless sound. And panicking, Marak pulled at the steel grate. For a moment it refused to move. Then it yielded to him, and he slammed it shut, once again sealing the box. He staggered back up the stairs toward the light. And as he staggered up those stairs, scarcely able to breathe, he was pursued by a howling laughter. 23. Marak. Clymora and her husband entered their quarters, which were extensive and richly furnished,
and closed the door behind them. Dalvor was laughing about something. Neither of them saw Marak. He stood in one corner of the room, subtly altering the shadows around him so that they were darker, denser, concealing his presence entirely. His heart thudded in his chest. He was afraid, and not for his own safety, but of what he suspected had to be done. "Anyway," Kaimora said quietly, "he won't be here for much longer. There are, I'm sure, 1,000 separate things demanding his attention. I fear that Aemon has become little more than a second thought to him."
"It doesn't matter," Dalvor said earnestly. "He's here now, and that's what matters. Why not take a chance? If we can pull it off."
"If—"
Marak's heart sank further. He didn't want to hear any more. At the same time, he needed to.
"Despite all else, he's just a man."
Kaimora turned quickly to face her husband. When she spoke, her voice was sharp. "A lot of people have made that assumption in the past, but I assure you, dear husband, for better or for worse, he is not just a man."
"Then what is he?"
Kaimora turned again and kicked off her shoes. "I don't know. Time will tell, I suppose."
"Only if we let it."
"You're over-eager."
"You're not eager enough. The potential reward
is not worth the risk." Dalvor scowled.
"Untrue. Death is a small risk compared to the ascension that we would achieve if—"
"Again, that word, if. I hate it, Dalvor. I absolutely despise it. I've only gotten this far in life because I refuse to rely on words like if. I want guarantees. If you can promise me right here and right now that you can confidently deal with him, then so be it. But if you're coming to me with a proposition to gamble, I simply can't do it. We've come too far. If we can be patient, if we can bide our time and continue to spread our influence."
Kaimora positioned 2 goblets on a dark oak table, then reached for a bottle of wine.
"The problem," said Dalvor, "is that your method is too slow. Too much could change. He's constantly making moves, and frankly, wife of mine, I did not like the way he was looking at us at dinner the other night. It was almost as though—" Dalvor made a face. "As though he knew what I was thinking."
Marak closed his eyes. It was exactly as he'd feared it was. Treachery at the heart of Aemon. He'd be lying if he said that Kaimora was a close friend. They had shared history, a good amount of it. She had been instrumental in the early days, when his power base had been limited to Aemon, and he had been little more than a self-proclaimed king. There were few people who had as keen an eye for logistics as Kaimora. The woman could balance numbers as though she'd been born for it, and in the time since she'd been governor of Aemon, the city had flourished. He'd seen the physical evidence of that the moment he'd returned to the city. And yet, despite the facade of progress, beneath it all was corruption, a growing tumor at the heart of his empire. Not just any corruption either. Here was the influence of Tamatil. Marak's hands closed into fists. The great devourer, it seemed, was intent on undermining him while at the very same time pretending to be an ally. It was a good reminder. One could not trust a god. Marak stepped out of the shadows. At first the two remained ignorant of his presence. Kaimora was drinking from her goblet. Dalvor was working to unlace his boots, sitting on the edge of their wide bed. Kaimora was, as usual, dressed simply and efficiently, in plain clothing, with a black leather belt and no jewelry, save for the necklace around the throat. Dalvor, on the other hand, was dressed as though he was an emperor, rather than a governor's husband. His hands were adorned with jewel-encrusted rings. He wore fine satin clothes, and his belt buckle was solid gold.
"Pour some for me, would you?" Dalvor purred. "Let's get drunk and then—"
"No," said Kaimora. She sounded distracted. "Rein yourself in, husband. The city must remain functional. I'm concerned by your overindulgence."
"What's the point of all of this if we can't enjoy ourselves?"
Dalvor whined. "The point," said Kaimora, "is what's best for Aemon, for the people. Despite my misgivings, I still care about my citizens, and—"
"They are my citizens,"
Marak interrupted. Dalvor froze in place. Kaimora dropped her goblet, which clanged against the polished stone floor, wine spilling. A few red droplets stained her white tunic. An omen, perhaps, for what was to come.
Marak!
Kaimora took a step back. Her eyes were wide and wild.
Her
jaw opened and closed soundlessly. Marak derived no satisfaction from her shock and terror. He liked Kaimora. Few people were as diligent as she was, as hard-working. She'd always been blunt, direct, yet capable of compromise. She never complained, never whined. When there was a problem, she assessed it analytically, breaking it down and then presenting it as a puzzle to be solved. He'd always found her personable. Grief surged up inside him. Why, Kaimora? I don't understand, Marak said. He made no effort to conceal the sorrow in his voice. Why do this? Run! Dalvor screeched. Run, I'll distract him! And then the governor's husband sprinted at Marak, teeth bared, fists balled up and ready to strike. Marak stepped forward and sunk his own right fist into the man's belly. Dalvor immediately folded in half, breath whooshing out of him, legs giving out beneath him. He hit the ground hard, starting to whimper. It was an irritating sound. Marak kicked him hard enough in the head to render him temporarily silent. Answer the question, Marak said tiredly. Kaimora seemed to deflate before his very eyes. How long have you been here? Long enough. Kaimora sighed. Her small step back and the hiding of one hand in her right pocket did not escape Marak's notice. His grief swelled further. How did you even know to come? She asked. It was obvious that something was amiss at dinner the other night, Marak said slowly. So then I peered into your mind. Treachery was written all over it. But even then I was hoping that I'd made a mistake, that my power was somehow giving me the wrong answers, that you were still loyal. Marak frowned. Then I talked to Izamir. It was clear that there was tension between you and him. When I approached him privately, he was relieved, and he told me everything. That you and Dalvor had started to pray to a strange god, that you had threatened his life and taken the lives of others, and that you had been intercepting messages sent for me. He paused, letting a moment of silence hang between them, and then added, Oh, and that fucking necklace around your throat didn't help. Kaimora touched the sigil of tomato with the tips of her fingers. She looked faintly confused. Is that what this is about? Tomato? But Her lips worked. I thought you were a servant of the Devourer as well. And now Marak pieced together the pieces of the misunderstanding that had led them to this moment. Ah, Marak said quietly. When will people start to realize that I am not a servant of anyone or anything? I've bargained with Tomato in the past. But whatever the Devourer thinks, I am not their toy. I am my own man. My own god. In his head he heard his mother whispering to him at night as she tucked him in. Every person is their own god, Marak. Never forget. A look of incredulity spread across Kaimora's face. You mean to say that? She covered her mouth with her hand. But Essa said... Essa, of course. He should have known that if there was rot in his empire, that witch was to blame. His mistake for ever taking her on board. He knew that he was to blame for this. He'd so desperately wanted more power to walk any additional path that might bring him closer to his goals. He should have been more patient, more careful. He resolved that he would learn from this. If he could at least adapt from his mistakes, then he could ensure that some good could come out of this fucking mess. If you sincerely listened to Essa, Marak said, and believed the venomous words that poured out of her snake mouth, then you are to blame for your own. A sound from behind caused him to stop. He spun around lightning fast and saw Dalvor. The governor's husband had picked himself off the ground, and face badly swollen, teeth smashed, nose broken. He'd managed to get his hands on a small but sharp knife. Dalvor charged him. Marak pointed at the man. Fury filled him. Dalvor was just a fool strung along by Essa and by his wife. He could hardly be blamed for everything that had happened. And yet the absolute rage that boiled up inside of him then was almost blinding. The world darkened, his vision throbbing. Power swirled around him, forming bright lines in the air around his hands, glowing script that flowed like liquid. Dalvor exploded. A red mist filled the air. Blood and viscera splattered across his face and armor. Organs slapped wetly against the stone floor. Kaimura started screaming. Marak sighed and closed his eyes. What a waste of power, an excessive use of magic. He already felt more drained because of it. He could have simply used sunlight and saved himself the literal headache, and some poor servant the trouble of having to clean this mess. He turned to face Kaimura. Her screaming was already grating on him. He couldn't hold it against her. In his position, he was sure things wouldn't be much different. But that was the thing. He wasn't in her position. He was in his position. That of autarch. No one else could say the same. And so that was why, he told himself, moments like this, difficult moments, were his burden to carry. Kaimura, he said tiredly, and drew sunlight. Kaimura, come here. Kaimura ceased her screaming, thanked Tamatil. He moved toward her. The governor drifted back, tears trailing down her cheeks, her hands shaking by her sides. The thing about traitors was that no matter how aware of the risk they were, no matter how prepared for any eventuality they claimed to be, the nearness of death broke them just the same as anyone else. Why did you do this, Kaimura? The truth, Kaimura whispered, is that this was a long time coming. Only a few years in, and just take a look at how vast the autarky is already. So many people, so many cities all under your rule. The more she talked, the more she seemed to forget her own terror. It's too much for one person. You can't hoard all of that power for yourself. You can only order so many people, so much, before those people start to wonder if maybe, just maybe, it's their time to finally get what they deserve. She narrowed her eyes at Marak. Do you understand just how much I've done for this city? Without me, Aimu would still be a pile of shit filled with criminals. I, and I alone, have transformed it into something meaningful. Marak absorbed this silently. Not a surprise that some people might start to become jealous, that they would see his power and his success and think, if he can do it, why not me? And maybe one day someone would ask themselves that question and they would be right. Perhaps he might one day be surpassed by someone with equal or greater ambition, force of will, and competence. Today was not that day. This time when he strode toward Kaimura, she refused to move back. Dalvor, she said, shaking her head. Dalvor, I'm sorry. Marak paused for a moment. Although these last words were for Dalvor, not him, he would allow Kaimura to speak them. He owed her that, at least. But Kaimura said nothing more. When he swung his sword, she managed to keep her eyes open. They were still open when her head was parted from her neck, and even when her skull struck the floor. They remained open, wide, accusatory, while he switched off sunlight and wiped down the blade. And when he silently left the chamber and began the walk back to his quarters, it was difficult not to feel as though, somehow, Kaimura was still watching him. 24. Marak. 2 years later. Marak watched from a dais of black granite as 25,000 soldiers of the Tyran autarky marshaled in the shadow of the Conqueror's Arch. He'd never seen anything so beautiful. These weren't just soldiers. The scions of the autarch faced him, organized into blocks of gleaming armor and fluttering banners. These were the finest men and women in all the autarky. Each was equipped with heavy steel plate, adorned with the sigil of the Empire, golden cloaks hanging from around their shoulders. The expense was immense. So much armor for so many soldiers represented an investment so significant that their loss would mean his total ruination. But they would not be lost. Instead, they would march forth and conquer the world. It had taken 2 years to prepare this force. 2 years of forging the requisite armor, of crafting their weapons, of scouring every inch of the autarky for the fittest and finest soldiers. For 2 years, these 25,000 had trained diligently. They had trained beyond the scope of ordinary soldiers, studying tactics with the fervor of a general, siegecraft with the attention of engineers, and the art of killing with the dedication of an assassin. It had bankrupted the autarky. Within Marak's head was a detailed list of every person, organization, and nation to which he owed a vast sum of money. He was, in truth, drowning in debt. For now. Amara sat beside him on the dais, cradling a belly swollen with their second child. "I have to admit," she said, "they make for an impressive sight." Marak raised his eyebrows at her. "Just impressive?" "All right, very impressive." "Better?" he grunted. He rubbed at his temples, trying to knead away the growing headache. 2 years of constant work and planning, of complex logistics, negotiations, and the development of a new kind of nation. It wasn't over, of course. The scions of the autarch were just the beginning. 25,000 soldiers. They were divided into 5 divisions of 5,000. Each division consisted of 10 companies of 500. Each division was led by a diarch. Each company by a triarch. All of them were led by the autarch. As much as he wished he could remain in Althera, governing his empire from its great, bustling heart, he dared not leave his scions, the culmination of so much work, in the hands of anyone other than himself. So, back to war. And he'd be lying if he said he wasn't more than a little excited about it. Amara glanced at him. "Try not to look so eager, dear husband." Marak didn't even look at her. It was difficult to take his eyes off of his scions. It was an unrivaled feat. No one, to his knowledge, had ever assembled such a heavily armed, well-trained force. And there were good reasons for that. It was, firstly, extraordinarily expensive, and, even worse, no matter how good or fearsome an army was, it would ultimately always be limited by its ability to actually reach the battlefield. So many heavily armored troops were not mobile. They could not be fast. They could not easily travel vast distances. Unless they could. Unless all they needed to do was step through a gateway and then appear a moment later on the other side of the continent. Sir Deimos Caridon, standing just behind Marak's shoulder, said, "I've never seen anything like it, my autarch. It is astounding." Marak turned to look at the man. "In your professional estimation, is there any army in the world that can best this one?" Deimos furrowed his brow. "Of course I haven't seen them in action yet, but as someone who helped train them, I can say with confidence that their skill on average is elite. Their morale and spirit are high. They are tough, strong, and well compensated. If there is a force capable of besting them in a fair battle, I've never seen nor heard of it, and frankly, I'd struggle to believe it." Marak grunted. "Good." From every corner of the square, a drummer, all of them perfectly synchronized, began a thundering rhythmic beat. The scions of the autarch pounded the ground with one foot and then the other. They hefted their weapons, beat their shields, and then their chests. Those chosen to carry standards now raised their banners. Each was topped with the black fist of the autarchy. Tomorrow, they would go to war. In a vast, brightly lit chamber, Marak sat and listened as his inner circle went through the final preparations. Achios Eranti had the center floor now, was reading from a stack of documents in his usual strong, confident voice. Everyone was listening attentively. In the space of 2 years, Achios had gone from lowly palace clerk to deputy to the autarch. He was perhaps the 4th most powerful person in the empire, behind only Marak himself, Amara, and Davina. Marak watched him closely. It was impressive how easily Achios commanded everyone's attention. He was young, 27, and very tall. His hair was golden and curly, his features seemingly carved out of granite. His eyes stopped everyone in their tracks. They were as golden as his hair. Supposedly, he'd been born on an island off the eastern coast, although the details surrounding his upbringing were shrouded in mystery. In truth, no one knew much about the man's history. No one could remember exactly when he'd come to the palace, only that he had come, equipped with an excellent mind for administration and leadership. He was a natural statesman. Everyone said so. At first, Marak had been reluctant to elevate someone who he knew so little about, but 2 years of working closely with Achios had revealed to him just how irreplaceable the man was. He had Amara's skill with numbers, he possessed Davina's ability to read people, and he reminded Marak of himself with his easy confidence, his self-assuredness, as though he was destined for greatness and knew it.
There were only 10 people in the chamber. The subject at hand was as secretive as any subject got. Marak finally looked away from Achios. He surveyed the others, searching for discomfort and for weakness. Davina remained impassive. Amara maintained a look of profound concentration. Deimos was guarding his features as well as always. Maya wasn't present. She knew a little about what was transpiring and refused to be a part of it. Her feelings were a problem that Marak didn't know how to deal with. Aaron was there as well, closer to death than ever. His face was red and splotchy, eyes watering, lips drawn tight in a grimace. His hand shook as he reached for a cup of wine that was never far away. He would not last much longer. He shouldn't even be present for the meeting. His invitation to such councils was purely ceremonial. Marak loved and respected his old friend too much to neglect him now, even though it had been a long time since Haron had served him in any real capacity. Achios fell silent. His golden eyes swept toward Marak. "Is that everything?" Marak asked. "That is everything," said his deputy. "In other words, my autarch, we can proceed as you desire." Marak leaned back in his chair. "And so what is the total number of people that will need to be killed in order to send my army into the heart of the enemy?" Achios blinked, no doubt taken aback by the directness of the question. And of course Marak knew the answer. He'd done the calculations himself, had gone over the logistics many times, and had given the plan his seal of approval. He was asking only so that Achios would be forced to read the total number aloud, so that his deputy would be forced to confront the reality of what they were doing, and even more, so that everyone in the chamber would know exactly what they were about. Because what Marak was about to do was no small thing. It was, he was fully aware, a monstrous act. It would echo down through all of history. It would stain his soul and his empire. And yet he refused to hide it. He wasn't afraid of the truth. Likewise, he refused to allow any of his followers to cower behind grand ideas and layers of bureaucracy. It was very easy, he was coming to realize, to dilute responsibility when a structure as large as the autarchy was involved. After all, he had thousands upon thousands of people working toward each great endeavor he embarked upon. Any supremely evil act might be forced to go through 100 checkpoints, to be signed off and passed on by so many people that, ultimately, no one actually felt that they'd done anything wrong, that they were just obeying commands, playing the part of a small cog in a great machine. Marak could not abide by that. No, they needed to face the truth, to be brave. Achios said, "In total, my lord, autarch, tomorrow morning 176,000 people will be killed." Marak closed his eyes, and there it was, 176,000. The population of a small city, a very vast number indeed, a number high enough that it was difficult to truly conceptualize. Many of them were autarchy citizens. Of those who were citizens, a significant number of them were criminals. In fact, almost every jail throughout the entire empire had been emptied. Others were the sick and the very elderly, and some others were prisoners taken during skirmishes with the Ascendancy and Dominion. And some were volunteers. These volunteers had been told that if they made the ultimate sacrifice in the name of the autarchy, then their families would be well rewarded. An uncomfortable silence had filled the chamber. Everyone was staring at him, or staring at the ground, or at their own hands, as though wondering just how much of a part they'd had to play in the construction of an empire that could grind so many people into dust just so that an army could cross a vast distance and inflict even greater violence upon the enemy. Marak slowly stood. He swept his gaze across all those seated before him. "I hardly need to say anything about the numbers we're dealing with. The weight of the task at hand is apparent. The spiritual implications are immense. Ultimately, each of us will need to find our own personal way to deal with the things we must do in pursuit of greatness. I cannot help you there. What I can do, however, is promise that it will not be for nothing. There will be results. The results will be immortality, glory, and an empire that will elevate its people for all time." He paused for a moment, letting his words sink in, and then saluted in the style of the autarchy. "Tomorrow, at sunrise, it begins. I will take the fight to the enemy, in the name of the Tyran autarchy." 25.
Marak. Sunrise. A pretty one. It turned the sky the color of clementines and lilies. Sparse, thin clouds drifted languidly across the infinite expanse. There was no blood in the sky this morning, not like there had been during a certain sunset he'd witnessed several years ago, while standing in a field. He remembered what had been going through his head at the time, a desire to scar reality, to make the world bloody. Well, he was about to get his wish. He stood upon an even greater dais than the one he'd occupied the day before. The vast sections of Othira had been cleared to make room for what was about to happen. All 25,000 scions of the autarky waited in perfect formation, armed and armored. They occupied half of the cleared space. Before them, wide, empty streets stretched onward. But first, the killing. Because not far from where the army waited, but out of their line of sight, were all of those who had gathered to die. Tens of thousands of them. The primary logistical problem of what was about to happen, the problem that Marak had wrestled with for some time, was how to kill 176,000 people in an incredibly short period of time. In, say, less than 1 hour total. The best suggestion for a while had simply been to get the scions to do it, to have them slice through those destined to die like a hot knife. But there had been problems with that. For example, the sacrifices. And he had, weirdly, started to think of them as just sacrifices, devoid of individual personality, were likely to simply stand there and die. Even those who had volunteered might have second thoughts when they saw a vicious force of violent men and women bearing down upon them. Many would try to run. Others might fight back. The mess would be out of control. And worse, what would that do to the morale of the army? There were, however, no other real options, and the problems with the plans had been worked on until Marak felt comfortable. The scions had been assembled in multiple areas. They would surround the sacrifices, attacking from all angles, pressing them into a small and smaller killing space. This would prevent anyone from retreating, and better, result in an overall faster killing time. Some might fight back still, that was true, but the sacrifices would be naked and unarmed, while the scions wore the heaviest and best crafted armor available, and wielded the greatest weapons at the disposal of the autarky. If even a single one of them fell, Marak would be surprised. And as for the morale, that was the part he was least sure about. He had ensured over the last several months that much of the training the scions received was mental as well as physical. They had attended classes, listened to lectures, studied philosophy. They were, in his mind, the most well-educated armed force that had ever existed, and all of this with the intention of creating a fighting force capable of seeing his grand vision. The scions had sworn oaths to both him and the autarky. They had pledged their lives in service. They were still human. That meant that they were flawed. Nonetheless, Marak was confident. And this massacre, this mass spilling of blood, perhaps it could break his scions before they ever had a chance to prove themselves. Or perhaps it would make them stronger. It might bond them to each other, to him, and to the Empire. Marak's hands trembled by his sides. He squeezed his eyes shut. It was difficult to believe it had come to this, that this could even be real. It was also difficult to remember a time he'd been so nervous. He opened his eyes and observed the sacrifices. There were so many of them, crammed into such a small part of the city, that it was impossible to make out individuals. They were a single heaving mass of flesh and blood. And what, he wondered, would it be like to be down there with him? Were they talking amongst themselves? Were they praying, crying, or laughing at the absurdity of it all? And all of them naked, flesh to flesh, with hardly any room to breathe. This was going to be ugly. Down below at the base of the dais, drummers waited. Marak raised his right hand and then brought it down abruptly in a cutting gesture. The drummers began to beat upon their instruments, perfectly synchronized, a rolling, thunderous rhythm that rang out through the city, and the scions of the autarky began to move in lockstep, adding to the cacophony. What would the rest of the city think? They would hear the screams, They would hear sounds they wouldn't be able to understand or explain. Marak had issued public statements for weeks now that, upon this day, something momentous was to happen, and that all citizens were ordered to spend the day inside their houses. He even had soldiers all throughout Althera to enforce the rule. Nonetheless, it was impossible to perfectly enforce such a command through a city so large. There would be those who remained out, and who would bear witness to some of what was about to transpire. A problem for another day. Marak watched as the first lines of the Scions leveled their long, steel-tipped spears. They were in ranks of 50 deep. The sheer weight of their advance would be crushing. Anticipation of the devastation he was about to witness made him want to look away. This surely was too much. But if a person was to order such an atrocity, the least they could do was bear witness. He would not hide from this. Perhaps 200 feet or so separated the front lines of the Scions with the outer edges of the sacrifices. Now the sacrifices could see their doom approaching, could beat the deafening march of so many people. They could, no doubt, see the bright sun glinting off of all those steel points. They would know that they did not have long to live. Their hearts would be pounding. Their bodies would be screaming at them to run, to get away. Only there was nowhere for them to go. A few now started to scream, to call out. Others began to actually walk toward the advancing soldiers at a relaxed and dreamlike pace, as though eager to get this over with, or maybe they simply didn't believe that this was truly happening. Certainly from afar the whole thing had a surreal feel. There was a nightmarish tint to the world. Even the lighting of the world seemed to be off. Too bright, too washed out. Marak pinched himself hard enough to draw blood, just to be sure, but felt no more convinced. He wished that he wasn't alone. He had deliberately chosen not to bring Amara or Davina or any of the others to this moment. Deimos was present, but that was different, because Deimos was down there with the Scions. Every company of the Scions of the autarky had at least a handful of Sun Knights. He had sprinkled his elite warriors amongst this new army, in order to bolster their morale and provide a level of leadership and experience that couldn't be found elsewhere. The first of the Scions met with the first sacrifices, those who had decided to wander closer. The Scions cut them down without a moment of hesitation. Spears lashed out, stabbing, slicing. Several of the sacrifices went down, spurting blood across the smooth pavement of the city center. The Scions marched right over their corpses. And now it was time for Marak to start. After all, he wasn't here just to be a spectator. He focused on the blood, although he was relatively far away from the killings, hundreds of feet away and high above the scene. He could nonetheless see the flow of fresh power into the world. It permeated the blood. It possessed a faint, crimson aura that caused the air to shimmer. All he had to do was command it, to call it to him. With little more than a thought, Marak asked the blood to come to him, and the blood obeyed. It began to flow upward in solid columns of glistening red. The Scions of the autarky had been warned in advance that this would happen, yet he could tell, even from so far away, that they were still stunned by the sight. And how could they not be? From the massed crowd of sacrifices, a crowd of several hundred broke off and charged the Scions. A desperate attempt at a counterattack. Did any of them truly believe that they had a chance? That the result would be anything less than an absolute massacre? Perhaps it was simply in mankind's nature to fight until the very end. The Scions of the autark battered the counterattack aside. They hacked their way through naked flesh with professional ease. More blood splattered the road. Organs slipped wetly out of terrible sucking wounds. Bowels were voided. Bladders emptied. People screamed in defiance, in pain, in fear. The Scions, however, remained perfectly silent. Marak caught sight of a golden figure in their midst, a Sun Knight bellowing orders, Telemachos perhaps judging by his height and the depth of his voice. Banners fluttered in a wind already tainted with the reek of death. More blood came to Marak. It swirled around him, forming intricate patterns in the air. Great orbs of crimson floated before his eyes. Marak clenched his jaw. Utter concentration was required. This wasn't draining in the same way that shaping was. It didn't have the same physical consequences, but nonetheless he needed to commit every aspect of himself. Sweat poured down his brow and stung his eyes. Hundreds of ruined bodies trampled beneath the boots of the autarky soldiers, and now the front lines of the Scions were stabbing into the mass of sacrifices from all angles. A complete encirclement. The mass of panicked, doomed men and women compressed. Some of them were suffocating. The press was simply that crushing. Others were climbing each other, a mound of human flesh heaving upward. Where else could they go? The Scions stabbed, thrust. They pulled back and dislodged corpses from the ends of their long spears. Then, when their spears got stuck in corpses or broke, or the soldiers simply decided that they were no longer practical, the Scions discarded them and drew their swords instead, and now began to hack into the sacrifices like mad butchers. The carnage was like nothing Marak had ever seen before. A woman tried to protect herself with her arms. The sword sliced at her limbs. Flesh flapped wildly. The woman cried out, fell to her knees. The Scion who attacked her hesitated for just a second, but the sword fell anyway. Marak's eyes stung, this time not from sweat. Tears rolled down his cheeks. What was he doing? Could this truly be worth it? His hands balled into fists by his side, and yet more blood flowed toward him, a constant torrent of power. And now he began to shape the blood into something useful. A year ago, Davina had sent an agent of the Seeking Hand into the Ascendant City. The agent, undercover, had spent a month inside the city, and during that time had created 24 highly detailed sketches of areas both inside and outside the enemy's capital. All of the areas were spacious and critically positioned. More, they'd been rendered into masterful images by the agent, who had once, in another life, been a great artist. Marak reached into his coat pockets. There they were, the requisite sketches, his key to the ascendancy. He produced one. His eyes fell upon the meticulously crafted lines, the shading, the perfect rendering of architecture into charcoal imagery. He'd already studied them, had in fact spent weeks staring at the pictures without respite. They were burned into his mind. And now he reformed the images inside his brain and closed his eyes, and saw them almost as if he were already there himself, as though he stood in the wide streets of the Ascendant City, surrounded by their monstrously tall buildings, their black churches, their grand cathedrals of glass and steel that seemed to defy gravity. And Marak opened up the first gateway. He knew immediately that it had worked, because behind a rear company of Scions, the air rippled and distorted. A great sphere of blood-red light burst into existence. It gently spun in slow circles. A void existed at its center, infinite condensed into a single point, haloed by the blood of the sacrificed. A Sun Knight, in command of that closest company, saw the gateway and bellowed a command. He and all other commanders of companies had been prepared for this. It was what they were waiting for. At once the Sun Knight commanded his company to march into the gateway. The company turned around, away from the slaughter, toward the sphere, which was large enough for 10 soldiers to march shoulder to shoulder into. And so they did, one line at a time, 10 soldiers, then 20, 30. But now Marak had to be quick, because at that very moment his warriors were emerging into enemy territory unsupported. It was imperative that as many of them crossed over in as short a time as possible. It would not be long before the battle began in earnest. Marak drew in a deep breath, bolstered now by this first success. It was time to get to work. 26. Deimos. Sir Deimos Carridon had fought more battles than he could count. He'd participated in several major wars, had dedicated his life to training and fighting, and had become so used to violence that he dreamed of it nearly every night. Despite all of that, he had never seen as much blood, as much carnage, as he was seeing right now. Death all around him, death and mayhem and slaughter. grasping, desperate hands reaching for him, trying to stop his blade. Retribution, which had been the name of his mace, but was now the name of the sun blade he wielded. There was no stopping Retribution. It cleaved through meat and bone with such disgusting ease that even after years of possessing the weapon, he still wasn't quite used to just how damaging it was. It didn't feel right. It felt monstrous. It cut through several people at once. He stepped forward and put all of his force into his next blow and sliced 3 individuals in half at the waist. Their upper halves separate from the rest of their bodies. Intestines and other organs spilled out in a wet and stinking torrent. And there it all was. The blood pouring out in quantities he couldn't fathom. Shoulder to shoulder with the men and women of the scions of the autarky, he'd spent the last 2 years training with them, passing on everything he could. He had grown to think of them as his brothers and sisters. They were strong, loyal, disciplined. They were perfect soldiers, or at least as close to perfect as was possible to achieve. Now they pressed in alongside him, behind him, slicing with their swords, stabbing with spears, bashing with their shields. Oddly, there was something emotionless about the way they fought, something cold and collective, as though they were operating as one, thinking, feeling body, controlled and directed by afar, perhaps by the very spirit of the autarky itself, or by Marak. Marak. Deimos turned his head, searching for the man he called master. There he was, perched upon his great black dais, a piece of parchment clutched in one hand, his other held aloft and closed in a fist. He looked in that moment like a god, and maybe that's what he was becoming. Focus. The slaughter. That's what mattered, and that's what it was, not a battle, not a fight. A slaughter. A massacre. A crime. But how many times had he conversed with Marak about this specific topic? They spent many nights together sitting by a fire and drinking good wine while they discussed the necessity of certain acts that were not by any means pleasant or even civilized, but which helped pave the way for civilization. Sometimes Marak had once explained to him an act that appears evil in the moment will, upon reflection, be considered a great moral revelation in the future. He tried to think about that now, to remind himself, this has to happen. There is no other way. I am a soldier. I obey. I do not question. But when he said these things to himself, his own internal voice lacked conviction, sounding to his own ears both hollow and even misguided. He chopped through a young woman's skull. Brain matter exploded forth and splattered across Deimos's face. He spat, spluttered, bawled onward through the teeming mass of sacrifices. So much blood, and now it was collecting in pools and in pillars, rising into the air, streaming toward the dais. An impressive sight. 100 towers of liquid searching for the sky and directed by Marak. A god indeed. And if Deimos was simply doing what his god had commanded him to, surely he could not be held personally responsible for his actions. He was a mere servant. The blood soared overhead, glistening, dripping. The reek of iron was so overwhelming that he wanted to throw up. Some people were throwing up, sacrifices and scions alike. Many of the sacrifices were begging. They said things like, "Please stop!" and "Don't do this! What is happening? Stop!" and "I'll do anything! Anything!" And sometimes they just screamed for their mother, or cried Marak's name over and over again, as though the autarch didn't have more important things to focus on. Now Deimos was forced to climb over corpses. There were so many of them. A mountain of them. His boot pressed into someone's face. He stepped on a head and felt something give way beneath him. Best not to think about that. To think about any of this. The sky darkened. Black clouds were gathering. Black weather for a black day. Funny how it no longer felt real. How it felt now. As though Deimos were in a dream. Or nightmare. Space had been cleared up ahead. The sacrifices had surged in the opposite direction, creating distance between them and Deimos's company, 100 feet or so. In the center of that open space was a great crimson sphere. It spun languidly, floating slightly above the ground. Rings of blood circled it, and at its center was a circle of utter blackness. A blood gate. Deimos had seen them before. Marak had several times shown them to him in preparation for this day, but he had never stepped through one before. Fear opened up inside of him like a bottomless pit. Could he really do this? Step through, be a part of this malign sorcery, this blood magic. It was impossible to shake off the feeling that once he went through that gate, there was no going back. It was a precipice. But he had his orders, and there was nothing to do but follow them. If the day was progressing as they'd planned, several companies would already have gone through the gates and would at that very moment be fighting in the streets of the Ascendant City. Deimos drew in a deep breath, filling his lungs, and then, as loud as he could, he bellowed, "With me, scions of the autarky!" He ran. He ran as fast and as hard as he could, as though hoping to reach a point of momentum that would deny him the ability to turn back, to abandon this course of action. 20 feet between him and the gate. 10. 5. And he plunged into it. 27. Maya. Maya stepped through the blood gate. Several things happened all at once. First, she inverted, upside down and then submerged in darkness, blind, totally, utterly blind. Maya flailed. Why had she agreed to this? It was monstrous, evil, tyrannical, and now she was blind. And what had she done? Would she ever escape this darkness? Had she just doomed herself? But then she was standing on solid ground again and blinking against harsh, sudden light. Back in the real world. And where was she? She stood in an unfamiliar street. Soldiers all around her, scions of the autarky. 7th Company. Her company. Although she had only agreed to lead them after Davina had convinced her to do so. Davina was simply too good at convincing Maya to do things she didn't want to do. Never again. Maya sucked in several deep breaths, calming herself, controlling herself. She knew where she was, of course, the Ascendant City. That was, after all, the plan. This was an attack, an invasion. Here they were at the very heart of the enemy, an enemy that had, only a couple of years before, invaded the autarky and made it as far as Althera itself. And maybe that was another reason why Maya had agreed to do this. She'd fought the Ascendancy when those bastards had reached the gates of Althera. She'd fought them in Malor's courtyard, had chased them through the streets of the city she'd come to call home. She'd seen the things that their warriors had done to the poor citizens in their way, the atrocities they'd committed. And so maybe this was revenge, a chance to finally get back at them and to stop the nightmares that had haunted her every night since that war. Hard not to wonder, though, if she'd just made things a whole lot worse for herself. Concentrate. The battle. Maya waded forward. She was in command, had to pull it together. The street was wide and paved with black stone. It was difficult to see much past the mass of autarky soldiers all around her. Many of them, like herself, stood in shock, maybe stunned by the process of the Bloodgate, or otherwise surprised that it had, in fact, worked, and here they all were, on the other side of the continent and in the midst of their sworn enemies. The shock didn't last long. Commanders began to call out in strong, authoritative voices, calling for their units to rally, to push, to kill. They were, she thought, with wry amusement, better trained than she was. They'd been prepared for this. Maya, meanwhile, had refused to participate in the months of mandatory training sessions dictated by Marak. That had probably been a mistake. Above the heads of autarky soldiers, ascendant buildings rose into the sky. They stunned her with their grandeur and their size. They might have been bastards, these ascendants, but they knew how to build a building. A shame, then, that now they'd all be burned to the ground. Maya finally found her voice. "To me!" This call sounded pitifully quiet to her own ears, so she tried again, as loud as she could. "To me!" And then again, raising her sword with each call, reflective steel blade catching the light of the fading and pale sun.
7th Company obediently gathered around her. "Orders?" This came from Captain Marston, a good soldier who she'd known for a long time. They'd fought together back when Marak had dismantled the Austromerian kingdom. They'd saved each other on more than one occasion, had been in some pretty tight spots, all of which they'd fought their way out of. Maya met his grey eyes. She swallowed hard. A gap was opening up ahead as autarky companies advanced in different directions, guided by their respective commanders. "Follow me," Maya said. "Close formation, shields together," then louder so that everyone could hear her. "With me, soldiers of the autarky!" And she was surprised, hearing her voice, how patriotic she sounded. Certainly she didn't feel very patriotic. But then, under the reign of Autarch Marak, the golden and undying master of mankind, as some dolts had started to call him, Maya had become very good at pretending. "Aye, as you command," said the captain, who was the sort of soldier who didn't question orders, who obeyed unto death, and would walk, eyes closed, into the heart of the storm, if that was the will of his superiors. And so Maya, half dazed and half adrenalized, led 7th Company into what, to her eyes, was starting to look like hell on earth. It did not take long for the city to be set ablaze. Amongst the scions of the autarky were designated arson teams, squads specially trained to move through the city as quickly as possible and set as much of it on fire as they could. This idea, Maya understood, came directly from Marak. Of course it did. If anyone had objected to the plan, had expressed any concern relating to the potential for untold civilian casualties, they'd clearly been talked down. A pity. Maya charged down one wide street after another. Her sword was slick with blood. Her shoulders and arms ached. Eventually every part of her ached. How long had it been since the battle had started? It was difficult to say. An hour, maybe? In that time, she and the 7th Company had cut their way through fierce resistance. The army of the Ascendant City had very clearly been taken off guard, was woefully unprepared for the assault at their heart, but they weren't letting that get in the way of a good fight. In fact, Maya was starting to suspect that the mad bastards were writhing in the chaos. For all that, however, they were dying in droves. Another mass of Ascendant soldiers waited for her up ahead. 100 of them, at a quick count, almost all of them unarmored, as most of the defenders seemed to be. They simply hadn't had time to armor up. Worse, many of the defenders seemed to be civilians, who'd simply grabbed whatever nearby item vaguely resembled a weapon. Maya couldn't even guess how many people she'd already killed, let alone the total kill count for 7th Company. Nor did she want to know. Around her, the tall, imperious buildings of the Ascendant City were decorated with blossoming, tangerine-colored flames. They seemed to lick at the sky. Night had fallen, yet was held at bay by the growing inferno. There was so much smoke in the air that Maya's lungs were raw from all her coughing. Her eyes stung and watered. It was difficult to breathe and to see, and to feel as though this, any of this, was even real. It was more like a nightmare. "Charge!" Maya cried, but her voice was so hoarse that little more than a rasping whisper emerged. Still, 7th Company seemed to get the idea. Instead of a thunderous, explosive charge down the street, they advanced slowly, warily, creeping toward the enemy. The front of defenders stepped forward and threw rocks, bottles, and other projectiles. 7th Company raised their tall shields against which bottles shattered and rocks bounced off. The first line of defenders began to shout, perhaps even to pray. One went down to his knees and held his hands up beseechingly to the sky. Others, armed with sticks, with small knives not designed for fighting, with hammers and axes and spears, began to run at the 7th Company. They were cut down one by one. No matter how she felt about the scions of the autarky, she had to give them one thing. They knew how to fight. In fact, they were so good at it, and now proved themselves to be so adept at killing the enemy, that they'd begun to look bored. Their killing swings became lazy. They lopped off limbs with casual disregard. They punched with mailed fists and broke faces. They slammed the edges of their shields into their foes and shattered bones. They didn't jeer, or taunt the enemy, or celebrate their small victories. They simply waded forth as though the battle had become a chore, simply something that they needed to endure. 2 Ascendancy men rushed Maya, with another 2 behind them. Perhaps they sensed that she was some kind of leader, that, if they could take her out, they could maybe turn the tide. A misguided thought. The Scions were so well trained, so disciplined, that they wouldn't have even blinked at her death. They'd simply turn to the next person in line and wait for orders. Each had the proper chain of command fully memorized, and would not hesitate to refer to it. It made Maya want to laugh and cry all at once. The first 2 attacked at the exact same time. Maya swung her sword and severed the right arm of the first one. The limb dropped to the ground with a dull thud. The man stared at the spurting stump with a look of utter disbelief. They always did that. Took a while for the brain to catch up with the moment and realize what had happened. Often it never got the chance. She stepped forward quickly and skewered the second through the belly, while he was distracted by his companion's distress. He made a sad little choking sound, and then curled up around the sharpened metal buried in his intestines, in a way reminiscent of a dying spider. It made her sad. The next 2 attacked. One swung an axe at her head, and it was a decent blow, perfectly enthusiastic. It would have knocked her on her ass had she not easily swayed back out of range. Her blade hissed out in reply and took out her attacker's jugular. He fell to his knees and grasped at his throat in a way she'd seen far, far too many people do. His eyes bulged as all of his precious blood jetted out from between his desperate fingers. The last, credit to her, did not seem dissuaded by the dismantling of the other 3, which had taken place over the span of 2, maybe 3 seconds. She was armed with a makeshift spear, and this she jabbed at Maya's helmet, seeking the gap that was her visor. Maya turned her head at the last moment so that the tip of the woman's spear scraped harmlessly across her dull steel. The woman jabbed again, surprisingly fast, and caught Maya in the chest. Another harmless blow, considering her breastplate, but at the very least it managed to steal some of the air from her lungs. A better effort than the other 3 combined. Maya might have commended the woman if there was any room for such a thing in battle. Unfortunately, there wasn't. Maya put her weight behind her next swing, so that when her sword made contact with the poor woman's throat, it went all the way through and severed her head. A quick death was the best she could do for the woman, which, she thought, said a lot about the situation. By the time the woman's body hit the ground, 7th Company had finished with this most recent mass of enemies. The Ascendants lay in a pile of corpses, bodies ruined, returned to bloody chunks of meat. Looking at them, it was hard to imagine they'd ever been human in the first place. What a waste. What an absolute disaster. The fires had spread. Half the city, it seemed, was fully ablaze. Ahead in the distance, above the Ascendant city, the sky split open. A rift in space. Brilliant myriad colors spilled out of a hole blacker than black. Energy crackled, and the stars themselves seemed to shimmer and shift. And there a figure appeared, a man floating above the chaos being wrought across the city. Marak. 28. Marak. Marak, floating 500 feet in the air, gazed down upon the city. It was immediately clear that his arson squads had done their job as planned. That was good. He'd been concerned that, even unprepared, even taken fully by surprise, the Ascendants would pick them off before they had a chance to spread their flames. Instead, they'd managed to turn the city into a blazing inferno. Thick black clouds of smoke trailed up, streaming past him in the cool wind. His eyes watered. He extended a hand and dedicated a small stream of his power to diverting the smoke in the opposite direction, lest he choke and suffocate on it all. He scanned the wide streets, seeing where each company of the Scions had branched off. At least half of them were actively fighting in an engagement. The other half were on the move. Their ultimate goal was clear: the great temples at the very center of the city, of which there were 6, as well as the colossal round structure around which the temples had been built. This was where the assembly acted as the throbbing heart of the Ascendancy, keeping it alive. Stab the heart, and watch the body die. His gaze settled on where the 7th Company had just taken another key section of the city. There was no surprise there. Maya, despite her recent misgivings and worrying attitude, was still the competent woman he had met all those years ago. She would not let him down. Not today. Even still, it was clear to him that Maya, as well as others, had started to doubt him. Marak's brow furrowed. For a moment his concentration wavered, and he dropped several feet, stomach plummeting, heart accelerating, before he regained his grasp on his power and steadied himself. He had to concentrate, had to be solely, entirely dedicated to the plan. They had the chance, here and now, to break the Ascendancy, so completely that they would never again trouble the autarky. And so far, things were going smoothly. Marak drifted through the air, aiming for where Sir Deimos and the First Company were pushing hard for the assembly. It was here that the battle was thickest. Enough time had passed for the enemy to partially gather their wits about them. They might not have understood how exactly an autark army had appeared at the center of their city, but that wouldn't stop them from defending their nation and their wretched god until their last dying breaths. After all, if there was one thing Marak admired about the Ascendancy, it was their absolute, unflinching dedication. Something caught his eye, a disturbance ahead of where Deimos and his company were fighting an intense battle. Armored figures were marching toward the autarky soldiers. Beetle Knights. He could have recognized their bright, iridescent armor from a mile away. At a quick count, there were between 300 and 400 of them, fully clad in the panoply of war, and wielding the oversized, devastating weapons they'd become famous for. Many of them, he knew, would be radically altered by their devotion to the Green Star. Since their failed attack on Othira, his spies had reported that more and more of the enemy had been warped beyond the point of recognition, or indeed humanity. They were monsters, and they needed to be destroyed. Marak drifted toward them. An individual strolled at the head of their force, a clear leader, and there was something about him that was terribly familiar. Marak squinted, then came even closer. Yes, that armor, covered in dried human flesh and decorated with the bones of fallen enemies. This was Iradan, who had come to be known as the Architect, as a result of his macabre creations, towers of corpses, temples constructed out of human bones, and altars of dripping organs. And that meant the Beetle Knights behind him, moving in perfect unison, their steps like approaching thunder, were the sons of the Jade Path. How had Iradan escaped Othira? Marak had assumed that the man must have gotten himself killed, along with most of his followers, and that his body had simply never been found. Perhaps it had been burned, or otherwise destroyed beyond the point of recognition. And yet here he was, more glorious, more horrific than ever. Iradan tilted his head upward. Although he wore a horned helmet that completely covered his face, Marak nonetheless felt his stare, the chill of his malicious attention. Iradan's armor was not as Marak remembered it. It was elegant, golden, inscribed with ancient words in an ancient language. It marked him out as a saint. It seemed as though in the wake of Iradan's failure, the assembly had chosen Iradan to replace him. He rose to Marak's face. He'd destroyed one saint, he could destroy another. He drew sunlight from its sheath. As always, its heavy, smooth hilt fitted perfectly in his palm, as though long ago his creators had known that millennia later, a child would be born, and that child, whose name was Marak, was destined to wield this blade, and with it, carve his destiny into the very stars. Iradan lifted a monstrous double-headed axe, and with it, saluted Marak. Marak's lips twisted into a grim smile. He returned the salute with sunlight. He descended from the sky, plummeting like a fallen star. Deimos and the rest of First Company had spotted the Architect and the Sons of the Jade Path, and were now forming up in preparation for the inevitable clash. Both sides, however, were aware of his approach, and of Iradan, who was striding forward toward the center of an empty stretch of street. It was clear that the two of them would now duel, and that both sides would await the outcome. As he neared the blood-smeared street, Marak slowed his descent, landing gently, his cloak whirling through the smoky air. His armor was covered in ash and blackened by soot, yet still gleamed in the warm glow of the fires that were eating the city alive. Iradan came to a stop. 20 feet separated them.
"Autark,"
said the Architect in greeting, his voice a deep rumble. Saint Iradan, Marak returned, inclining his head.
I'll admit,
said the architect.
I can't quite work out how you did this.
He sniffed at the air.
But there is something about you, O Dark, that is different from the last time I gazed upon you. I can smell it. You reek of corruption, of taint.
He took a step forward, mailed fists tightening around the haft of his brutal axe.
Ah, I think I see it now. Tamatu's gift. You are a slave in service to the great devourer. A poor choice.
Marak cracked his neck to one side and then the other.
I am a slave to nothing. If you can detect something of the devourer about me, it is only because I've used it as a tool.
The architect's booming laughter caught him by surprise.
You are not the first man to attempt to use the gods to your own ends. Would you like to know what the outcome always is?
Too much talking,
Marak said. He slid forward into a fighting stance.
Come to me, architect, and meet your end.
The architect unclasped his shimmering cloak, letting it fall to the ground in a pile of delicate cloth. He took another 2, 3 steps forward, a lumbering giant clad in thick, spiked armor that shone like the carapace of a beetle. So close, Marak got a true sense for how large the man was. At least 8 feet tall and twice as broad as he was. The man was a titan, and with that axe of his, there was no doubt that all Iradan needed to do to end the fight was land a single devastating blow.
I will take your head, O Dark,
the architect hissed.
And then I will take the heads of your loyal dogs, and of that pretty new wife of yours, and your child, and everyone you have ever loved, and I will send all of them, screaming, into the maw of your master.
Hate bubbled to the surface of Marak's mind with an intensity he had never felt before. He saw for a moment Amara's smiling face, saw her holding their child tied to her chest. He saw Davina, and Maya, and Deimos. His family. He saw his growing empire spread out before him. He knew that he was not perfect, not as a man nor as a ruler, but he was doing his best, and he would protect them, all of them, until his last dying breath. Marak pointed the tip of sunlight at the architect's heart.
Come then, let's get this over with.
29. Deimos. Deimos lowered his sword and watched, with his heart beating rapidly, as both Marak and the architect approached each other. First Company fell into obedient stillness behind him. All it would take, he knew, was the raising of his blade, or shouted order, and they would burst into violent movement. But over the last few years, Deimos had come to know Marak well, and he could tell that the autarch intended to duel this champion of the enemy. And so Deimos, no matter how much he disliked the situation, had no choice but to watch. It was foolish. Leaders engaging in single combat was about the worst idea he could possibly imagine. They had the upper hand. The battle was going their way. He and the First Company had smashed their way through all resistance thus far, and he had no doubt that, given the chance, they would continue to do so, even against these foul beetle knights. Marak was competent, of that Deimos was quite aware. He wasn't the most skilled bladesman, not when it came to raw skill and technical prowess, but he had other abilities. Abilities Deimos didn't fully understand, and a talent for always finding a way to win. So it wasn't that he lacked confidence in his leader. It was just that it was too much of a risk for him to feel comfortable. Iradan the architect and Marak began to slowly circle each other, occasionally feinting, stepping forward, stepping back, the usual pre-combat dance of two duelists. It was now that the combatants would get a sense for the other's movement, speed, and reaction times. They were gathering the requisite information before they committed to a true first move. Deimos already had a measure for Iradan as a fighter. It hadn't been so long ago, especially not in his memory, that he and the architect had come close to crossing blades. If only they had. If Deimos had finished the brute back then. If only Marak would allow him now to take care of the architect. But he never would. The autarch was a proud man, and rightfully so, and Deimos understood that there was a visual component to what Marak was now doing. If he personally slew the enemy saint, that sent a clear message to the rest of his beetle knights. It would be a devastating blow, especially because Marak had already killed one saint. If he could end this battle by winning a duel, he might save the lives of hundreds or thousands of his soldiers. So, because of that, Deimos was content to stand back and observe, despite how much it went against his spirit and instincts, and the urge for violence that so constantly surged through him. More so lately than ever, like a thirst he could never quite quench. Iradan made the first move. He darted forward, massive axe swinging for Marak's head. Marak stepped back easily, ducking beneath the blow. Deimos didn't like that. It was never ideal to duck. It opened you up to too many potential counters. If Iradan got a read on that particular reaction, he would set a trap. Deimos's hands began to sweat. Sunlight lashed back out in response, and here was Marak's greatest advantage. Deimos had sparred with Marak many times before, never with sunlight, but with the two of them pretending as though Marak was wielding it. It was nearly impossible to fight against. You couldn't block, parry, or counter in any traditional sense. The only defense against it was to simply not be there when it came for you. And for Iradan, who was a much larger man, that would be difficult. As fast as he was, if he was forced to rely on his speed and agility, it would only be a matter of time until he started to slow, and Marak eventually caught him. But if Iradan was at all concerned about that possibility, he didn't show it. Instead, he easily drifted out of Sunlight's way and attempted to break Marak's forward leg with a savage kick to the autarch's knee. Marak lifted his leg. Their limbs crashed together, causing Marak to take a slightly unsteady step back. Iradan roared in triumph, lunged forward, a lumbering mountain of bright, spiked metal. He let go of his axe with one hand, swung it, and when Marak managed to once again duck, he threw an uppercut with his newly freed hand. Iradan's mailed fist shattered Marak's nose. Marak's head snapped upward. Blood flew through the air, bright and temporarily suspended, as though in slow motion. The autarch staggered, legs buckling for a moment. Iradan, too savvy not to take advantage of an opponent's weakness, charged after his victim. Deimos's guts twisted. He took a step, clenching his jaw until it hurt. He'd fought in 100 battles without a hint of nerves, without a moment of fear. Now, though, he was terrified. If Marak got caught, if he was killed, here and now, Deimos could scarcely imagine the horror that would follow. "Do not duck!" Deimos bellowed. "Marak, do not duck! Circle to his right and cut at his legs!" But there was no knowing whether or not the autarch heard him. Many others were shouting. The ascendants in triumph, the autarchy soldiers in loyal support of their master. Marak regained his footing, saw the giant charging him, and leaped at his opponent, hoping to meet him in the middle. Sunlight was like a lance directed at the enemy's heart. Iradan turned his body at the last moment. Sunlight entered through his side, his tip popped out of his back. But now Marak and Iradan were nearly chest to chest, and before Marak could retreat and retrieve his sword, the architect wrapped his arms around Marak. It almost looked like a hug. Deimos bit his lip. Close to where he stood, the excited, victorious shouts from the side of the autarch abruptly ceased. Iradan embraced Marak, the spikes of his armor scraping across the autarch's golden panoply. He squeezed. Metal groaned. Marak cried out. Iradan snapped his head down, the metal ridge of his helmet exploding into Marak's already broken nose. Once, twice, 3 times, until the autarch's legs gave out. "No," Deimos whispered. For a moment it seemed to be over. Marak was unconscious, and now in the grip of his enemy. But then the autarch, still gripping Sunlight's hilt, wrenched the heavy, ancient sword upward. Iradan made a sudden, guttural choking sound. He released Marak, hastily retreating, then wobbling, blood seeping out of his split armor, axe falling from weak, trembling hands. Marak, swaying on his feet, stared down at his enemy. His face was a bruised, bloody mess. His armor was scraped and dented, and yet there was no fear in his eyes, no give.
only defiance. It was done. Iradan had been torn open. Soon he would bleed to death. Deimos, and everyone else, waited for the architect to topple lifelessly to the ground. It didn't happen. Iradan reached for his horned helmet, twisted it, then slowly removed it. He threw it at his feet, revealing a pale, scarred face. His hair was as white as snow, his eyes a vivid violet.
"Is that it?"
His voice was a serpent's hiss. He hefted his axe.
"My God has blessed me, Autarch."
Marak lifted sunlight, blood dripping from his impossibly sharp tip. The Autarch's expression was calm. He raised his free hand, fingers splayed, palm facing Iradan.
"I need no god to bless me,"
said Marak, and from his palm emerged a torrent of bright green fire. It howled and cracked as it ate at the air, smoke billowing upward, the flames so bright that Deimos was forced to cover his eyes and peer through the cracks between his fingers. Iradan was no longer visible. The architect was lost amidst the inferno, burned at its heart. The heat was immense. Deimos felt his armor start to become hot and took a step back, as did hundreds of others. Marak, however, did not seem at all bothered by the storm of fire emerging from his palm. His face remained serene, his eyes slightly narrowed. Locks of dark hair caressed his brow, disturbed by a strange, sourceless wind. Marak's outline seemed to flicker, and just for a moment the Autarch emanated an eerie red light. Then the flames abruptly died, leaving the stone street blackened and smoldering, smoke obscuring the remains of the architect. Another sourceless wind picked up, dispersing the smoke. And there was Iradan, now on his knees, his armor a smoking mess of twisted black metal. His face was unrecognizable, bones visible through the ruined and burned flesh. His right eye had melted. His left remained as a bright violet star wedged into the ghastly remnants of his visage. Slowly, the architect rose to his feet. Deimos let out a breath and tightened his grip on his blade. Abomination. There was nothing he hated more than the Ascendants and the wretched power they called God. Although Iradan's armor and body were both ruined, his axe was not. He held it up. His hand appeared fused to the haft of the weapon. Its edge gleamed. A slow smile spread across Iradan's smile.
"As I said, Autarch,"
he rasped.
"My God blesses me."
30. Marak. The architect advanced. Marak clenched his jaw and remained in place. Perhaps 10 feet separated the two of them. Iradan began to circle out to the right, and Marak mirrored his movements. The saint's armor was still smoking, the jellified mist that had once been his right eye running down his cheek like a ghastly tear. He was not entirely surprised that the man had survived. It was the sort of thing that one had to expect from the most devout followers of the Green Star. Inside Marak, rage was building. The very concept of gods intervening in the affairs of mortals was intolerable. They resided outside of the real material world. They did not, as far as Marak understood it, have any form of consciousness that was comparable to what the human mind produced. They were beings of pure power contained within their own intangible domains. They were outsiders. They were cruel, scheming, and lacking in love, compassion, and nobility. They sought only to exert their influence upon the material realm. To what aim? Marak did not know. They were parasites that fed off of mortal sin. The Green Star was just one of them. Tomatil, the Great Devourer, another. But there were more, many more, dozens, maybe. He would find them all. He would destroy them all. He would create a godless universe so that mankind could advance unimpeded. He would hunt down their followers, one by one, and exterminate them. He would burn their books, tear down their shrines, desecrate their temples. He would extinguish their memory, and it would all start with Iradan the architect. Marak leaped forward. Sunlight divided the air, causing it to ripple. Iradan leaned back, still impressively fast, faster than any normal man could ever hope to be. The architect's monstrous axe whirled through the air in response, and Marak stepped out of reach. The crowd had once again gone silent. Marak could feel the tension. Those on his side, his loyal brothers and sisters, watched with trepidation. He wanted to call out to them, to tell them that there was no need to fear, that he could not be defeated by this vile thing. But there wasn't the time. They would see soon enough. Iradan lumbered forward. He opened his mouth and Marak ducked before the architect even began to spit a sizzling black liquid. It splashed across the street, burning through stone. Marak's vision pulsed, became red around the edges. The fire burning inside of him grew hotter and hotter until he wanted to scream. It was almost as though the tormentor had resumed his cruel work deep inside his brain, except instead of excruciation, there was hate and anger and a need to destroy. Iradan crashed into him, a mountain of black steel and bubbling flesh. Marak stumbled. The architect slammed the butt of his axe into Marak's face, snapping his head back. The axe head followed, skimming the tip of Marak's nose, leaving it cold and wet. He reeled backward. The architect followed, refusing to give him space. That single violet eye narrowed with malice.
"Is that it?"
Iradan roared.
"Weak! Not even tomato can save you."
Marak ducked beneath the next axe blow, stabbed sunlight through the meat of Iradan's right thigh. But if the giant even noticed the blow, he gave no indication of it. Instead, he charged, and now he dropped his axe, abandoning it, and instead swung a fist at Marak's head, so fast and so sudden that all Marak could do was mitigate the damage, rather than avoid it. Stars exploded across his vision, blood filled his mouth. Marak dropped to a knee. A cry of despair rose from the autarky side. At the corner of his vision, Sir Deimos stepped forward, snarling, on the verge of intercepting the saint.
"Don't,"
Marak thought.
"Don't you dare. Don't you take this from me. Weak,"
Iradan said again, and kicked him in the chest with enough force to shatter any other man's sternum. In a quick burst of magic, Marak strengthened his bones at the last moment, infusing his skeleton with arcane power. The blow merely sent him hurtling away, stealing his breath rather than his life. Iradan strolled forward. He bent over and retrieved his axe.
"Avash!"
shouted the beetle knights behind Iradan. In their language, the word meant, "Finish it," and was reserved for moments like this, when one duelist had the other at their mercy.
"Avash! Avash! Avash!"
Each cry was like a deafening burst of thunder.
"Pray to your master,"
Iradan hissed, bringing his axe up high, the blade suspended above his head for a single awful second, before he brought it down in a blow capable of splitting Marak in half. Marak caught the head of the axe between both palms, stopping it in place. Time seemed to stop. Iradan's single violet eye widened. Marak gritted his teeth, tasting blood, tasting rust and raw meat. He infused his muscles with arcane strength. He altered the flesh of his palms so that it was not split by the sharpened steel of the axe. And for a moment, he and the architect were locked in place. Iradan attempting to power through this obstacle, to continue to bring his axe down, while Marak repelled it. And then through his palms he channeled sudden concussive force. The blade shattered like glass, shards falling in a glittering rain. Iradan took a step back, while Marak rose to one knee, then pushed himself up to his feet. The rest of the world blurred and faded away, until it was just him and the architect. He was distinctly aware of his own exhaustion. He'd used a lot of power across the last few hours, and his body was feeling it. His muscles were heavy, weighed down by his efforts. His bones felt as though they were made of lead. Even his lungs were affected, so that each breath he took was difficult. It didn't matter. Not now. He would deal with the consequences later. Presently his anger burned away all other considerations. Hot rage coursed through his veins like lava. Snarling like an animal, and aware of the concern that now wrote itself across Iradan's face, Marak leaped at his enemy. His left fist, still infused with power, slammed into Sacchariden's black armor right where his ribs were. Metal buckled. A piece of blackened steel plate was torn off by the impact. Sacchariden's single eye widened even further, mere moments before Marak pulled the giant to the ground. He landed easily on top of his opponent, mounting him, laughing just as he had years ago, during all those battles he'd fought against the kingdom of Ostromir. He had attempted, since then, to bury this part of himself, to hide the demon that lived inside of his soul. But here it was, once again released. Marak gently grabbed Sacchariden's head with both hands, then abruptly slammed the back of the architect's skull against the stone road. The world was silent, save for his own labored breathing and the groaning sounds emitting from the architect's open, drooling mouth. He slammed Sacchariden's skull a second time, then a third, feeling something snap and give in. Sacchariden's hands were weakly fumbling at Marak's arms, trying to push him away to somehow stop him. But there was no stopping this.
"Before," Marak snarled. "What did you say?"
Sachariden spat blood. Marak grabbed the man by his burned jaw and tilted his head so that their eyes were locked.
"What did you say?" "I am blessed,"
Sachariden slurred.
"by the green star."
Marak held Sacchariden's head with both hands, and then he ripped it off. 31. Marak rose to his feet, holding Sacchariden's head by what remained of his charred hair. The two spectating armies watched in silence. Unsteady on his feet, his golden armor covered in blood, Marak laboriously bent down and scooped up sunlight. Then with his other hand he held Sacchariden's head up high, so that everyone could see it. Blood pouring out of the ruined throat and splattering the ground, the man's severed spinal column dangling. "Not long ago," Marak shouted, "I killed Saint Iradan of the Green Star. And now, before your very eyes, I've killed Saint Sachariden of the very same deity. I urge you, Ascendants, to pick another saint and watch as I repeat the act again and again and again." He let a bloody grin slowly split his face. "And what exactly does this say about your god?" The wind howled, carrying distant sounds of battle from elsewhere in the city. A man, not too far away, was screaming for their mother. Elsewhere, flames roared and crackled. Marak threw the architect's head toward the line of beetle knights. It hit the ground with a thud, rolled a small distance, and then came to a stop at the feet of one particularly large knight, who looked down at it as though he couldn't quite comprehend what he was looking at. Marak let the moment draw out, not just for the sake of drama, but because, truth be told, he needed to catch his breath. He felt as though he might collapse at any moment. The key, however, was to not let anyone see just how much the fight had taken from him, and how close to slipping into unconsciousness he was. "Lay down your arms, men and women of the Ascendancy," he boomed out. "Do this, and I will be lenient. To be clear, all of you who have taken the mark of the Green Star, who are tainted by its influence, will die no matter what. There is simply no other way. But if you surrender to me now, I will spare what remains of your city, your people. The civilians of the Ascendant City who want nothing more than to live out the rest of their lives will be allowed to remain. The memory of this place and of your nation will continue to exist, unless you refuse, unless you decide to keep fighting." He paused, expression grim. "In that case, I will have no choice but to exterminate this city and everyone in it." This last part was a lie. Marak had no interest in genocide. He refused to tear down a perfectly good city and slaughter hundreds of thousands of innocents. He would, as much as was possible, show clemency. The Ascendant City would be renamed, and autarky officials would govern it. Much would change, but in some ways it would continue to survive. What mattered now, however, was doing everything he could to minimize casualties on his side. He would do and say whatever he needed so that as many scions of the autarky could return to their families as possible. In that way he hoped to begin to repay his servants for their loyalty. and faith. A member of the Sons of the Jade Path stepped forward, grasping a short, curved blade in each fist. The others shifted around him. The Beetle Knight took several more steps and then came to a stop. He extended both blades, points directed toward Marak's voice. His voice emerged as a feral growl. "If the Green Star allowed you to kill the Architect, it is only because he was unworthy of the god's favor. We will not lay down our weapons. We will not stop. We will come at you, Otak, until you are dead, or we are dead. The Green Star demands nothing less." Marak's heart sank. It was the answer he'd been expecting and dreading. For once he wished that the answer did not have to be slaughter. Into the silence that followed, Sakuradan's severed head began to laugh, and then the Beetle Knights charged. Later, covered in gore and seated upon a pile of corpses, Marak would remember only that, sometime in the melee, he had lost control. The state he had entered had not been dissimilar to what the Tormentor had done to him on at least a dozen separate occasions. The difference was that this time he only had himself to blame. Marak held his head in his hands which were so red with blood he no longer recognized them. Sir Deimos carried and strode out of the ash.
"My lord? Deimos?"
Marak squinted, raising his head.
"Is that you?"
Sir Deimos fell to one knee. The commander of the Sun Knights looked worse for wear. His cloak was missing, his armor dented, scratched, and choked with blood. His own sun blade was sheathed at his hip. He'd removed his helmet, or he'd lost it, revealing a heavily lined face weighed down by exhaustion. There were shadows beneath his eyes and a sickly pallor to his skin. He nonetheless exuded a sense of regality, strength, and pride.
"It is me,"
intoned the Sun Knight. "Good," Marak murmured. "Good, good." He vaguely recalled that Deimos had been beside him for much of the battle. The two had fought side by side. There had been a moment, yes, he could remember it now, when for several long moments he had run out of enemies to kill, and just for a second he had turned to face his own soldiers, the Scions, and had tightened his grip on his sword. But then Deimos had appeared in front of him, had whispered something in his ear that he didn't quite recall, and had turned him back around to face a new wave of foes, more intense and fanatical than even the last. Forbidden gods. But how many had he killed? "I dread the day it won't be you, Deimos," Marak found himself saying. "I need it to always be you." Deimos rose to his feet with a creak of steel plate. His frown revealed his confusion. "It will be. I will ensure it." The wind picked up, blowing ash through the air. Marak could taste it on his lips. He ran a hand through hair crusty with filth. He'd enjoyed this sort of thing once upon a time. Battle had seemed so appealing. The thrill of being caught in the eye of the storm. The less pleasant parts. The shit, the viscera, the death of innocence. Had all been so much easier to simply push to the side. What had happened to him? More than once during the battle he had looked into the eyes of some poor dying bastard and had seen in their face the face of his son, Tassidir. It disconcerted him. Getting old, maybe. Marak slowly stood, knees aching. He placed a hand on Deimos' broad shoulder. "Do you still enjoy it, Deimos?" "Enjoy what?" But the caution in the man's eyes told Marak that he knew exactly what he was talking about. "Come now, old friend." "Mostly," Deimos said, looking into the distance. "Mostly, yes." "The same as you used to?" Deimos just shrugged, as though this wasn't something he wanted to talk about. Marak sighed. It often felt as though people did not want to discuss the things that were truly on his mind. But no matter, it was hardly the time for it anyway. "The battle," Marak said. "The city. How goes it? Any word from Maya?" "Just came in. She and her company have secured the Quarter of Whispers. Heavy casualties, but they've bled the enemy dry. Maya is requesting immediate reinforcements, however. Her message stated that she is having issues with some of the Scions." "What sort of issues?" Deimos said nothing. He had a way of saying a lot with only an expression, and right now his expression was grave indeed. And really it was to be expected. The Scions were well disciplined, perhaps even the finest soldiers on the continent, but this was their first major engagement, and the night had been long and bloody. Each survivor had surely lost friends and comrades, now. And when the Ascendancy came to Althera, revenge would be on their minds.
bloodlust in their veins. Marak would do what he could to control it, but he could scarcely even control himself. Times like this he wished the tormentor would switch back on. It had been a most convenient excuse. A little later, Marak met with Deimos, Brizengant, Maya, Telemachos, and the rest of the Scion commanders, those that weren't still leading their troops in battle anyway. There, in the ruined center of the Ascendant city, they assessed the map of the city that Davina's operatives had acquired several months before. The Ascendant leaders had all barricaded themselves in the Assembly, the largest and most well-fortified building in the city. That was where the rest of the Beetle Knights, and likely the best ones, were still hiding. There were garrisons outside of the city, and most likely enemy reinforcements would soon be on their way, but Scion companies had already been sent to guard all the major gates that might let them into the city. "A third of the citizens have locked themselves in their homes," Brizengant was saying. "Another third have attempted to take up arms against us. They are mostly ineffective, lacking in weapons, but nonetheless a concern. There are a lot of them. They're angry, and their devotion makes them relentless. The last third are trying to run. A lot of them are out there now, flooding the roads to the gates. Of course, we're not letting them pass, and as much as we can, we're sending them back to their homes. But few of them relish the prospect of sitting tight in the city while large parts of it burn to the ground, and elsewhere the fighting grows more intense." Deimos raised an eyebrow. "You sound rather sympathetic to the enemy's cause, Brizengant." "I'm human," snapped the general. "Of course I'm sympathetic. Perhaps overly so." Marak held up a hand to kill the argument before it was allowed to really start. Deimos and Brizengant had hated each other for a while now, and if allowed to heat up, would be at each other's throats in no time. "I'm sympathetic as well," he said, nodding at the general. "Deimos, he's right. We're human, so are they. We have our differences, and not all these people are going to be compatible with the autarky." He trailed off, then cleared his throat. "But I won't wish any unnecessary harm on anyone. Be gentle with them, Brizengant." He glanced across at Telemachos. "I want you and Third Company to get back out there and fight the fires, at least where they're threatening to spread into densely populated areas. Do not forget, my friends, that soon this city will be ours, and when it is, these people will be our people." The conversation continued for some time after that, bouncing between one tedious subject and then the next. The matter of logistics was a prime concern of Brizengant's. This assault of theirs could not be a long-term, sustained attack. The very nature of their instantaneous arrival meant that it could never be more than a swift, decapitating strike. After all, they had no supply chain, no logistical network to support them. Those who were injured or sick could not be sent back to the autarky for help, not unless Marak opened up another rift, and he refused to do that. What he could now do, this ability to create portals, was an immense power, but the cost was high. Marak would not abuse it, could not abuse it. It was an addictive power, and he could easily see how it might spiral out of control. Even still, the temptation was there. But no, they would simply have to make do without it. Supplies could be captured from within the city. They'd set up a base of operations. The Ascendant city would be their new home, at least until reinforcements arrived, and the city was well and truly under autarky control. He had no doubt that the Ascendancy's corpse would continue to trouble him. Such fanatic people would not give up without an ongoing fight. It might take years to truly suppress them, to extinguish their foul religion. But it would happen, and then there would be one less obstacle in his way. 32. Marak. A week later, Marak had grown sick of the screaming. It was constant, so much so that it had become a sort of abstract background sound, similar to the wound or the drone of static or heavy, ceaseless rain. The difference was in the way his mind used it to torture him. Of its own accord, it conjured up faces, scenarios. It made up life stories for the victims, giving them names and histories, dreams, desires, fears, families. It turned each isolated scream into a story, and in each such story, he, Marak the Autarch, was the antagonist. He sat in his chamber, head in his hands. His chamber was the top floor of the serrated tower, the tallest building in the Ascendant city, which only several days previously had belonged to a woman informally known as the matriarch. Her name had been Alara, and she had been mother to Saint Iradan and to Ascala, and their other siblings who he did not know. The Ascendancy had no single leader, no equivalent of a king. Instead, they had the Assembly, made up of all the most powerful and wealthy members of their society, who came together in great meetings in order to vote on important matters of state. Despite that, it was commonly said that Alara ran the Assembly. Her influence was immense. She was over 80 years old, and was said to know everybody and their greatest sins. In fact, it had been Alara, so his spies had told him, who had conspired to make Iradan the youngest saint in the Ascendancy's recent history. It had also been Alara who had led the vote to grant Iradan an army with which he might invade the Autarch. She, in other words, had been the architect of all their recent conflict. And so in a way, she was their downfall. Yesterday, Marak cut off her head. She had not tried to run, or beg, or negotiate. She had waited for him in this very chamber, standing by the window, staring out across the city that she had dominated for so many years. She hadn't said a single word, not even when Marak tried to ask her questions, and so, left without anything else to do, he had taken her life. The matriarch had died silently and defiantly, much like the city itself. Although his chamber was sealed, the windows all shut, the door closed, he could still smell smoke. His reek was powerful enough that he found himself coughing every now and then. His lungs and throat were raw. When he looked in the mirror, his eyes were bright, strained red. All the ash he'd collected made his hair look even greyer than it was starting to become. Marak knelt and pulled off his boots. The chamber floor was cold, weathered stone, although 3 bearskin rugs covered much of it. All the windows were of colourful stained glass, depicting unholy scenes of the Green Star. There were many such windows all throughout the city. He'd have to have them all smashed and replaced. It was a good time to be a glassblower. Marak rolled his shoulders, twisting his torso from side to side. He ached so profoundly that he felt compelled to simply not move at all, but refused to give in to that feeling. Age was catching up to him, of that there was no doubt. He wanted to return to Amara, and to his son, Tassidir. He wanted to see Davina again. Shit, he even missed Maya, despite the fact that she was here, somewhere in the city. He'd tried to summon her more than once, but she refused to come to him. Marak knew that he was losing her, that their friendship was slipping away, and if he was being truly honest with himself, it had slipped away a long time ago. Marak sighed. He stood and slowly paced the room. He'd always known that his path was not an easy one. The things he'd done, the things he would have to do in the future, they were a burden that, at times like this, threatened to crush him entirely. It wouldn't be so bad if he wasn't so alone. At the same time, he wanted to be alone, because to wish otherwise would mean wishing to share the burden with others, and no one else deserved to feel this way. It was, he found himself thinking, too much to bear. Too much, and yet he'd do it. He'd do it for as long as he needed to. He kept pacing. His heart hammered in his chest. He wanted to talk to someone. But who? Deimos was his primary confidant, but increasingly he felt a divide between himself and the Sun Knight. As the days went on, as they were forced to go to greater extremes, Deimos seemed to be becoming more and more detached. At times, Marak no longer recognized the man. There was a darkness growing inside the Sun Knight. Marak feared that the very same thing was happening to him. I don't want to be a bad person, he whispered to himself. I don't want this. And yet, said an unfamiliar and unexpected voice, you sit here breathing in the smoke of the city you've just burned to the ground. Marak spun around, hand flashing down to his hip in search of sunlight's hilt, except sunlight lay across his bed, still in its sheath. Across the chamber a woman stepped out of the shadows. Tall, slender, with a body that curved dramatically in all the right places. Her hips swayed as she sauntered forth. Her eyes glowed like smoldering coals. Hair as red as blood spilled down around her shoulders in a rich cascade. Her skin was the color of lavender. A third arm protruded from her back, elongated and triple-jointed, rising above her head like the tail of a scorpion.
and ending in a hand with 9 razor-sharp talons. Marak leaped for sunlight. The woman was faster. She blurred across the room, caught him by his neck, and threw him backward as though he were little more than a toy. Marak twisted in the air, managed to land gracefully and come up in a roll, but now the woman was standing between him and his sword, and her smile told him that she was just waiting for him to try again. "Come now," she cooed. "Let's not fight, my dear prince." Tomatil, of course.
"What do you want?"
Marak hissed. "So hostile." She shook her head sadly. "I wish we could get along better, Marak. We've been through so much together. We've helped each other so much. Aren't we allies? Friends, even? Where does all this cruelty come from?" Marak considered his options. He could call for help, and in a moment Sun Knights would burst into his room and leap to his defense. But the fact that they hadn't yet heard anything, that there was no sign of movement outside of his door, implied to him that Tomatil was using his powers to blot them out. Alternatively, he could draw upon his own powers and try to bathe Tomatil in eldritch flames, but he was still deeply exhausted by his previous efforts, and feared that pushing himself any further could result in his own destruction. Besides, he was not yet ready to directly battle a god, so all he could do was speak to the thing and hope that it left him alone as soon as possible. "Speak your piece," Marak said, rising out of his fighting stance, "and then banish yourself to whatever dark pit you reside in." "I reside in no pit," hissed Tomatil, taking another step toward him. Its feminine form was barefooted and clad in pure black armor like liquid shadow that barely covered her form, exposing as much flesh as possible. If the devourer thought to seduce him with this body, the attempt was misguided. Marak found it revolting. Nausea welled up inside of him. Every inch of his existence wanted to destroy this wretched thing.
"Control. Maintain control,"
Marak exhaled, grounding himself in the moment. Tomatil raised a hand and touched a long, delicate talon to his cheek. "Do you truly feel no desire for me, Marak? You could have me. You could do anything you like. Very few ever have the chance to indulge with a god, after all."
"When I look at you," said Marak, "I feel nothing."
Tomatil cackled and drifted away. "That's not quite true, though, is it? You feel many things when you look at me. Hate, for one, rage, a desire to destroy. You cannot hide these emotions from me. They color your aura. You radiate wrath, Marak. You always have, even before you knew words with which to describe these feelings. Even in your mother's womb, gestating destruction, you were a growing ball of hateful potential."
"I don't believe that,"
Marak said quietly. And he didn't. There was nothing special about him, nothing inherent. No child was born good or bad. A person was determined, he believed, by their upbringing. His upbringing had been one of insignificance and distance from the rest of the world, which had driven him to wanting to be something, to do something. And if Tomatil claimed otherwise, the deity was merely trying to goad him into a reaction. "I have come to you," said Tomatil, "because I wish to congratulate you on the slaughter of this city. You have upheld your side of the promise. For that, dear son of mine, I must thank you. My rival grows weak. The Green Star's followers dwindle in power, and soon they will begin to lose faith. And there is no greater wound that can be inflicted upon a god than the loss of faith. And yet, my child, I come to you with a further request." Marak's eyes once again darted across to where sunlight waited for him.
"Control. Do not do anything rash. You must have patience if you wish to defeat this thing."
"Finish whatever it is you have to say," he said warily, "and then leave me alone." "You grow complacent in the way you speak to me," snapped the god. "Do not forget the state you were in when you first came to me, begging for life, for a second chance. Without me." And then Tomatil, face twisting with rage, spun to face him, and snapped her long fingers. For a moment, Marak knew that something had happened, but couldn't quite figure out what it was. And then the pain started. Marak cried out. His hands immediately shot upward to his throat and found the cold metal of the dagger that Iradan had shoved into his neck long ago. He could feel its icy point tickling the back of his throat. Blood filled his mouth, choking him, and he staggered back, eyes wide, tripping over his own rug, falling onto his arse.
"Ah, there we go," Tomatil whispered. "See? Do you remember now? Do you remember what I did for you? Do you remember how badly you need me? This, Marak, is what you are without me. Dying. Desperate. Weak." She crouched in front of him, bright eyes narrowed. "Do you feel how close death is?" His vision was darkening. His heart raced in his chest. Desperately, he tried to grasp the threads of his magic, to collect power around him. But it hurt so very badly, and he couldn't concentrate, couldn't think straight, especially not with this monster looming over him. The dagger buried in his throat twisted from side to side, causing a fresh wave of agony. Marak screamed. Silence was the only answer. Tomatil sighed, her breath warm and sweet-smelling. "Beg me, Marak. I want to hear you beg." Marak whimpered. Amara, Tassadir, Davina, Deimos. A list of all those he loved ran through his mind. He saw their faces, felt the ache of realizing he'd never see any of them again, felt the pain, too, of realizing that he would leave his empire incomplete, his mission failed. It would all come crumbling down without him. All the pain and suffering he'd been forced to inflict upon others in order to achieve his goals would have been for nothing. All of his justifications would fall apart. He would be remembered as little more than a temporary tyrant who tried to shape the world in their image and ultimately failed. Tears stung his eyes. "Please," he whispered. "Louder." "Please." Tomatil smiled sweetly, then plucked the knife from his throat, and all at once the pain and the blood and the feeling of not being able to breathe faded away, leaving him sobbing and intact on the floor. Tomatil stood, the dagger in her hand, dissipating into shadow. "Even an autarch needs to be humbled every now and then. Do not forget, Marak, those who have helped elevate you. You are mine. You will always be mine." And with that, the shadows at her feet rose up like thrashing tentacles, wrapping around her and then dragging her to the floor, through the floor, swallowing her up entirely. The tendrils died. Silence settled in. 33. Marak, 3 years later. Marak stared across the table at his son, Tassadir, 6 years old with curly black hair and bright icy blue eyes, seemed to resemble him more and more with every day that passed. So much so that at times he found himself feeling uncomfortable, left with the sense that he was watching his own development from a distance. The differences, however, were proving to be mostly physical. Between them on the table was a game of 8 emperors. 2 years ago, Marak had been introduced to the game by his second-in-command, Achios, who was a master, and supposedly undefeated. Since then, Marak had become obsessed. He played it as much as he could, admittedly not as often as he'd like, and challenged everyone he could to the game. He could beat most people, although had never come close to defeating Achios, who somehow managed to find a new way to toy with him every time they played. Likewise, whenever he challenged Davina to a game, she thrashed him. Apparently, she'd known about the game for years, had discovered it back when she'd first sought refuge in Althera, and was just as good as Achios, although the two of them hadn't yet played against each other. For over a year now, Marak had been teaching Tassadir how to play, and right now, Tassadir was beating him. Tassadir's expression was one of absolute concentration. He looked comically small in his chair, dressed in fine silken clothes that any noble would have been jealous of, had they not been made to fit a child. He leaned forward and touched his fingers to one of his pieces. his assassin, and then froze. His expression deepened. He bit his lip and then, after another moment, moved the piece to the most annoying spot possible. Marak didn't let anything show on his face. He sat back in his chair. He'd known for a while now that Tassidir was gifted. He was receiving the best education any child in the world could hope for, with masters from the Celestial University coming to the Godless Palace every day in order to teach him. But it wasn't just that he was well educated. His mind was just naturally sharper than steel. Sharper, maybe, than sunlight. It was almost frightening. "A good play," he said casually. Tassidir raised an eyebrow at him. It was a disconcertingly mature gesture.
"Thank you, Father."
Marak moved his warrior forward. It was, as far as he could tell, the best possible move, forcing Tassidir into a position where he'd have to defend his emperor, and buying Marak a little more time to formulate an actual plan. "I'm impressed," he said, "with how quickly you've improved." Tassidir shrugged.
"Master Izon says I still have a long way to go."
He winced down at the board.
"As you just proved to me. I should have known you'd do that."
Was this how a 6-year-old was supposed to talk? Marak didn't know. As an adult, he'd spent no time around children, and was not truly comfortable around them, although there was something he was working hard to fix. Regardless, he was stuck with the sense that Tassidir was different. When he'd broached the subject with Amara, she'd simply touched and said,
"Did you really expect a child with you as the father and myself as the mother could ever truly be normal?"
A point which he could hardly argue with. The door to their private chamber eased open. Achios Arati slipped in silently. Marak watched him out of the corner of his eye, but did not yet acknowledge the man. He and Achios had grown increasingly close, in large part due to the man's sheer competence. The more responsibilities Marak delegated to his second, the more unburdened he felt. He'd never known that he could grow to trust another man so deeply. But here they were. "My lord Autarch," said Achios, "your son has gotten very good." "Thanks to you, I'm sure." Achios shrugged modestly. Marak moved his sage 3 spaces to the left and attacked. He rolled the dice carved out of bone, got a 5, heralding the death of his son's scout. Tassidir's turn to wince. "My lord," Achios said. Marak held up a hand, brow furrowed in concentration. "This game won't last much longer. Can it wait 10 minutes? "I'm sure that it can." Good. In the event, it took only 8 minutes for Marak to win. It was not, however, a clean win, and by the end of the game he'd lost so many pieces that it was difficult not to feel as though, in a way, he had actually lost. If his son, at only 6, could come so close to beating him already, he could only imagine what Tassidir would be like in another 2 or 3 years. If only Marak had the time to practice more. Time. My greatest enemy. "A good win," Achios said. "Was it?" Marak glanced at his advisor. "It was close. A win is a win." That certainly was how Achios saw the world. Marak didn't agree. There was more to winning than just the victory itself. There were principles to consider, the neatness of the win, the cost of it. "I wonder," Achios added, "if your daughter will share your son's tactical skill." Marak glanced at him again. He didn't like Achios talking about Nera, his daughter, who had been born 2 years ago, and who was small, blonde, bright-eyed, and the light of his life. Achios could be a hard, calculating man, capable of great acts of ruthlessness. The two of them were alike in that way. "Speaking of," said Marak, looking at Tassidir, "go check in on your sister. I must speak to Achios." Tassidir had already reset the board. He stood, bowed to the both of them, and then ran off in obedience. Once Tassidir was gone, Marak's face, much like the board, reset to its usual expression. "What is it, Achios?" "We've finally broken Brisingant," Achios said. He delivered this calmly, dispassionately, as though they were not talking about a man who not so long ago they'd both considered a friend and a close ally. Marak stood from the table, started to pace. The tension in his body was unbearable. He needed relief. Thoughts of Brisingant weren't helping. Brisingant, who'd been his finest field commander for years. Brisingant, who was a traitor, and perhaps a member of a conspiracy at the very heart of the autarky.
"All right," Marak said with an exhalation. "Tell me everything."
"There is not as much to tell you as I'd like," Achios confessed, running a hand through his long golden hair. "Once the flailing reached his groin, he told us."
Marak held up a hand. "I don't need to know the exact details of his torture. My apologies.
The point, what I'm getting at, is that, firstly, he confirmed that there are certainly others."
"We knew that."
"We suspected it," Achios corrected. Marak hated when the man corrected him like that, but let it slide, since there were more important matters to deal with. "But now we know it for certain. We also know that there are other members of this treachery residing within the godless palace." Again, Marak could have assumed that. "Furthermore," said Achios, "we know that their end goal is your death, the destruction of the autarky, and the establishment of a new government."
Marak's hands curled into fists. He could have guessed all of that as well. "What else?" he said, calm, completely calm.
"Maintain composure, especially around Achios. Show no weakness, even though it makes no sense. It's ridiculous. Why betray me? What did I do to earn this?"
"Not in particular, I'm afraid. We know that he was committed, a true believer, rather than someone who was blackmailed or otherwise coerced. We know that he was not their leader. We know that he was only a member of the traitor group for 2, perhaps 3 months at most, and in all likelihood was not allowed to know the identities of anyone higher than himself, else he would have given their names to us."
"And that's it?" So senseless. He knew that he wasn't perfect, that he had made mistakes, and been forced to commit acts that could be considered evil. He could understand from a distance why some had started to whisper the word tyrant. But Brisingand, the man had always been close enough to see, to know, that their intentions were good, that there was light ahead of them, hope, a bright and prosperous future. And also he thought, what a hypocrite, for Brisingand to work against him. Brisingand had done worse things than he had. It had been Brisingand who had hunted down and then exterminated the remaining loyalists of the Kingdom of Ostromir all those years back, who had publicly impaled them, leaving them to moan and bake beneath the summer sun while crows picked at their eyes. "So," Marak said, cracking his knuckles, "who else do you suppose is a traitor?" There was a test hidden in the question. He wanted to know the first names on Achios's mind, not because those people were necessarily traitors, but because he wished to know who Achios distrusted the most. But Achios was too smart to fall for such a simple trap. He said, "I do not know, my lord, but I assure you we will find them, all of them, and bring them to justice." 34. Telemachos. Telemachos had never been so nervous before in his life. It was, he thought to himself, utterly ridiculous. He was a Sun Knight, one of the very first members of the Autarch's Guard. He'd fought in more battles than he could count, had killed more human beings than he could even guess at. He'd faced death 100 times or more, without blinking. And yet here he was, sweating, heart pounding in his chest, feeling for the first time in 25 years like a child whose drunken, abusive father had just returned home. It was raining in Althera. Telemachos adjusted his hood, pulling his cloak tighter around himself. No armor today, nor did he have Mind Eater, the sun sword he'd wielded in service to the Autarch for years. Without those two things, he was naked, vulnerable, little more than a man like any other. It was oddly freeing, a reminder that he was not above anyone else, not really. He, like everyone else, was just a human being. Although it was late at night, Althera was bustling. Someone bumped into him without regard, then perhaps noticed the sheer size, apologized profusely, and scuttled away down some alley. Red lanterns had been strung up between tall buildings, crisscrossing the streets, providing a warm glow to the city. Infused with lantern light, the rain fell red, just as it had in the Ascendant City 3 years previously. His directions had been clear. Follow the main road running through the center of White Raven district until he found the bank, then turn left, follow that street, make another left, and enter the building with a blue-painted door. He could see it now, that door, though in the low light it looked more green than blue. The shadow of doubt fell over him. Wrong door? Probably not. But it wasn't too late to turn back, to abandon this mad venture. Telemachos paused several feet away from the door, rain splashing across his oiled cloak, a chill settling into his weary bones. Once he stepped through that door, there was no going back. He was committed, locked in. He would be a traitor. But then, wasn't he already? Didn't the thoughts that had been circulating through his mind for the last few months make him traitor enough to deserve death? He could hardly make things any worse for himself. And it wasn't as though he was actually afraid of dying. He'd gone past that point a long, long time ago. Shit, he'd been past that point as a child. The 100th time his father had beat him raw and bloody for doing nothing more than looking at the man the wrong way. He'd been ready, and unafraid of death. No, death wasn't the problem. It was the fear of being mislabeled as disloyal, of being called a traitor, of having everyone he had ever loved and respected look at him with hate in their eyes. But if he did this, he was not a traitor. Instead, he would be a patriot. There was only so far a ruler could go, so much a person could do before other people like himself, were forced to stand up and do something about it. Marak had gone far enough. He'd gone too far, years ago. This was a long time coming. Telemachos Rydell, Sun Knight of the Autarky, knocked upon the blue door. It opened almost immediately. Before him stood a plain-faced, freckled man, wearing dirt-smeared worker's garments as though he'd only just gotten home from a workshop. "Yes," the man said. "The sun sets," Telemachos said, the code word that had been inscribed upon the tattered piece of parchment he'd found hidden amongst the pages of his book of deeds. How someone had managed to get it there was a question he had not been able to answer. "Indeed it does," murmured the man, standing back and holding the door open for him. And stepping forth, Telemachos condemned himself. The door creaked shut behind him. The interior of the building was dim, lit only by a few tactically placed candles. He had been told by his contact, the man who had originally approached him, that today was the day he would, at last, meet the leader of the rebellion. Rebellion. That word, passing through his thoughts for even a second, gave him immediate pause. It was a difficult word, a word laden with all sorts of meanings and implications that Telemachos didn't want to think about. Thinking had never been his strength. His father had told him that 100 times. And then when he'd become a squire, so had his knight. Shit, he was sure that even Deimos, who was hardly a greater thinker in his own right, had echoed those words. Telemachos was a body, a sword, a tool of the autarch, and an instrument of war. He was not, and had never been, a thinking man. But maybe he'd just never let himself. Maybe he'd been listening to others for too long. Maybe it was time that something, a lot of things, actually, changed. So he would meet this leader, and together they'd figure out what came next. They'd figure out how to kill Marak. "This way," said the man guiding Telemachos through the house. They passed by several rooms within which he heard voices. How many others were involved? That was something he'd been wondering for a while now. Certainly the past year or two had been difficult for the autarky. There had been complaints from several provinces, food riots, protests against the autarch's new breeding programs. More and more bandits played the roads, raiding the constant stream of wagons going to and fro. Although these bandits, hunted by the Order of the Seeking Hand, and by the autarch's newly created police force, the Tararch Guard, were constantly on the back foot. Just yesterday 100 of them had been publicly hanged all throughout Althera. Telemachos was brought to another room. It was surely the largest inside the house, illuminated by 3 flickering lanterns. Around a table several figures sat, and Telemachos knew all of them. He came to a sudden, shocked stop. His heart skipped a beat. He opened his mouth to say something but could find no words. Closest to him, and now turning in his seat with a wry smile,
was Haron, the old mercenary who'd been one of the Ortarch's closest friends for years. Time had not treated him kindly of late. His face was deeply lined, his hair reduced to thin graying threads. His liver-spotted hands had a constant tremor, and he'd lost so much weight that his clothes, which were expensive and made of silk, were far too large for him.
"Ah, there he is,"
Haron said, voice surprisingly warm and strong.
"Come take a seat, boy."
Telemachos didn't move. His eyes drifted across to the next conspirator, Aristia, who had once been the Ortarch's personal assassin, who had allowed Marak to destroy the Shapers of the Kingdom of Ostromir, and who had trained Davina, Kyrios of the Seeking Hand, in the ways of the assassin. And then there was the last member of the table. She sat leaning back in her chair so that it was balanced on his rear legs. Her own legs she'd thrown up onto the table, slightly crossed, boots aimed at the door. Her hands were behind her head, supporting it, and her lips were twisted in a half-smile of mild amusement. "Took your fucking time," said Maya. 35. Davina. Davina, as always, was early for her lesson. She shrugged off her crossbody leather bag and placed it gently on the bright floor. All of her private lessons took place here, upon the top floor of the ethereal tower, which Marak had commissioned 3 years past and which had been completed only 6 months ago. It was, he claimed, not only the tallest structure in Althera, but on the entire continent. He'd brought in engineers from Cyhalia to construct it. They had worked tirelessly, all day, every day. Davina walked slowly around the tower walls. The chamber was a perfect circle, with 18 clear arched windows that looked out across Althera. The floor was entirely marble, white, but with a golden star emblazoned across the surface, each of its 18 points touching the center of each window. It was a beautiful space, and Davina didn't mind arriving early. It meant time to sit in silence, to gaze out across the city, and to marvel in everything that had happened over the past few years. Behind her, the heavy golden door opened with a subtle creak. "Earlier than usual," Davina said without turning. Marak closed the door behind him. "Lots to do today," he said, "and no time to waste. I'm afraid today's lesson will be shorter than usual. I need you for something tonight." "For what?" "I'll tell you later." Davina finally turned, puffing out her cheeks. Years as the Kyrios of the Order of the Seeking Hand had made her allergic to withheld information. Secrets made her itch. These days, very few people kept secrets from her. Marak was one of them. "As you wish," said Davina, kicking off her shoes, wriggling her toes. The lighter and freer she felt, the easier these lessons were. "So, what am I learning today?" Marak looked at her for a long moment. He was dressed as he often was. Dark trousers, a black silk shirt, a golden belt, at the center of which was a gleaming ruby. The belt had become a stand-in for a crown, since Marak increasingly refused to wear his. Instead, his head was bare, his black hair, now streaked through with grey, cut short and neat. The lines carved into his face reminded Davina that he was starting to get old, a fact that astounded her every time. The years had drifted by faster than she could have ever imagined. They were no longer children, far from it, and yet at times it still felt as though they were young, clueless, and figuring the world out. Ridiculous, really. It was proof that no one ever really knew what they were doing. People liked to pretend that they did, that they had some grand plan, some ultimate purpose, that they were special. But at the end of the day, they were all pretending, just as she was. Which was perhaps a crazy thought for the Kyrios to have, all things considered. Marak's eyes regarded her silently. There was more weight behind that gaze today than usual. Something was weighing on him. His expression screamed to her that he was troubled. Selfishly, she refused to inquire about it. She valued these lessons too dearly to allow this one to become sidetracked. "Today," said Marak, "it's time for you to start putting what you know into practice," which was exactly what Davina had been asking for weeks now. A grin slowly spread across her face. "About time." Marak unsheathed sunlight, and Davina's grin died almost instantly. Seeing the fabled blade in person was always a strange experience. Its legend had grown and grown with every year. She doubted there was a single person on the continent who had not heard of it.
Every statue of Marak came with sunlight. Every painting an artist attempted of her brother included the sword. It had become a part of his image, inseparable from the man himself, and in a way she had become so used to seeing it in its scabbard at his side that she no longer even noticed it. Seeing it drawn, however, was a different thing entirely. It had a weight to it, a heaviness that was obvious even to the untrained eye. It was long enough to be considered a longsword, double-edged and with a fine point. Its crossguard had been modified 2 years earlier, made more extravagant by a master craftsman so that the sigil of the autarky was carved into the gold. Its hilt was smooth, black, and featured that distinct trigger that had become so famous, the switch that, when pressed, activated the blade's terrible power. Just how many people had been killed by that sword? How much blood had it tasted? "Don't look so nervous," Marak said, twirling the blade around. "I'm not going to turn it on. I am, however, going to attack you with it. Here's how this is going to work. I'm going to start on one side of this tower, and you're going to stand on the other. At first, I'll just walk towards you. If I get close enough, I'll hit you with it." He smiled. "Davina, truly don't look so concerned. You're my sister. I'm not going to hurt you." And then, smile widening, he added, "Not seriously, anyway. What you have to do is stop me, using arcane means, before I get to you." Davina stared. The usefulness of the exercise was immediately apparent. In her position, it was imperative that she could use her newly learned abilities to defend herself. But Marak had only been teaching her magic for around a year, and she did not consider herself anywhere near competent enough to feel as though she could stop anyone. Arcane power did not come to her as easily as it seemed to come to Marak. Every improvement she made was hard-won. "Of course," Marak added, "try to limit whatever you do to a non-lethal amount of power. Don't worry about it too much. I can defend myself from whatever you do, but nonetheless." Davina looked around the precious windows, at the beautiful floor, and said, "Is this really the best place for a lesson like this? I wouldn't want to damage your precious tower." Marak waved a hand, non-concerned. "It's what the tower's for. I learned magic in one just like this." "Idis's tower," she remembered. He nodded. "That's right. If a window is broken, it can be replaced. What matters most is that here, within the tower, you learn. No price is too high in the pursuit of knowledge." That surely wasn't true, but it was such a typical thing for her brother to say that it caused her to smile. It demonstrated the difference between them. He threw himself with wild abandon at whatever goal he'd set himself. She, on the other hand, was more calculating and patient. "Let's start," said Marak. They positioned themselves on opposite sides of the tower. Davina took several long deep breaths, calming herself and slowing her heart rate just as he taught her to. Now she altered her own vision, switching into what Marak called true sight. Immediately the world changed color, the chamber rendered in shades of dull blue and gray. Her true sight revealed Marak as a great glowing furnace of energy, a hot spot of violet, tangerine, and deep crimson. He was like the sun, and when she had first learned to switch easily into true sight, he had nearly blinded her on multiple occasions. Since then, however, Davina had learned to withstand his aura. But it was still intimidating, especially knowing what was about to happen. Slowly, Marak began to advance on her, sunlight held up in both hands. The blade seemed to suck in all light to deepen the shadows of the room. Davina's heart began to beat faster. She licked her dry lips. Slowly, carefully, she reached for the threads of reality and began to work at them. She imagined a wall of ice, then pointed her hands at Marak and focused on the air between them. She collected her power around her, felt the air grow heavy, her hair standing on end. Marak had classified all magic into different categories, and these categories he had taught to Davina. Out of all of them, the one he called conjuration was what she found easiest and most satisfying. The ability to summon things, to create something where previously there had been nothing. The wall of ice, at least 8 feet high, appeared out of nowhere, slamming into the marble floor and immediately chilling the air. Marak was obscured from view. Davina let out a breath, took a step forward, and then her brother stepped around the wall, lunged at her. Davina cried out and twisted her body away, but too slow.
The flat side of sunlight slapped against her thigh, then her thigh, signaling that she'd lost the round and would have been dead had the circumstances been different. "Nice attempt," Marak said, "but I get the sense that you paused to admire your own work. When you do something, anything, you need to be constantly planning. For example, you should have already been wondering how I might react to the wall. Obviously, an enemy truly intent on killing you is simply going to go around it. You need to anticipate that, set a trap, or ensure that one isn't needed." "It's a little difficult," Davina said, cheeks burning, a mixture of embarrassment and anger boiling her blood. "In a real situation, I probably would have dropped the wall on top of your head, killing you. Obviously, I can't do that now." "Killing a person with magic is easy," Marak said dismissively. "What I'm trying to teach you now is control. That's the most important factor. Now, let's try again." This time, as Marak advanced across the chamber, Davina tried something else. After conjuration, there was biomancy, the school of magic concerned with the manipulation of human bodies. It was not Davina's strength, but it was endlessly useful. She focused on Marak's body. This, she knew, would be difficult, since in order to affect him, she would have to first get past his aura, which was bright and hot, and next, avoid any of his magical defenses. Presumably, he wouldn't bother with a magical defense, since for the sake of the exercise, he was playing the role of any ordinary attacker armed with a sword. But it was always difficult to know exactly what would happen with him. Now she switched her vision from true sight into what Marak called flesh sight, allowing her to see the inner workings of his body. His muscles, every single one of them, was clearly defined, colored pink. There were his bones and the endlessly complex network of veins and arteries. Beyond his circulatory system was his nervous system, a vivid blue, and this was her target. She reached in, maintaining her calm, even despite the fact that now he was only 5, maybe 6 feet away, and in a moment he would reach her, and sunlight would once again make contact with her body. But she was in his nervous system now, like a parasite embedded in a host. She gathered magic around her and began to switch his nerves off, and Marak became statue still. A second later, he collapsed. Davina jumped toward him, clutching him in her arms. Forbidden gods, but he was heavy, and his nerves deadened. He'd become pure dead weight. Her muscles strained as she eased him down to the ground. Then she returned to his nervous system and undid the damage. "I'm sorry," she said immediately. "I realized that was too much." "Don't be silly," Marak said, smoothly rising to his feet. "That was actually incredibly well done. Quick thinking and effective. To be clear, if I really wanted you dead, I could have easily defended myself from your attack. You need to work on your entrances. They're clumsy. But against a non-magical opponent," he placed a hand on her shoulder. "Excellent work." Davina swelled with relief, pride, and gladness. Compliments from Marak were rare, and she treasured every one of them, as silly as it made her feel to admit it. The leader of the Seeking Hand should not have been so desperate for flattery, for a kind word from the Autarch. But how could she help it when the Autarch was her brother? A brother she wished she was closer to. A brother she wished she'd spent more time with throughout her life. A brother who was increasingly distant. "Stop being so childish," she chided herself. "Discipline, focus." "Right," said Marak, returning to the other side of the chamber. "We'll go 10 more times. I want you to try something different every single time, but do not push yourself too hard, Davina. If you start to feel dizzy, if you begin to sweat blood or to taste blood in your mouth, or if your vision blurs, tell me, yes?" "Of course," Davina snapped. Truth was her head already hurt, and she thought she could faintly taste blood. That was the thing about Marak. He didn't realize that others simply couldn't go as far as he could. But that was fine. Davina would not enlighten him, not now. She would push herself, and she would master the arcane. 36. Davina. The Twilight Chamber was the latest addition to the Godless Palace, a wide, dark space with a vaulted ceiling so shrouded in shadow that it was impossible to see just how high it actually was. Every other surface, the walls, the floor, was constructed of black marble. Marak had told her that the marble came all the way from the continent of Valikor. that there was only one quarry in the world that produced this particular marble. Not only was the marble black, but it was flecked with tiny silver stars. Thousands of them, millions of them, so that every piece resembled a clear night sky. With the chamber as vast as it was, and with so much of this special marble, the total effect was breathtaking. It was as though Davina had been transported into the sky, as though she stood up there amongst the stars. Candles had been placed all over the long table dominating the center space, a table also carved from the same marble. There were 24 chairs. Most were empty. Davina eased the door shut behind her. Outside, 4 Sun Knights stood in silent vigil. Inside, several others were already waiting at the table. There was Marak, of course, at his usual spot at the end of the table, arms folded, expression thoughtful. There was Achios Arati, the Autarch's deputy, sitting to Marak's immediate right. He was dressed, as always, in such simple plain clothing that he could have been confused for a commoner. This was a game he liked to play, an image he cultivated. "Look at me," he seemed to be trying to say. "I'm a normal person, just like anyone else." Davina saw straight through it. It was purely an act of compensation. Achios, deep down, knew how radically different he was to everyone else, how inhuman his heart was. Thus the act. The man was a snake, and for some reason only Davina seemed to be able to see it. Deimos was present also, fully armored except for his helmet, which sat on the table in front of him. He was far too large for his chair, and the sight of him at the table, especially next to the others, was almost comical. He offered Davina a small smile as she approached, the heels of her boots clacking against the floor and echoing. Amara sat on Marak's left side. The First Lady of the Autarchy looked tired today, shadows beneath her eyes, her face haggard. 2 children did that to a woman, Davina supposed, although it wasn't as though Amara didn't have 100 servants to relieve the burden. Perhaps it was something else then. Tension between her and Marak? It wouldn't be the first time. The last person at the table was Essa, who was, without a doubt, Davina's least favorite person in existence. The witch sat several spots away from everyone else. This was because she was clearly aware that she was disliked. Despite that, she'd been a constant, malevolent presence within the godless palace over the last few years. At times she would disappear for several weeks, even a month or 2, and everyone would breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that, at last, she had gone elsewhere. And then she'd return. Her hair was a flowing cascade of dark red. Her eyes were blacker than night and seemed to glitter in the low light. Her face, perfectly sculpted, would have been profoundly attractive had it not belonged to her. Today she wore crimson robes. A golden necklace with the sigil of Tamatil hung around her throat. Marak had some time ago forbidden her from openly wearing the necklace, but Essa did not take orders from him, and Marak had been uncharacteristically lenient where she was concerned, as though afraid to be too stern, to apply too much force. That told Davina that her brother was afraid of the woman, since there was no other reason why he would tolerate such disrespect. Marak was not a man afraid to be harsh. That would have been a sign that Essa was incredibly dangerous, but Davina already knew that was true. For years now, Davina had been spying on the witch, and she did not like all the things she'd learned in that time. "Is that everyone?" Amara asked, raising her eyebrows. "That's everyone," Marak confirmed. He smiled at Davina. It was a weary smile. "Take a seat, sister. Let's begin." Davina slid into the chair next to Essa. Unlike many others, she was not afraid to get close to the witch. In fact, she was more than willing to do so. She wanted to get as close as possible, to learn as much about her as possible. Davina had plans. A day would come when she dealt with the witch. Permanently. Until then. Patience. "Where's Maya?" Davina asked. Maya wasn't the only person missing. It was odd that she and certain others hadn't been invited. Aaron, for example. Even if the man was decrepit, he was still one of Marak's oldest friends, and in a privileged position. "Everyone at the table right now," Marak said serenely, "is here for a specific reason. This is a specific group. Just trust me on that." Davina did trust him, but she was also suspicious. Something didn't feel right about this. Why these people? Why this room? Why Essa and not Maya? Essa was excluded for many important reasons, since Marak did not trust her, and yet she was here now. It made no sense. And there was something strange about the air in the room, a certain heaviness that made it slightly harder to breathe. But if any of the others at the table felt what she was feeling, they gave no indication of it. "As you all know," Marak said, standing, palms on the table so that he was leaning his weight on it, "I've been a little absent these past few months." That was an understatement. He'd been basically missing. Achios, that fucking parasite, had been running the autarky for nearly half a year. "There is a good reason for that, I assure you all." He stepped away from the table. Sunlight was strapped to his hip. That was not unusual. He wore it all the time, to every meeting, maybe even to bed. But at a glance, Davina could see that sunlight was already loose in its sheath, a small amount of the blade showing, as though ready to be drawn at a moment's notice. "Are you usually so vague at these meetings?" Essa asked, leaning back in her chair. She was smirking, the arrogant bitch, as though all of this was just a joke to her, as though she was above it and everyone at the table. "You know I used to be so disappointed that you never invited me to these things, but I'm already dreadfully bored. Maybe don't invite me next time." "Don't worry," Marak said deadpan. "You're not invited to the next one." And then he took a single step toward Essa. He drew sunlight in a flash of steel. His fingers touched the trigger. Sunlight blurred through the air, and Essa's head separated from her body. There was a long moment then, during which the whole world stood still. Davina stared in shocked disbelief. Deimos and Achios were expressionless. Amara shrieked and leaped to her feet as hot, thick blood sprayed forth. Essa's head hit the marble with a crack. "Bastard!" Amara hissed. "You could have warned me. Do you have any idea just how hard blood is to get out of silk?" Marak winced. "My apologies. I would have warned to all of you had that been an option, but it was imperative that Essa not suspect a thing." His eyes found Davina. "Are you well, sister? Again, I'm sorry for the unpleasant surprise." Davina watched as Essa's body toppled lifeless out of her chair. A thud as it impacted the floor. "You're going to have to explain yourself," Davina said quietly. She took a deep breath, attempting to slow down her racing heart. Violence was not something that she had seen up close very often before. There had been the sieges of Althera, yes, those long days during which the Ascendancy had attempted, again and again, to break through the walls of the city, but she'd been prepared for that. All of them had. They'd known what was coming. This was different. One moment a living, breathing woman had been sitting next to her, and the next that woman's head was on the ground. And the thing that bothered her the most was Marak. His expression. So casual, so bored, as though he hadn't just taken her life. His stance, as though he'd done nothing more than complete an ordinary chore. And the speed at which he'd swung the sword, with no hesitation. But then she'd already known what sort of man her brother was. She could hardly claim to have been ignorant of his capability to do such a thing. "About time that, honestly," Deimos said, yawning. "I was wondering when you were going to put that bitch down." Amara was rubbing at her clothes, trying to get out the blood. Achios still hadn't said anything. He was inspecting Essa's corpse as though it were a curiosity. He, out of all of them, was the one she found the most disconcerting. It was difficult not to feel as though Achios was a terrible influence on Marak, that he pushed the autarch toward being even colder, even more ruthless. "It is time," Marak said gravely, "that we free ourselves of Tomatil. I'm sick of it hanging over me. I was sick of Essa's constant presence, reminding me that I am caged by this thing that calls itself a god. I have never, not in all these years, forgotten what my palace is called, the Godless Palace. The autarky is a godless nation. We, my friends, are a godless people because we do not need gods. We do not need to make promises to treacherous beings from other realms. It is humanity's destiny to be the sole masters of this world, and indeed of this entire universe." Marak gestured to Essa's corpse with the point of sunlight. "Her death is just the first step.
Amara gave up on trying to clean her clothing. She sat back down, brushing a lock of her hair out of her eyes. If she was bothered by her proximity to the corpse, she gave no indication of it. I agree with everything you have said, dear husband, but from what you've told me in the past, doesn't Tomato now know that you've turned against it? You told me that it is always watching its sworn servants.
It is, said Marak grimly, which is why I had this hall newly built. Engraved into the stone at 6,000 separate points are runes. And that, my friends, is why I've been so absent during this last year. I've been scouring old books in search of knowledge that might help me defeat Tomato. He pulled a piece of cloth from one of the tiny leather pouches at his belt, started to wipe down sunlight's edge. There are, I've discovered, forms of sorcery that I'd never even heard of before. One, which I think is the most promising, is called line binding. I believe this is what the ancients used to help build their great cities. Now Marak took a seat, looking at each person at the table in turn. When his eyes fell upon Davina, she found herself forgetting about the dead woman, and clinging to each new word. He had an indescribable ability to do that to people. I believe, Marak said slowly, that these ancients, whatever you want to call them, struggled against the very same powers that now trouble us. The Green Star, Tomato, Hasiath, Imori. There are others. They are cosmic parasites fighting a war against each other in a dimension we cannot see nor experience. They use us to further their goals in the material world. In other words, to them, we are little more than game pieces on a playing board, and this has been the case for as long as there have been humans. He cleared his throat. I believe that the ancients came up with a way to fight against them, and that way is line binding. They invented a whole new form of magic out of nothing. I don't know how, but they used it to bind these gods, to protect themselves, to ward against their influence. Over time, however, as their civilization faded, as their cities turned to dust, these wards and runes also disintegrated, resulting in these gods returning, more powerful than ever. Amara looked at him incredulously. This is what you've been working on this whole time? Why exactly did you keep this from us for so long? Because, said Marak, I didn't want Tomato or any of the others to know that I was attempting to resurrect line binding. If I'd told you in conversation, they might have heard, and then moved to stop him. He extended his arms to gesture to the entirety of the room. But in there, we cannot be heard. The sigils I've carved into the chamber's very foundations keep them out. So, as long as we're in here, we are safe. Silence. Achios then leaned forward, speaking for the first time. And you have a plan, I take it. Marak's grin was disarmingly childish. It reminded Davina of her childhood, filled her with sudden, tear-summoning nostalgia. Of course I have a plan, said the autarch. 37. Marak. Marak had been dreading this moment for weeks. The moment of truth. Now, at last, it was time to share with his closest allies the plan he had been slowly, painfully putting together. He had been so careful with the creation of the plan that he had forced himself not to think about it, not even in passing, unless he was in this very room. Although he was sure that his skills with the penetrating mind would allow him to at the very least know if a foreign power, even a god, was attempting to access his thoughts, he'd still be unwilling to even take the risk. Now he could unburden himself. The trouble was he was afraid of how they might react. No one could call it a humane plan. Blood would need to be spilled, and innocent lives taken. For the 100th time he would be forced to damn himself, as though he hadn't done that enough already. It was the reason why he hadn't asked Maya to come to the meeting. He knew how badly she'd been struggling lately with the things he'd done, and even more so the things she had done in service to him. In truth, he wanted her to retire. She'd done enough, had proven her worth. She deserved peace, a quiet life lived out on some sunny island far away from war and violence. It was what she dreamed of, he knew. The only problem was she was also deeply in love with Davina, and Davina was in love with her job, and wasn't going anywhere. My plan, said Marak,
is to do what the ancients couldn't. I'm not going to bind the gods. I'm not going to merely protect us from Tamatu and shut out his influence. He took a deep breath, tightening his grip on Sunlight's hilt, and said, I'm going to fucking kill it. The only sound then was that of Esther's arteries spurting out what remained of her blood. I will go to Tamatu, said Marak, and I will destroy it. I've been to its realm once before. I know what can be done. I know what it's like to exist in that other place. I know also that Tamatu has a real physical presence there, and I am certain that if I kill it there, it dies for good. And so that, my friends, is what I must do. How does one kill a god? Davina asked, watching her brother closely. Marak had told her about the various interactions he'd had with Tamatu in the past. She and Amara were the only two who he told everything, or at least, almost everything. The same way all things can be killed, Marak said calmly. As I said, Tamatu has a true form, a physical presence, albeit one that exists in a separate dimension. There are just two problems. The first is how to get into Tamatu's realm. As I've said, I did it once before, but that was different. I believe that Tamatu let me in. Perhaps there's a way to force my way in, but if there is, I don't know it, so I'll have to trick Tamatu into once again allowing me in. I won't tell any of you how I intend to do that. The less any of you know, the better. There is a risk that Tamatu will sense that something is amiss and attempt to look into your minds. At this, everyone at the table shifted uncomfortably. He could hardly blame them for that. Every single person at this table, said Marak, has been taught the basics of mind shielding, either by myself or by Davina. I know for a fact that all of you are good at it. He had tested them all individually, attempting to break into their thoughts with a penetrating mind, while they actively defended themselves against him. All had resisted his efforts. I believe that this will offer you some security against Tamatu, but I cannot be certain that it will prevent the god entirely. That's why we need to be cautious. The other problem is this. To defeat Tamatu, I need power. More power than I possess. Marak looked down at his hands, at the deep lines across his palms, the old scars, the burns, his swollen, weathered knuckles, which stiffened in the cold and caused him pain. Those hands had done a lot. They had changed the world. They had wielded unimaginable power. It was not enough. Not yet. What sort of power? Deimos asked. Your magic, you mean? There are still shapers beneath the palace, perhaps. No one can go with me, Marak said, and I do not think they'd be enough anyway. He grimaced. Besides, they grow weaker by the day. They suffer as a result of their captivity. Then how can it be done? Achios sounded as calm and calculating as ever, no emotion in his voice. Here was the truly difficult part. The awful part. The part that would cause him to slide further and further toward utter damnation. But what other option was there? What was the alternative? If he didn't do it, he would instead remain under the yoke of Tamatu, who would force him to commit atrocities equal to or worse than this. In short, I'll need sacrifices, said Marak. It was as blunt and direct as he could make it. There was no sugarcoating this, no room for fancy-inspiring words. Davina blanched. Amara's jaw tightened. Deimos offered a single nod of acceptance, while Achios didn't react in any meaningful way. How many? Achios asked. His tone suggested that he wished to know not out of curiosity or horror, but purely for pragmatic reasons. His mind was already no doubt calculating just how exactly he would arrange for the sacrifices to be made. He was designed for the logistics of slaughter. If my assumptions are correct and my numbers accurate, Marak deflated, closed his eyes and said, Around 1 million. A true deep silence followed this, and when he opened his eyes he saw that even Achios looked unbalanced. His deputy was rubbing his chin, leaning back in his chair with an expression that suggested this was too much even for him to handle. No, Davina said immediately. Absolutely not. I can't support something like that. 1 million is too many. Just too many. It doesn't seem possible, Deimos said slowly. Marak felt a pang of appreciation for the loyal giant. Deimos would never judge him, would never look at him with malice or disgust. His faith in Marak was unwavering, and if he objected to this, it was only because of what he'd said, that he doubted it was even possible. Unfortunately, it was all too possible. "My lord Autarch," Achios said, "we struggled just to handle the sacrifices acquired for the assault on the Ascendant City. To multiply that by tenfold, I believe Sir Deimos is correct. It is impossible." "It wouldn't be possible if we tried it the same way," Marak agreed. "But there is, I'm afraid, a different way. A way that he'd been exploring for over 2 years now, that he had been studying with the help of Timoses, the only other person to know about the weapon, and who had, despite his increasingly aged mind and body, figured out how to make it work. And so now it was time to explain." Marak placed sunlight in its sheath upon the table. "All of you know that I found this sword in the ruins of the old world. Deimos has seen it with his own eyes. There we have found more of these swords and other weapons besides, capable of spitting death at a long range. Yet several years ago another set of ruins was discovered." He glanced at Davina. "Sister, I believe you know about it. A report came across your desk perhaps 5 years past. The ruins were discovered by the Seeking Hand, who were concerned about stories of merchants and adventurers seeking their fortune in such places. They hoped to find their own sunlight. Instead, they found something else. When I heard about this, I took a personal interest in the matter. But at the time, things were chaotic and there was much to do, and so I didn't visit the ruins until just 2 years ago. You all might remember that I was gone on a diplomatic mission for 3 months." Davina was frowning deeply. "I knew that was a lie." "And I am sorry for the deception," said Marak. "As I've said before, I wish never to lie to any of you. The only reason I've been operating in so much secrecy lately is to protect us from Tamatu's prying eyes. Trust me, I do not even allow myself to think about my own plans. I have had to be so very, very cautious, and it has been lonely." Marak smiled then, a weak and tired smile. "I'm glad to finally be sharing all of this with you, even if none of it is pleasant, even if it pains me to voice." "I still don't understand," Amara said. "What sort of weapon is this? How could any weapon accomplish such destruction?" "There are 1,000 questions," Marak murmured. "I know. I will answer them all." And slowly he sat back down and prepared to explain everything. 38. Marak, 2 years earlier. Marak stared down into the darkness. The hole was perhaps 10 feet wide, an abyss in the middle of an otherwise tranquil field. Staring into the blackness, it seemed endless, bottomless. Every instinct he had screamed at him to not go in, and yet he had to. "You're certain this is it?" he asked. Dio's expression didn't change. "Certain, my lord Autarch." Thyera nodded. "This is most definitely it. We've already been in, and I'm relieved to say it's not as deep as it looks. We'll need to rappel for around 50 feet or so using ropes and anchor points, but after that there's a stone platform, and the rest of the place can be explored on foot." Marak nodded slowly, glancing at the 2 operatives standing in front of him. Both were high-ranking members of the Order of the Seeking Hand. Both had earned Davina's trust and proven themselves on 100 separate occasions. He'd read the reports his sister had written on them. Dio was an ex-soldier, ex-mercenary, a man who, given any task, would always find a way to complete it, regardless of the consequences. He was cold, ruthless, and efficient. Thyera, on the other hand, was only 25, and had spent 3 years as a knight on the Kingdom of Ostromir before Marak had brought it to his knees. In fact, she had actually fought in a battle against him at one point, and he'd made a note to assure her he didn't hold it against her. At the time of Ostromir's collapse, she'd been ranked 14th in the entire kingdom. She, like Dio, was endlessly competent. Unlike Dio, she had a sense of kindness, and at least a few shreds of empathy. "Once again," Marak said quietly, "I need to emphasize the secrecy of what we're about to do. No one can know about this place. No one can know about what you found. That includes the Kyrios. If at any point you feel absolutely anyone trying to get past your mind shielding, I need you to report to me immediately. Understood?" "Understood," they chorused. Satisfied, Marak nodded. Then he stepped forward and pushed both the operatives into the hole. Without hesitation, he jumped in after them. Darkness. Pure, utter darkness. Marak's aura flared around him with vivid color,
that only he could see. He halted his descent, coming to a sudden stop, floating in mid-air. The two operatives, invisible in the blackness, also stopped falling, neither even given a chance to scream. "Don't worry," Marak said calmly. "I've got the both of you. I'm lowering us now." "Could have warned us," Dio grunted. At that, Tyera laughed. "Dio, did you piss yourself?" "No," came the cold reply. "I'm not sure I believe you." A pause. "Although, with all due respect, my Lord Autarch, he has a point. A warning might have been nice." Marak lowered the three of them to the platform below. Then he clicked his hand and summoned 3 balls of glowing white light. He furrowed his brow in concentration for a moment while he assigned a ball to each person, issuing each a mental command to follow their target. "Apologies," Marak said after a moment, a slight wave of weariness washing over him. "From what I understand, the two of you enjoy pranks. This was mine." A few seconds passed as the two operatives weighed up whether or not this was a joke and how best to react to it. Then Tyera grinned. "I'll have to get you back, you realize?" "I wouldn't want it any other way," Marak said, deadpan. Marak increased the brightness of the 3 orbs and turned slowly in place, taking in his new surroundings. The platform was not, as the operatives had claimed, made out of stone. He bent down and ran his fingers across the dusty surface. Concrete. That immediately told him that he was in the right place. So many of the ruined buildings, towns, and cities belonging to the ancient used immense amounts of concrete. Several months previously, Timasus had performed an examination of ancient concrete in comparison to the concrete used by the autarchy, and also samples from Syhalia. The ancient concrete outperformed both by a wide margin. It was stronger, more durable, more resistant to shearing forces. Marak had tasked the old man with reverse engineering it, though to the best of his knowledge, Timasus had failed to progress on that front. Here the walls were also concrete. He knew that beneath the hard grey material, the ancients had used reinforced steel to support their massive structures. He could see the painted marks on the walls, forming unfamiliar words and numbers. Ahead, a chunk of ceiling had collapsed, exposing the steel skeleton beyond it, as well as a collection of strange metal cords that hung like a bundle of dead snakes. "Lead the way," Marak said. Dio moved ahead, taking the point, hand never straying far from the short sword at his hip. Marak walked between the two operatives. The air was stale and full of dust. His orbs of light sent shadows fleeing before them, stretched out to monstrous proportions in the wide space opening up ahead. "You've mapped this place?" Marak asked. "No," said Dio. He tapped the side of his head. "It's all in here." "How good is your memory?" "Perfect," said the operative. "Or so he says," Tyera laughed. "Except there was this one time when we were operating in Jalanor, and our friend here entirely forgot his key phrase, resulting in him being unable to access the safe house with, what was it, 15 soldiers on your tail?" Dio scowled at her. "My perfect is perfect regarding visual details. Words are different." "So you keep saying." Marak cleared his throat. "How far is it?" It turned out to be quite far. They spent an hour moving through the darkness, climbing over rubble and inhaling foul-smelling dust. Several times Marak thought he heard whispers from further up ahead, and once a tortured shriek, but neither of the operatives claimed to have heard anything, and assured him that the ruins were empty. They had supposedly spent several long days searching every inch of the place. And then, at last, they arrived at a vast, circular chamber. The door to the chamber was made entirely out of metal, and was so thick that had it not already been ajar, Marak doubted their ability to get through it. Dio went forward, using his sword to cut down thick spider webs. Tyera stood off to the side, frowning toward the nearest corner, where 3 skeletons lay in a tangled embrace. "My Lord Autarch," she said uncertainly, "how certain are you that all of these ruins belong to the same people?" The question gave Marak pause. Slowly he turned to look at her. "What makes you ask that?" Tyera shrugged. "Since you assigned us to catalogue all of these sites, it's occurred to me that there are certain differences between some of them that are difficult to account for. Take this door here, for instance. As far as I can tell, when it opens, it slides into the wall to the right. Then there are the numbers painted on the side. Compare that to the ruins at Myos, where the doors came down from the ceiling and were covered in the strangest script I've ever seen." Separate nations existing at the same time, maybe, Marak said.
Possible, Thyera nodded. But then there's the build-up of dust and the level of disrepair. Here there are skeletons. At a certain point, skeletons turn into dust, yes? That gives us an idea of how old this place might be. But there are other places that I've seen with my own eyes, other ruins, that felt even older.
Are you suggesting that not all of the ruins scattered across the continent belong to the same civilization?
What if there are multiple civilizations? Thyera said. What if the site at Miles, for example, predates this one by thousands of years, and this one predates ours? What if, my lord, all of human history is a cycle? What if each civilization is doomed to repeat the mistakes of the last?
Marak absorbed this quietly. Even Dio was listening closely. It was not an idea that had ever crossed his mind before, but perhaps it should have. An interesting thought, he said finally.
A grim one, said Dio.
If it's true, Marak said, we'll simply have to do what none of them could. We'll break the pattern. But perhaps that was easier said than done. Dio led the way into the next chamber. Marak was forced to stop and marvel. For the last hour they'd been steadily moving at a decline, moving deeper into the earth. Here their depth was highlighted by the sheer height of the chamber, which was shaped like a cylinder and rose so high that Marak struggled to see the concrete ceiling. When, with a wave of his hand, he created a wind to blow away the dust covering the floor, he revealed lines and numbers painted across the floor. Set into the walls were dull grey orbs that he knew from previous experience were lights, though these no longer seemed functional. Ahead, smooth pieces of metal formed what might have been benches or tables, though he thought it more likely that they served some other, entirely unguessable purpose. And there, a circular dais, and upon that dais a small black object, delicately placed at the very center.
Is that it? His voice was quiet. That's it, said Dio.
Marak approached. He reached out for the dais, found it was surrounded by a thin wall of the clearest glass he'd ever seen in his life. There was a panel with switches and buttons, not dissimilar to Sunlight's trigger. He pressed them all, flicked the switches, activated the triggers. But nothing happened. So instead, using Sunlight's pommel, he simply smashed the glass. Or tried to. The pommel bounced right off, leaving a slight mark.
Strong glass,
Thyera murmured. Stand back. Marak waved them away. Then he activated Sunlight's blade, swung it. The blade passed cleanly through the glass, as it seemed to divide all materials, and the glass shattered at once, a storm of glittering fragments raining down. Marak reached in, picked up the object. It was roughly the size of a human head, and far heavier than he'd expected. He was forced to hold it against his body for leverage, muscles bulging. After several moments he squatted down and placed it on the ground.
Doesn't look like much,
Thyera said skeptically. No. Marak frowned down at it. It looked like a smooth, featureless block of metal, save for a few words in red written inside a yellow rectangle. There was an accompanying symbol, simple and triangular, though it meant nothing to him. And yet it matched the descriptions from the books discovered at a different site, was in fact such a perfect fit for what they were looking for, that it was impossible to deny that they had indeed found the weapon. The weapon that could, supposedly, destroy a city in an instant.
How does it work?
Thyera poked at it.
Don't touch it,
Dio hissed.
Are you a fool?
Somehow I get the sense it's not easily activated, Marak said with a frown, crouching to inspect the object. He touched the top of it. There was something that looked like a handle. He grabbed it, tried to pull, then felt a slight shift, the impression of movement. He twisted it instead, and it yielded before his touch, unscrewing to the right. Biting into his lip, he continued to unscrew it, and then he pulled once more, and a compartment slid upward. Out of nowhere, a female voice, cold and emotionless, said something in a language Marak had never heard before. The three of them stared at the weapon.
Did it just speak to us?
Dio's hand was on the hilt of his sword.
It seems so,
Marak murmured. Louder, he said. You, woman inside this weapon. Can you understand me? A long silence drew out. Then, yes, I can understand you. Marak's instinct screamed for him to draw sunlight, to slice this thing in half. What sort of sorcery was this? Not only was it a weapon that could level a city, it also appeared to have sentience. A dangerous combination. What are you? Marak asked. I am an artificial intelligence. The voice remained cold. Embedded within a thermonuclear device in order to enable manual activation. Thermonuclear? Marak said. What does that mean? The voice said nothing. How do I use it? Asked Marak. There are 2 codes, said the voice. You must supply both in order to activate the weapon. And what are these codes? I cannot tell you. Marak exchanged a look with the 2 operatives. The situation was both promising and distressing all at once. 1,000 questions rose up in the forefront of his mind. What was the true nature of this thing? How could he figure out the codes? And how had this been achieved? Is there a way to use the weapon without the codes? The voice was once again silent. Any ideas? Marak asked the other 2. Tyera grimaced. This, I fear, is far beyond our expertise. My Lord Otak, Dio said quietly. Personally, I feel it would be preferable to simply search for an alternative option. This, I think, is not something we should trifle with. Your instincts may be correct, Operative Dio, but I'm not sure there is an alternative for what I have in mind. Marak scratched his chin. To the voice he said, What do you want? I am an artificial intelligence designed to enable the use of this weapon and nothing more. I do not have any wants. All conscious beings want something. I am not conscious as you understand that word. Then what are you, really? The voice contemplated this for a second before saying, I am beyond your scope of understanding. The voice was beginning to irate Marak. There had to be a way to convince it, manipulate it, or break it. There was always a way. He drew sunlight. What would happen if I sliced this weapon in half? Nothing. The weapon will not activate? No, said the voice. It is currently disabled. You will need the requisite code words in order to begin the process of activating the warhead. And there are other such weapons here in this place? There were, said the voice. Where are they now? I do not know. Where can I find these codes? I do not know. Marak sighed. Well, he said, glancing at the operatives, we'll search the place as best we can. It might be that the codes are written somewhere. We need only find them. The 3 of them split up, each ghosted by a light orb. If at the end of roughly 4 hours or so, none of them found anything, they were to meet back at the place where they'd found the weapon. In the end, it took Operative Tyera 3 hours to find the codes. Afterward, reflecting upon the day, it occurred to Marak that they got lucky. So incredibly, indescribably lucky, that it was difficult not to wonder if some greater power had intervened. He did not believe in fate, but he knew all too well that there were entities in the universe invested in particular outcomes, entities willing to go to great lengths to ensure they got what they wanted, entities that, one day, he would destroy. But in the moment, he was grateful. Tyera found a large dark room full of chairs and tables and a great piece of black glass attached to the far wall. The room was barred by a heavy door, and it had taken Tyera a long time and all of her effort to finally shift the weight of it. But in the end she'd managed. Inside, corpses waited for her. When Marak arrived on the scene, it was clear to him that this room had been entirely airtight before Tyera had opened the door. The corpses were ancient, perhaps thousands of years old, well preserved. Their skeletons remained perched upon the great black thrones on which they'd died. Some were locked in deathly embraces. Others had succumbed on their own. Scraps of dark cloth clung to their bones, and in the right hand of one skeleton, who had died on their knees, there was a piece of what looked like paper encased in a strange, hard material. Words were written on this paper. When Tyera brought it to Marak, he did not allow himself to hope that they'd actually found the codes. The words could have said anything, meant anything, and even if they were the codes, none of them could read the strange language, could even guess at how to pronounce them. And yet they had to try. They returned to the weapon with the piece of paper in hand. "Are you still there?" Marak asked.
"I am still here," the ghostly voice confirmed.
"I have the codes." He paused. "If I give them to you, will you activate the weapon now?"
"Yes," said the voice. "Although I can, if you wish, delay the actual triggering of the weapon by up to 1 hour."
"Is it possible for a person to escape the weapon's effect in that time?" It was difficult for Marak to imagine that a weapon capable of destroying entire cities wouldn't limit its destruction to a small area. He was beginning to worry about the logistics surrounding the use of the weapon. Perhaps the whole thing was a waste of time.
"That would depend entirely on how exactly you intend on escaping the weapon's radius. If you flew, for example, it is entirely possible. If instead you simply walk, then no, you would not survive."
"Good to know," Marak murmured.
"Would you like to provide the codes now?"
No. There was no actual way to know if the numbers on the paper were in fact the codes, nor how to even pronounce them. But right now that didn't matter, since he didn't want the weapon armed. Didn't even know how he might want to use it, if indeed he ever ended up using it. But this was a start, at least. The potential to annihilate a city without an army, without a single drop of allied blood being spilled. Even the mere threat of such a weapon was a tool in its own right. Marak leaned forward, twisted the handle, and slid the compartment back into the black metal body of the weapon. To the operatives, he said, "I have terrible news. Don't tell me we have to carry this fucking thing back." Dio grunted. Marak's look was apologetic. "Can't you simply make it levitate? I thought you were supposed to be a great sorcerer. Magic shouldn't be used wastefully. All magic has a cost, on both the user and existence itself." Tyera held an arm up, flexed a bicep. "Not a problem." They carried the device between the three of them, moving slowly back through the ruins. All the while the whispers in the dark grew louder, and Marak became increasingly convinced that something was watching them. A heaviness descended upon his shoulders, weighing him down. He knew nothing about how the weapon worked, whether or not it would work, what it did, but he knew how it felt to carry it. It was heavy in a way that extended beyond the physical weight of it, and with every step he took, dread mounted inside of him, until he became certain that this device, this weapon he now carried in his hands, would one day darken the world. 39. Davina. Davina ran a hand through Maya's hair. Maya, eyes closed, naked and sprawled across the bed, made a low sound in the back of her throat. "So," Maya said after a moment, breath smelling like wine, "are you going to finally tell me what's been bothering you?" Davina winced. Of course she knew. Years as the Kyrios had turned her into an expert liar, except where Maya was concerned. The other woman could somehow always see straight through her. She knew when something was wrong, could interpret Davina's mood better than even Davina herself could. It was profoundly frustrating. At the same time, she wanted to tell Maya everything. No, she didn't just want to. She needed to. There was so much inside of her, so much she was holding on to. Being Kyrios was not easy. Everyday reports came across her desk, detailing one crime or problem or danger after another. One day there to be a riot somewhere in Othira, resulting in the deaths of nearly 200 civilians and a dozen soldiers. The next day the ambassador to Saihalia was caught sleeping with the emperor's daughter. The day after that, sightings of a previously unknown cult in some backwater town, accompanied by claims of demonic summonings. 1,000 problems, and the Order of the Seeking Hand was there to find a way through all of them. It was a lot to manage, but she could have managed it. Could have managed it easily, in fact, if it hadn't been for what Marak had told her just a week ago. A weapon that could kill 1 million people in a second. 1 million deaths. 1 million souls freed from their bodies, sent screaming out into the world, uncontained and lost. All of this so that Marak could consume their souls, absorb their power, and contain within himself, for a small amount of time, enough power to bring the fight to Tamatil. All of it was so insane, so abstract, that Davina wasn't fully convinced that she actually understood it. It didn't seem real, less real too for the fact that it was her brother at the center of it all. And even if she didn't help, even if she did nothing to contribute to the plan's execution, How could she sleep at night knowing that Marak had done such a thing? It's too much for me to hide from her, she thought. But then Marak had not, strictly speaking, forbidden her from telling Maya. He had simply explained that he had personally thought it was better that she didn't know. And he was probably right about that. Dev, Maya sat up. You have to tell me. I don't have to. I'll wrestle you if you don't. As if I don't like you wrestling me. This will be the sort of wrestling that doesn't feel good. I'm not sure you can just threaten violence against me whenever you want me to do something. Isn't that what your precious order does all the time? Davina pursed her lips. She'd walked straight into that one. There's a reason why Marak didn't want you at the meeting. And what was that reason again? He thinks your commitment isn't what it once was, Davina thought. But what she really said was, he thinks you've done enough, Maya, and he wants you to have a break. And honestly, I'm with him. Let's not act as though you've been entirely involved recently. Which was a gentle way to say that, for the last year, Maya had been drinking more and more while doing less and less work in an official capacity. She outright refused to do anything the deputy to the autarch told her to do, and when it came to Marak's orders, often agreed to carry them out, but simply never did. As a result, people, Marak included, had begun to distance themselves from her. And what do you think? Maya asked. Her eyes were bright in the darkness. Despite her slide into alcoholism and laziness, her body was strong and muscular as usual, lean and hard all over. She was getting old, at least for a night, yet didn't look it, not unless you met her eyes and caught a glimpse of the deep weariness collecting within their depths. I think Marak is right, Davina said simply. I think you need a break. Maya's expression was unreadable. Several seconds passed before she said, Maybe that's true, but still, tell me anyway, if not for my sake, then for yours. Because I can see how it's eating up at you, Dev. I can see the toll it's taking, and I don't like it. That last part Davina knew was an understatement. Maya had been attempting to convince her that the two of them should run far away for a long time now. Davina let out a breath. If I tell you, do you promise not to act on it? And to keep all of it utterly secret? You really need to ask me that. Yes, Davina said simply. I do. I promise. And probably it was still a bad idea to tell her. Her instincts, finely honed as the Kyrios, told her so. And yet she did it anyway, and she told Maya everything that Marak had told her and the others at the meeting. Maya listened in silence. By the time Davina was finished, she found that yes, she did feel a little lighter, less burdened by the sense that she alone carried a terrible secret inside of her. At the same time voicing Marak's insane plan, putting it to words and then hearing those words spoken in her own voice, left her feeling sick to her stomach. It was real. It was going to happen. It was insane and horrible, and it was real. Say something, said Davina. Maya rose smoothly off of the bed, body glistening in the candlelight. She began to slip into her clothes, leather trousers, a plain white tunic, socks, boots. And what exactly do you want me to say? Don't sound so cold. I don't. Maya, Davina sat up. Where are you going? To get a drink. Maya turned her body away from Davina, obscuring her face. Difficult, then, not to feel as though Davina had just made a massive mistake. If she, personally, was struggling to handle the truth of Marak's plan, why had she expected Maya to react in a reasonable way to it? Especially when she, more than anyone else, had been struggling, when it was her who so often woke in the middle of the night, screaming, haunted by the day Marak had invaded the Ascendant City, by the sacrifices made to open the portals, by the slaughter in the streets that had followed, a slaughter that Maya had been right in the middle of. Not to mention, of course, the long weeks that had followed, weeks Maya had spent with the scions of the autarchy, putting down all enemy resistance, then counterattacking the relieving Ascendant armies. The sheer amount of blood spent during those long months, the number of people Maya had been forced to kill, had seen killed. Fuck, said Davina. She rushed across the room, grabbed Maya's arm. Maya, I shouldn't have told you any of that. I'm sorry. Please, Maya, look at me. What are you feeling? Maya, now dressed, slowly turned. The scars across her face were a ghostly white in the warm lighting. Relax, Dev, I'm fine.
The plan is about what I expect from Marak. She shrugged. You don't need to worry about me. I mean, what's another million dead? What difference does it make? We've probably killed 1 million over the last 5 years or so, especially if you include everyone dead from starvation and disease, which of course you have to do. Once you reach 1 million, you may as well keep going, right? So, I say, good for Marak. I wish him luck. Shit, I'm going to sprint to the armory right now, put on my armor, grab a sword and start killing. That is, after all, what we do, no? Ice began to trickle down the length of Davina's spine. Her face went rigid. You're behaving like a child. Maya paused. And you are behaving like a little tyrant. You need to stop this, Davina hissed. If you can't handle what we're doing here, then you need to go elsewhere. Get out of Althera, sail to Syhalia maybe. Spend some time on a beach. Without you? Without me, yes. Davina's heart quivered. She swallowed hard. For now, at least. A little time apart, perhaps, so that you can pull yourself together. Do you realize, Maya said quietly, just how evil Marak has become? Evil? Davina tried the word out, rolling it around on her tongue. Evil? What a childish word. The best word, I would say, for the mass killing of millions. Did you know, said Davina, that in the past 5 years literacy rates all throughout the autarky have skyrocketed? Amongst the peasantry used to be that 1 in 100 people could read a book from beginning to end. Now that number is 10 out of every 100, and in another 5 years we hope to bring that up to 20. A day will come when it is all of them. She held out a hand, counting on her fingers. And then there's the rates of starvation and food security since Marak expanded the borders, signed trade agreements with Syhalia and Jalanor. The average citizen is far more prosperous in both food and coin. Less people are starving than ever. We have more universities, and they're increasingly well regarded all throughout the continent. We have people working on new machines that will improve our lives, on new ways to sail the seas, to improve agricultural practices, and to fight wars, which increases the safety and security of everyone. Davina took a deep breath, continued. We've made advances in the way we fight diseases, thanks to Marak's commitment to understanding diseases. Althera has been greatly expanded in size. We're building a new city that will be the finest in the world. We've defeated the Ascendancy, a nation that has wanted to destroy us for decades, and which has been a scourge upon the world. We've also held the rising Dominion at bay with peace treaties that never would have been signed without the threat of Marak. I mean, shit, Maya! Just him alone, a single man, is enough to make nations think twice about messing with us, especially since what happened to the Ascendancy. She swallowed again. She'd read the reports written by her spies. Every other power on the continent was absolutely terrified that one day Marak and his army would simply appear in the middle of their capital city and burn the entire thing to the ground. Fear, as Marak so often liked to say, is the most powerful weapon. Anything else? Maya drawled. Yes, I could go on for quite a while. Davina had never felt so cold before, so icy and detached. When Marak grew angry or frustrated, he turned hot, exploded with fiery rage that burned down everything around him. Davina was the opposite. She became winter personified. All of these things may be nice, Maya said, but I refuse to believe, Dev, that the atrocities Marak has committed are necessary to achieve them. And do not forget that the dead cannot benefit from any of it. Sometimes there's a price to pay. It just so happens that Marak is the only one strong enough to. And that seemed to do it. A step, she would later reflect, too far. Maya spun on her heel, threw open the door, and stormed out. Davina stood there, her next word stillborn. The two of them had argued before, many times in fact. But this felt different. It felt consequential, a permanent shifting of her universe. Things would never be the same, and she had just lost something very precious to her. Something that she feared she might again find. 40. Marak. A week later. It took 7 long days of harrowing meetings and discussions to finally agree upon a target. There were certain necessary requirements it had to fulfill. The first, most obvious, and most important, was that it had to be an enemy target. Marak simply refused to cause any more excess death and destruction to his own people, as autarky had a profound responsibility to take care of them. to do whatever best served their interests. This was a commitment he had intended to adhere to. As far as enemies went, there were several options. There are still cities sympathetic to the Ascendancy, Achios said during the final and most decisive meeting. Yunnan, Saitar, Lior. All three are large, not yet under our control, and ruled by those who still worship the Green Star. Marak had already considered all three targets. The largest of the three you just mentioned is Saitar, with 400,000 people. That's not enough, Achios. We need roughly 1 million. And even though they had already discussed this number in depth, had given voice to it dozens of times, it still felt painful and heavy each time.
1 million. It is still so difficult to believe.
Achios drummed his fingers against the heavy table. There are only 5 cities not under our control on this continent with more than 1 million people, and all 5 of them belong to the Rising Dominion. And yet, my lord Autarch, you have expressed a preference that the Dominion not be the target of our weapon. The contradiction is clear, and a hard decision needs to be made. There are many cities outside of Telemere, said Amara.
Yes, Marak murmured, but we have no rivals outside of Telemere. We know too little about any foreign nation except for the Sihalians, who, obviously, are our close allies, and will not be considered as a target. We cannot randomly destroy an unfamiliar city. I won't have it.
So, said Achios, it has to be the Dominion. And that was the conclusion they'd been circling for a while now. As far as Marak could see, there was simply no alternative. The Rising Dominion would need to be the target, and that would mean an end to their truce, and the start of a war. Unless the Dominion never knew that it was them who'd done it. Everyone looked at Marak, awaiting the final call. He leaned upon the table, weary, sleep-deprived, feeling far, far older than his actual age.
Very well, he said. It will be the Dominion.
And then came the matter of choosing the person who would deliver the weapon to the heart of the city.
I will do it,
said Sir Deimos, commander of the Autarch's Talons, and thus all Sun Knights. His hands were folded in his lap. His expression was calm, implacable.
No,
Marak said immediately. Whoever was chosen, whoever went through the portal with the weapon, would not survive. It needed to be activated manually. The code words provided, the weapon triggered.
Nor you, Deimos. I will not have you waste your life. You're too valuable.
There are plenty within the Autarchy who would give their life for you, my lord Autarch, Achios said smoothly. Any of the Sun Knights, for example.
Whoever does it, said Marak,
needs to agree to it voluntarily. I won't force anyone to sacrifice themselves for me. Although in truth it pained him that anyone at all needed to be sacrificed. A voice in his head said, I should be the one to do it. But of course that would defeat the whole point. It was the curse of his existence, that in so many circumstances he had no choice but to use others. To hurt them, to kill them, to trade their lives like pieces in some great game. It wasn't what he wanted. And yet... Whoever's chosen, said Davina, will be interviewed by myself. I will comb through their thoughts using the penetrating mind to ensure that their intentions are pure. There's simply too much of a risk that someone might try to sabotage us at the last moment.
I will do it,
Deimos said again. Now he stood.
It seems to me, my lord, that the stakes are too high to trust anyone other than myself.
Surely, Deimos, there are other Sun Knights or even Talons who you would trust to do the job?
Of course, said the giant, but the responsibility is mine.
No, Marak said again. No matter how much his old friend insisted on his own death, he would not allow Deimos to go. An argument followed that lasted several long, painful hours. Several other members of the Talons and Sun Knights were summoned to the Twilight Chamber. Interviews bordering on interrogations followed. One candidate was dismissed after another. As Marak asked them questions, he simultaneously probed at their minds, sorting through their thoughts with a delicate touch. All the while his nose bled and he tasted the metallic tang of his blood flooding his mouth. By the end of the day, a reluctant choice was made. After that, the matter of logistics was tackled. Piece by piece, Marak and his inner circle fleshed out the plan, until he was confident that it could not possibly fail. Soon enough, there was nothing left to do but execute the plan. In the White Temple of Althera, Marak waited in the domed chamber that served as the main hall. Here a plethora of stained glass windows filtered the moon's pure white light, injecting vivid color that splashed across the white marble floors. Slow, heavy footsteps from behind. "Thank you for coming," Marak said softly, turning to face the newcomer. Sir Mysaria stood before him, dressed in her ceremonial plate. Once, when the kingdom of Ostromir had still stood, she had been ranked fourth amongst the continent's knights. Then she had been the first woman to join Marak's Sun Knights and had fought in over a dozen separate battles against Khalazar's forces. When Marak had formed his Talons, the most elite warriors in the autarky, Mysaria had been a first pick right behind Deimos himself. Few people had ever been as tough, as competent, and as deadly as Mysaria. Marak had heard and seen the proof firsthand that in the training halls of the White Temples, none could beat Mysaria except for Deimos and Telemachos. Marak had duelled her several times, and each time Mysaria had bested him with an ordinary sword. Then in the battle for the Ascendant City, Mysaria had led a company of scions. Her company had suffered worse than any other. While taking one of the major temples belonging to the Ascendants, she and her company had been penned in from two sides by Beetle Knights. They'd been slaughtered almost to a man. Mysaria lost her right eye and two fingers from her right hand. Her left knee was shattered, leaving her with a permanent limp, and her skull had been cracked badly enough that the surgeons had assumed she would be forever rendered simple. In the event, Mysaria had retained her mind, although her memory had been shattered. She claimed that there were entire years of her life that she could no longer recollect. She could not remember her husband, nor her son, and found herself prone to bursts of anger that, since her injury, had resulted in more than one brawl. 4 months ago she had tried to kill herself. Her husband had found her with her wrists slit. But Mysaria was too tough to die, and so in the end it was her who Marak had approached for this mission. "My lord Autarch," Mysaria saluted with a fist over her heart. "Do not salute me," said Marak. "And please, Mysaria, simply use my name. You are above such honorifics." He crossed the distance between them in several long strides, and then, without thinking, he embraced her. Mysaria stiffened in her arms but did not pull away. He hugged her tighter, felt his eyes burning. "Thank you," he whispered. "My lord, I mean Marak," she cleared her throat. "You do not need to thank me. I live to serve. And I did not think that I would ever serve you again in any real capacity. Not since." And she shook her hand, one hand drifting to the side of her head where long white scars divided her hair. "You already know, Lord, that life no longer holds any joy for me." Marak let her go and took a step back. He was crying, and yet he had never been less ashamed to do so. At times like this, it seemed impossible that he could inspire anything even close to the loyalty on display. "You do not need to do this." Marak placed a hand on her shoulder. "You can still back out. You know, Mysaria, that I take care of those who have served me well, and none has served me more faithfully than you. I could give you whatever you want." "All I want," said Mysaria, "is a good death." A shudder ran through Marak's body. What else was there to say? "Very well," he said quietly. "Then I will open the portals." 41. Mysaria. Mysaria had spent her entire life afraid of death. The truth was she was still afraid, no matter what she did or said. Months ago, when she had taken a blade in her hand and had cut across her wrists, there had been a part of her, deep inside, screaming in terror, and that had been the part of her who had ensured that the cuts were not too deep, that their placement was slightly off, so that even as blood poured out of her wrists, even as her husband knelt by her side, calling for help, she had known that she would not die that day. Today, however, was different. Today was the day. She stared down at the heavy black item at her feet. It looked so inoffensive, a lump of harmless metal, and yet Timasus, Marak, and Achios had all gone over the instructions several times, so that she knew exactly where to touch the device, how to activate it, and how to pronounce the words that would doom a city. As a young girl, Mysaria had dreamed of doing magic. She had wanted so desperately to be a shaper, but shapers, everyone had been told, were born, not made.
Even still she had wondered, for many years, if perhaps she had been born one, and everyone around her had simply failed to notice. To that end, she had run around outside in the woods with the other children of her village, waving her hands and yelling made-up spells, words that sounded to her childish ears magical and powerful. Now, in her head, she had access to real words of power, words of death. Before she died, she would be gifted the chance to know what it felt like to possess magic, even if Timothy and the others insisted that this was not arcane, that this instrument of death was instead technological. The details didn't matter. What mattered was that at last Mysaria was going to get what she'd always wanted, a bittersweet feeling, since she wouldn't be around to enjoy it. Death, Marak had explained, would be instant. The moment the weapon triggered, she would be obliterated. Easier that way anyway. No time to back out. No chance for anyone to come rushing in, bandaging her wrists. In front of her, the air began to shimmer just as the autarch had said it would. The atmosphere inside the chamber became heavier, thicker, so that when she took a step forward, it was a little like moving underwater. A pinprick of vivid, pink light, expanding piece by piece, a hole in reality widening, until there in front of her was a gateway. Mysaria sighed. It was as beautiful as she remembered. More beautiful, perhaps. Within the rippling black depths of the portal, she could see stars glittering and flickering. She wanted to reach out and catch one within the palm of her hand. Instead, she squatted down and grabbed either side of the black device, lifting it. Heavy, as she'd known it to be. Her muscles bulged. Heavy, but she could handle it. She took a step toward the portal, her steel plate shifting silently. Strictly speaking, she didn't need to be armored. Achios had even insisted that she not wear her armor at all, claiming that it would slow her down and just get in the way. But Mysaria would be damned if she didn't die in her armor, a sword at her side. It wasn't her sword, Lavender, which had been gifted to her by the autarch on the day she'd become a Talon. Some blades were too valuable to waste on sentimentality, but it was still a sword, and the weight of it at her hip comforted her. Now she lurched toward the portal, movements made slow and awkward by the weight of the weapon. 5 steps to go. 4. 3. A slow, deep breath, and she stepped through. She was immediately overwhelmed by the sensation of absolute compression, of great otherworldly forces pressing down on her from all sides, changing her physical shape. Stars, 1 trillion of them, flashed across her vision, and something wet, a little like a tendril, caressed her leg. But then she was through the gate, out the other side, and standing in the middle of a loud, bustling city. Strange scents and sounds assaulted her senses. She breathed in spices, roasted meat, smoke. She saw 1,000 people dressed in strange, flowing clothes. Here she was, at the very center of Timora, the capital of the rising dominion, and the home to a little over 1 million living, breathing human beings. Now wasn't the time to think about that. She was a servant of the autarch. She obeyed without question. The autarch, she knew, had a great plan for humanity, and if he was willing to kill 1 million people, it was only so that he could, in the long run, provide salvation for 1 billion. Of that she was certain. A man stopped in front of Mysaria, eyes traveling up and down the length of her armor, pausing for a moment at her sword, and then widening as they considered the strange black device. He opened his mouth. Before the shout for help could come, Mysaria dropped the device. She fell to her knees in front of it, pulled up the handle, twisted it, opening up the container within. And then she spoke aloud the code word she had been trained to speak, the foreign sounds alien in her mouth, but perfected by days of strict coaching. "Weapon activated," the woman inside the weapon calmly said. "Weapon will detonate in 5 minutes." And that was it. So quick and easy. The fate of 1 million souls decided in a heartbeat. Mysaria let out a breath. She had done her duty, and now she was free. By then 12 people had gathered around her in a circle.
were watching this strange kneeling night. Someone was calling for soldiers, and further down the street, she could see 8 individuals in the heavy armor of the rising dominion jogging toward her. Too late. There was nothing they could do. No difference they could make. By now, Marak would be close, his own portal already established. He was positioned 35 miles outside of Tymora, and would witness the destruction from a distance. It had not been explained to Mysaria why it was important that the autarch be within a certain proximity of the city, only that he would, indeed, be a witness to it. For that she was glad. Although he could not specifically see her, she at least would not die entirely alone. Rough hands grabbed her, hauling her to her feet. People were shouting in her face, asking questions in the Imperial tongue. She didn't understand a word of it, but supposed they wanted to know what the device was, and how an autarchy knight had appeared in the middle of their city. Many people, she saw, were running. Some were screaming, others crying. The majority were simply openly confused. They'd all almost certainly heard rumors of what had happened to the Ascended City. Perhaps they thought that the same thing was about to happen now. At the very least, they could sense that something was wrong. Mysaria's heart broke from them. She saw children, a pregnant woman, the elderly watching from across the street. They didn't deserve this, but it had to happen. She closed her eyes to shut it all out. "Forgive me," she whispered. 42. Marak. Tymora, a sprawling city dominating a flat expanse of land wedged in between 2 separate and opposing mountain ranges, a metropolis surrounded by 2 layers of walls, the Black Wall and the Last Defense, a city that had stood for over a millennia, that had been the beating heart of the rising dominion since its inception. It had been besieged 100 times and had never fallen. 1 million people lived within its confines, including many of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals on the continent. Marak gazed down on it from afar with a heavy heart. His portal had spat him out amongst the mountains, and over the last 2 hours, he had climbed the rest of the way up, reaching the summit of one particular mountain. From here he could see nearly every inch of Tymora. Individual buildings were little more than distant blurs, and the walls themselves seemed tiny from where he stood. But as seen as a whole, as a single collective organism, almost a living thing, the city of Tymora was perhaps the most impressive thing he'd ever seen in his life. Marak stood upon the edge. Instead of his armor, he wore a loose black cloak that flapped around him in the cold wind. The setting sun turned the sky the color of massacres. He was conscious of every beat of his heart, every breath. Not long now. His eyes stung. Tears again. The second time he'd cried in the last 2 days. It was starting to become a habit, and he was glad for it. Remorse was a good thing, and he swore to himself that if there ever came a day when he committed some atrocious act and felt nothing at all, that would be the day he knew he had gone too far, descended into a pit from which he would never return. If he could still cry, then he was still human. If he was still human, he could persevere. Each tear he shed was a mirror within which his own humanity could be reflected. His body tensed, every muscle bunching up. Behind him the portal hummed, buzzing in his ears. It would stay open for as long as he needed to. He had spilled enough blood to ensure it. The sun continued to set, sliding away. Darkness swept in, twilight shadows lengthening. And then, abruptly, the sun rose, a blossom of white light. A flash. Marak cried out. Instinctively he covered his face and saw the bones within his hands starkly outlined against the white light. His hands were red, complex networks of blood vessels highlighted in vivid crimson. The flash seemed to draw back in on itself, the sun retreating, and then it expanded, and kept expanding. A cloud of fire, orange, red, yellow, going up, growing rapidly. Marak lowered his hands, his heart thudding in his chest, his mind blank, eyes straining against the light as he struggled to figure out where all of this was coming from. What was even happening? It was Tymora. The sun was at the center of Tymora, and he could no longer see the Dominion city, or at least the center of it. The cloud of fire, almost mushroom-like in appearance, was approaching the very clouds themselves. The outer edges of his ring at the ground level were swallowing Tymora moment by moment.
God save me,
Marak whispered, taking a step back against his own will. A wave of force struck Marak, and he flew backward, stunned, mind reeling. Before he slammed against the sharp rocks behind him, he managed to regain enough composure to defy gravity and levitate, creating an arcane field around him that quickly drank up the shockwave and dispersed the energy elsewhere. He floated forward, hovering 10 feet off the ground, cloak billowing so dramatically that the dark cloth was obscuring his vision, whipping into his face. In one movement he shrugged it off and let it fall, carried away by the wind and sent adrift. He stabilized himself, and now created another field around himself, one to absorb any additional energy coming his way, and to protect his vision from the brightness of the fire cloud. And then, confident that he was safe, at least for the moment, he marveled at what he'd done. It was difficult for him to grasp the immensity of the cloud. He knew the mathematics required to calculate the height of it. He knew how far away from the city he was, how tall the walls were, and could, using enough frames of reference, use numbers to make sense of what he was witnessing. But his mind was simply too numb for any of that. By now it was difficult to see much of Tymora. The outer walls still existed, but now waves of fire were charging down the narrow streets of Tymora. He tried to imagine what it was like to be inside the city. Many citizens would still be alive, those at the outer edges of Tymora. That wouldn't be the case for long, but for the moment they had a small amount of time to wonder what had just happened to them, to attempt to make sense of the destruction. The rising Dominion, much like the autarky, was a godless empire. They had abandoned their gods a century ago, but without their gods, how could they explain this? What excuses would their minds offer up? Would they revert to their faith? Some deep animal instinct to use gods as a crutch, kicking back in after a century of science and rationality? The temptation to fly closer was great. A part of him wanted to hover directly over the city. Another part wanted to stay far, far away. From this distance it was impossible to see individuals, alive or dead. It was easier that way. Marak wasn't sure how he would react if he drew closer, and was exposed to a million corpses. If he saw pregnant women and children set on fire, saw them screaming with their flesh falling from their charred bones. Was he strong enough to withstand that? It terrified him that he did not know the answer. Shame caught him in a vice-like grip. Any person who could do something like this ought to be strong enough, brave enough, to at least confront it like a man. Focus, he told himself. None of that mattered now. Now there was work to do. He altered his vision, switching toward the necromantic tomes he'd studied, called soul sight. For the second time that day, Marak was blinded. He recoiled, more surprised than pained, after images of blue fire scarring his retinas. Souls burned blue, or at least they appeared to, when one viewed the world through soul sight. And Marak had just seen a new sun, a third one, blue and brilliant, and somehow brighter even than the one he had just detonated at Tymora's heart. The souls of hundreds of thousands of human beings drifted upward, streams of opal, azure, turquoise, cyan, cerulean, melting together and howling as they came together. Marak's heart skipped a beat. Without thinking, he raises his hands, calling the souls to him. In necromantic lore, there were special kinds of necromancers, called soul-eaters. A soul-eater could permanently consume souls, hosting them within their own soul, and permanently binding their power. They could turn souls into a constant power source. Marak was not a soul-eater, and never would be. What he was about to do, however, was similar. In fact, it was the exact same process. The difference was that, unlike a soul-eater, these souls would exist inside of him only temporarily. He would burn their essence like wood or coal, a source of fuel that, once utilized, would be forever destroyed. But for a little while, at least, he would burn hot with their power. Now he cooled the souls, extending his own. His aura throbbed around him, a dark, angry red, expanding. a field of raw, crackling energy. The first souls were pulled toward him. Meanwhile, the cloud of fire had turned black in the sky above Tymora, so vast and so dark that it obscured the last light of the sun, causing premature nightfall. For a moment, Marak thought it was snowing. But no, that was ash, not snow, and where it made contact with his flesh, he felt himself cast in the shadow of death. The very first soul made contact with Marak. "Forgive me," he whispered, and wrapped himself around it, absorbing it, trapping the soul essence inside of himself. Memories suddenly flashed through his mind. A name, Faustus. A childhood, loving parents, a sister, a dog, a military academy. War, a wife, love. Then, light, fire, and sudden, instant death. Marak gasped, and now more souls reached him. 2, 5, 20, 100. His mind filled with names and brief flashes of lives he could only superficially touch. Above Tymora, more blue light was gathering, hundreds of more souls joining the mass of undeath with every second that passed. He thought he could hear screams, but maybe they were his own, or maybe they were simply coming from inside of his mind. "Forgive me," he moaned, limbs filling with intoxicating power. His heart was beating so rapidly he feared it'd explode. His vision sharpened, details coming into focus, allowing him to see deep into the ruination of Tymora. Countless homes vaporized, streets stained with black shadows that had once been people, piles of melted flesh and bones resembling small and horrific lakes. People staggering, stumbling, so badly burned, so charred, that they resembled monsters, and were too awful for him to linger on. Soon enough, they too joined the collective souls. All of them. He needed all of them. He felt then as he called thousands of souls as he ate them 100 at a time, swelling with unnatural power, that something was watching him. Eyes from above, from another dimension, the gaze of Tomatil, curious, and perhaps more than a little concerned. "I'm coming for you," Marak whispered. 43. Marak. For the second time in his life, Marak flew high above a burning city. This time there was nothing left but smoking ruins, piles of ash, and the silent souls of the dead. There weren't many souls left now, and the more of them he consumed, the easier it was to feed on more. Now they came to him of their own volition, passing through the invisible field of his aura, and dissipating, as his own soul, now swollen to monstrous proportions, devoured them piece by piece. Marak drifted languidly through the mushroom-shaped cloud. The sun at its center was gone, leaving behind only a seemingly infinite sea of smoke and dust. It stung his eyes, filled his mouth with an acrid, bitter taste. He was distinctly aware of parts of his physical body dying at rapid rates. Whatever the true nature of the device, its lethality had not been limited to fire and force. It had poisoned the air, and now that very same poison was attempting to destroy even him. But it could not with 1,000,000 souls bolstering his own. His body was repairing itself faster than the weapon could hurt him. Each piece of skin that blistered and shed itself was immediately replaced. His bones reinforced themselves. He was as close to being a god as any human being had ever been. No, he was a god. What other word could describe this ascension? What else could he possibly be? He raised a hand and felt reality drop to a knee in supplication. He could do anything he liked. In this state, he could change the world one thought at a time, forcing it into the shape of his dreams. But no. He needed to conserve this power. The real struggle was yet to come, and he required every last drop of energy that now permeated his body. Marak beckoned to the remaining souls, becoming a yawning black pit, desperate to devour everything in its path. Within moments, there were none left. 1,000,000 souls writhed and twisted inside of him, dissolving rapidly. Unlimited potential. The future lay just beyond his touch. All he needed to do was reach out and grasp it. Or, alternatively, he could stop time. Or he could simply will himself to appear elsewhere, anywhere in the world. He could, perhaps, even bring back the dead. Though this concept struck him as a question. Was such a thing possible? Should he try? Later, maybe. First, Tamatil. He flew above the city, past it. The center of Tymora had been cratered, a smoking hole miles wide, within which was nothing but blasted rock and hot glass. Some structures still stood, but not many. The outer walls, a few homes. None lived within. The shock wave and heat had dealt with those protected from the initial blast of fire. Many people had lived outside of Tymora, many who still lived. He sensed that they would not live long. They were poisoned now, ruined by the invisible death that the weapon had released into the air. So too would the very soil itself be poisoned, and all bodies of water connected to Tymora through streams and rivers. He would grieve them all, but not now. Now, in this godlike state, it was difficult to feel anything at all. His emotions orbited him from a great distance, unrecognizable and alien. He could coldly recognize that he was not quite himself, that if he had not been filled with such godlike power, he might instead be on his knees, weeping tears into the dust. He returned to the portal, still open and shimmering on the mountain, turning for a moment more to regard the dead city. There would be consequences, he knew. An act like this could not be committed freely. There would be a price to pay, and when that time came he would pay it gladly, knowing that it was deserved. The rest of his life would be an uphill struggle, in search of a redemption that, for all he knew, was entirely untouchable. But so be it. He stepped through the portal, and was back within the twilight chamber. As he'd instructed, there was no one there, although Amara, Davina, Deimos, and a squad of Talons would be waiting just outside the heavy sealed doors, in case he needed them. He did not think that he needed them. Everything that came next he would need to do alone. His original plan had hinged on the notion that the events of the day would occur so quickly and be so indecipherable to any watching eye that Tamatil could be fooled into letting Marak into his realm without suspecting a thing. But he was now sure that Tamatil had seen him, and no doubt knew that he was coming. So, he would simply have to force his way in. Marak, still floating several feet off the ground, crossed his legs in a sitting position and closed his eyes. He could remember what it was like to have a knife in his throat, to allow himself to slide through the cracks in reality and fall, helpless, into another plane of existence. Tamatil and the other deities did not exist above or below the material realm. Instead, Marak now understood that all realities overlapped and existed concurrently. The walls between them were thin, could be easily breached if one knew how, and possessed sufficient power. And so that's what Marak did. He smashed a hole in reality. First he found the walls. He did this easily, simply by focusing on his intention to do so. The sheer amount of power running through his body did the rest, transforming his will into reality, converting thoughts into actions. Impossible and unfamiliar colors spilled out of random points in the air, running like paint. Shapes crisscrossed his vision, spiraled, and Marak unfolded and stepped forward, squeezing himself through the cracks. Sudden blackness. Blind. But he remained calm. Remained calm even when hands with too many fingers reached out and caught his arms, his head, tried to drag him. Somewhere. Vast entities coalesced in the blackness. 1,000,000,000,000 eyes, bright-colored and slitted, regarded him with cold malice. Marak ignored them, pushed past all of it until solid ground beneath his feet. He opened his eyes and found that he now stood beneath a sky the color of rotting wounds. Flies buzzed around him, a dark revolving cloud like a black halo. He moved forward, rolling his shoulders, cracking his knuckles, body loosening. He was, he realized, entirely naked. A problem he fixed a moment later when, with a burst of spent power, he armored himself in bright, shimmering gold. He extended a hand, holding it out, and a moment later, sunlight appeared in his grasp. A slow smile crawled across his face. A castle loomed in the distance, ancient brown walls crumbling. Its spires were outlined against the discolored sky. Great, winged creatures circled far above it. Here in this dimension of decay and terror, there were two suns. They hung in the air opposite each other, one faintly green, the other pink. Their combined light made Marak's skin crawl, made him feel as though he was covered in insects. A booming voice sounded from everywhere and nowhere all at once. "Marak, you trespass upon my realm!" "I go where I please," Marak said simply, and with a thought he pushed himself away from the ground, floating 20 feet in the air and now drifting quickly toward the castle. There upon his throne of decay would be Tomatil, surrounded by his legions of gibbering, weeping demons. Marak would burn them all, would tear down this dimension with his own 2 hands. "Then you have betrayed me," to which Marak simply laughed. "Do you think you can kill me, Marak? Do you really believe that gods can be killed?" "There is no such thing as a god," Marak said. "There is only power. You exist upon one level of power, and the rest of creation at another, and so you demand that they all know you as a god. But the word is made up. If you think otherwise, you've simply deluded yourself." "So arrogant," the voice chuckled in Marak's ears. "To presume you know so much. You are a human, and by definition a fool. Little more than an animal. Come to me, Marak, kneel before my throne, and then we shall see." Dark winged shapes were flying toward Marak. They moved fast and were soon close enough for him to see them clearly. They were horse-sized, scaled with vast, scabrous wings. Their necks were long, their heads boasting elongated jaws filled with teeth that dripped with hissing toxins. They had sad human eyes, and they cried mournfully as they swarmed him. Marak moved so fast that he blurred through the air. He smashed into one with the force of a mountain, breaking its bones, sending the wreckage of his body plummeting to the desolation below. Another came up behind him, on the verge of closing its jaws around his head, but he swung sunlight, and decapitated it. 3 more came from directly ahead. Marak raised his left hand, palm extended, and conjured a pillar of white flame that engulfed all 3. An acrid burning stench filled the air, as did black smoke. The 3 beasts spiraled away lifelessly, onward to the castle. 44. Marak. A solitary figure waited for him above Tomatil's castle. Tall, slender, and winged, they hovered at the same height as Marak, clad in heavy, rusted armor. Clear fluid dripped from the darkness between metal plates, a pestilent rain falling upon the castle below. "Halt," said the figure. Marak didn't stop. He tightened his grip on sunlight. This thing was just one more obstacle he needed to remove. He didn't care for its name, or to know its nature. It, like the rest of Tomatil's servants, would fall beneath his blade.
"My name," said the figure, "is Ruin."
His voice was a low, buzzing drone, impossible to shut out.
"I have existed since the first living creature drew breath. So long as there has been life, I have been here. I am the shadow. I am death."
Now the figure lifted his armor. Metal plate shifted. A weapon coalesced in its hands. A scythe. It was as long as Ruin was tall, its curved blade at least 4 feet across. It appeared to be made out of bronze, though when Ruin moved, the light from the twin suns reflected strangely off of the metal, causing it to appear green, like verdigris. Instinctively, Marak knew that if the blade cut him, even so much as nicked him, he would die, and it would be a true, final death, the dissolution of his soul. At last, Marak came to a stop.
"Good," said Ruin. "You obey. Now listen. This is the realm of decay. Here your flesh will turn to sludge, your bones to ash. Here your skeleton will join the throne of the enslaved. But Tamatu is a kind god. Tamatu is a merciful god. Kneel, mortal, and you will be permitted to serve.
Marak clenched his jaw.
I do not kneel,
Ruin said.
Then you will break.
The Reaper vanished. A second of silence, of stillness, and then the hairs on the back of Marak's neck prickled, and he spun around, adrenaline kicking in, instinct driving him, and he raised Sunlight. The scythe caught itself on Sunlight's blade instead of taking Marak's head. Quickly Marak flicked the switch, activating the blade, but nothing happened. The scythe was not cut in half as it should have been, and Ruin spun away, disgustingly graceful, whirling so fast that Marak flinched backward, heart lurching. The scythe missed him by an inch, the corrupted blade trailing flies and discoloring the very air. It came again, reversed with impossible ease, and now Marak desperately ducked, flying away from Ruin in an attempt to put as much space between them as possible. And when he looked down, he saw that the edges of his armor were starting to rust, that the metal was corroding and dissolving. Fear struck him for the first time in a long time.
Calm yourself, he thought. Inside of you are 1,000,000 souls. So, use them.
Marak pointed Sunlight and projected a beam of concentrated light, brighter than the sun, hotter than any flame that had ever burned. It struck Ruin in the chest, sent the rusted knight tumbling backward, end over end, wings smoking, decrepit armor melting. Victory. And then, once again, Ruin vanished. Reappeared a second later in front of him, the butt of the scythe slamming into Marak's helmet, blurring his vision, a heavy mailed fist swinging upward a moment later and rocking Marak's head. Marak twisted to the side, swung Sunlight, and then watched as his sword crumbled instantly into dust, blowing away on a sudden, bitter wind, leaving him unarmed, dizzy, struggling to now stay close enough to Ruin so that the Reaper could not swing that terrible scythe.
Tamatu gave you life,
hissed Ruin.
And now I will take it away.
Marak headbutted Ruin, a desperation move, then threw a punch. He burned 1,000 souls for fuel, and loaded the punch with as much excess power as he could. His fist made contact with an ear-splitting boom. Ruin shot backward so fast that a second later he was out of sight. Marak sucked in a deep, lungful of air, composing himself, and attempting to shake off the dizziness. He could taste blood in his mouth, but no matter. Ruin was gone. The way forward was clear, and Tamatu waited for himself upon the throne. Movement from behind. Ruin again, winged form manifesting. Its scythe came from Marak in a brutal arc, barely missing his face. 1,000 bloated flies sprayed forth in a blinding cloud, attaching themselves to Marak's helmet, blinding him, suffocating him, and he screamed, voice choking, bile rising, flying backward, away, aware the whole time that Ruin was following, was gaining ground, and that it was only a matter of time before its scythe tasted his blood.
1,000,000 souls. You ate 1,000,000 in Timora, and now it's time to use them.
Marak surrounded himself in a fire, a ring of it, burning away the flies, keeping Ruin at bay. Now he drifted further back, raising his left hand, shooting forth yet more, purging more, a stream of seething white light that distorted the very air. Ruin shot toward him, so very, very fast. No more running, no more backing away. Marak roared, flinging himself toward Ruin with all his power, with all the force he could muster. At the last moment he threw Sunlight aside, caught Ruin's scythe by the shaft with both hands. Their bodies collided, armor shattering against armor, metal exploding, breaking away in flakes of gold and rust. They pushed then, locked in an embrace, testing their strength against one another. In the end, Marak won. He ripped the scythe from Ruin's hands, cast it down to the earth below. Ruin's form flickered as it prepared to vanish and reappear elsewhere, but Marak caught his helmeted head between both his hands and didn't let go. They vanished together, reformed 1,000 feet higher in the air, and now Marak was laughing, slowly bringing his hands together, squeezing, compressing, the rusted metal of Ruin's helmet groaning in complaint as it began to bend, buckle, then break. Foul liquid seeped out of the helmet's visor, as though he were juicing a rotten fruit. Ruin's head exploded. Marak let go, moved back, and watched as Ruin fell, spinning over and over, and then impacting the barren rocks below, a plume of dust rising in his wake. Satisfaction, and the warm glow of his own mounting rage. And again, he said,
Tomatil, I am coming for you.
45. Marak. Instead of taking the front doors, Marak crashed into Tomatil's castle like a meteorite. Black stone shattered in his wake, an explosion of debris and dust. He rose, armor as golden and gleaming as it had been when he'd first appeared, sunlight thrumming in his right hand. He stood now in a vast dark chamber, the walls brown and stained. Discolored liquid flooded the space, reaching his knees and ruining his armor where it made contact. Gold turned to the same filthy brown as the walls. Flies buzzed through the air, too large and with human eyes. Tomatil was close. He could feel it. Marak waded through the water, breathing hard beneath his helmet. Sweat trickled down his brow, stung his eyes. Several corpses shambled toward him, moaning, reaching for him with clawed hands. But he cut them apart with sunlight and strode through their remains. Ahead, a gate. 2 armored forms guarded it, clad in stained vestments, lips sewn together, eyes wide and agonized. They sprinted at him, blades held high, and with a mere thought, Marak immolated them. Their shrieking forms vanished into the murky water. He punched his way through the gate and marched into Tomatil's throne room. The throne room was intimate. Vivid pink and green light filtered in through the cracks and holes in the crumbling ceiling. A set of steps led up to the dais upon which the god sat on his throne. The throne itself gave Marak a moment of pause. 20 feet high, a colossal, monstrous structure of twisted bone and rotting flesh. Interwoven spinal columns decorated the armrests, while eyes, set into the bones, gazed back at Marak with cruel intentions. Small, hunchback figures sat at the foot of the throne, a court of twisted, wretched creatures. And on the throne sat a beautiful woman. She was alive, naked, her hair a tangled mess of living, hissing serpents. Her eyes were violet, her lips full and seductive. She looked at Marak, and then without a change in expression, started to rise. A dozen of her servants rushed to climb over each other, forming a ramp of servile flesh that Tomatil then descended. Her hips swayed as she moved. "Marak," Tomatil murmured, stepping upon the back of the last servant with enough force to snap them in half. Her bare feet made contact with the black stone of the chamber. "I don't quite recall inviting you to my domain." "I don't need an invitation," Marak said, unflinching, unwilling to take his gaze away from her. Tomatil smiled. She reached for his face, at which point he realized that he stood far taller than he was used to, 10 feet at least, so that she had to stand on the tips of her toes to allow her fingers to brush across his jaw. "You should see yourself right now," she said, "so wrathful, eyes blazing with stolen power. I know what you did, Marak. I can see those million souls swirling around inside you, screaming for release. I hope you realize exactly what you're doing to them, how badly it must hurt. You are burning every last inch of their spirits. Because of you, they will never rejoin the rest of creation. They will utterly cease to exist." Her face twisted, an expression of exaggerated sorrow. "Not even I would do that. Isn't that funny? For you to storm in here, so righteous, so furious, and yet in the end, far more cruel and selfish than I could ever be." "Everything you say," said Marak, "is a lie. Your words are a waste of time." And he lashed out with his left hand, a flare of light, and made to strike Tomatil down. But then she, behind him, taller now, eyes level with his own, body pressed up against his. "You don't need to do this," she whispered in his ear. You could still turn back, change your ways. I can see what lies ahead for you, where this path goes. I could even show you, if you don't believe me. I know how your story ends. Seated upon a bloody throne, waiting for everyone you ever loved to break down the doors and seek their vengeance. A smile. I'm starting to know how that feels. Marak spun and violently shoved her away, hands making brief contact with her breasts before she staggered backward, still smiling, violet eyes glowing. With liquid grace, she regained her balance, once again growing in size. The flesh of her right hand peeled away, revealing blackened bone. The bone shifted, growing outward, new fingers blossoming like a tree branch dividing, until she boasted a claw of 20 razor-sharp talons. You could stay here with me, she said, her other hand reaching between her legs. Just you and I here, in this place that could be anything you wanted to be. We could do anything. Be anyone. You could be mine. Life as my slave, Marak, really isn't as bad as you'd think. I'd treat you well. I promise. And then, her smile growing, she started to touch herself. Disgust mingled with rage, turning into a burning, all-encompassing desire to get this over with. Marak ran at her. He slashed sunlight down in a savage arc, calling upon the million souls inside of him, burning them rapidly, his power growing, mounting by the second, names flooding his mind, names and memories and thoughts and dreams. He fed on them, used them as fuel. When Tomatil vanished and reappeared off to the side in an attempt to avoid sunlight, Marak reacted instantly, and he too vanished, and now was behind her, sunlight still descending, its heavy black edge easily entering her right shoulder and cleaving down a rapid diagonal line, parting her from collarbone to left hip. Blood sprayed. Marak, off balance by his commitment to the cut, stepped back and watched as Tomatil fell in half. Wet organs tumbled out of her dissected body, but still she remained alive, smiling up at him, now licking her lips. It isn't too late, she whispered. If you do this, there's no going back. I've heard that before, Marak growled, stalking toward her, the tip of sunlight dragging across the floor, gouging it deeply. I am tired of others presuming to know my fate and future. I am tired of warnings, of threats, of promises. Nothing you say matters, so shut your mouth and preserve your dignity. Tomatil tried to drag herself in the opposite direction, intestines trailing behind her. Marak stood close and touched the edge of sunlight to her throat. An inferno raged inside of him. Most of the souls had been used now, and their power was fading as they kept him safe from the defenses of Tomatil's realm. This physical battle, he knew, the conscious fight, was only a small part of staying alive in a place like this. Without the stolen souls, his own soul might have already succumbed to Tomatil's power. He didn't have long left, but that was fine. He'd already won. Wait, said Tomatil, sounding abruptly desperate. She turned wide, pleading eyes in his direction. Let me help you instead. Keep me weak and hurt, but do not kill me. Do not do this. Marak, listen. If you do this, it will upset the balance amongst the stars, and my siblings will make moves. You may have weakened the Green Star, but there are others, worse and more powerful. Marak did not wish to hear any more. He tightened his grip on his sword, his mouth a grim line of determination. Death to all gods. And with that, he swung sunlight and decapitated Tomatil. 46. Amara. Amara dug her nails into the palms of her hands, allowing the two bright sparks of pain to ground her. It was an old childhood habit, one she'd managed to discard over the years. She'd forgotten how useful pain could be. Shouldn't be much longer, Davina said, offering her a smile. Amara didn't return it. Except you don't actually know that. We have no idea how long he may be or may not be. Perhaps in hindsight we should have asked. Davina pursed her lips. He's going to be all right. I hope you know that. Amara didn't know that. It was easy to assume that Marak would be all right, because historically that had always been the case. No matter how bad things got, no matter how dire the situation, Marak always found a way out of it, whether through sheer brute force or cunning. But Marak wasn't a god, and no matter how powerful he wasn't infallible, nor was he indestructible. There was such a thing as luck, and it ran out for everyone eventually. And what would happen if he didn't come back? Amara considered herself to be more of a practical woman than an emotional one, and practicality demanded that she have a plan in place for the worst-case scenario. One of the primary issues was that there was no clear plan for succession. Would someone else become autarch if Marak died or was lost? If so, who? Amara had a strong case for the position, and suspected Marak would have wanted her to take it, but she wasn't sure if she even wanted it, nor if a majority would support her. Then there was Achios, who everyone so often forgot he was even there. He never drew too much attention to himself, never stepped out of line. He was quiet, watchful, always useful and always whispering in Marak's ear. He was favored by the internal structures of the autarchy. There were 1,000 officials who owed their jobs and newly created wealth to the man. And what about Divina? No, she would never be autarch. She loved her order too much and was too valuable a Kyrios instead. But whoever would be the next autarch needed to be supported by Divina, because without Divina, the autarchy was so much weaker. Divina would choose Amara over Achios, of that she was certain. "What are you thinking?" Divina raised her eyebrows. "I'm thinking that if Marak doesn't return, things are going to be very messy. He's going to return. Most likely. But what if he doesn't? We haven't asked ourselves that question enough times." Divina shifted her weight from one foot to the other. As Kyrios, she was supremely competent, one of the most patient, intelligent, and calculating minds in the autarchy. Her weakness, however, was Marak. Where her brother was concerned, she was so often blind, limited by her own feelings and fears. But not Amara. Being a mother was part of it. She had 2 children to look after, children that loved and needed their father. She decided, there and then, if he did not return, they would be the only priority, and to that end, she did not think that remaining in the autarchy was wise. They were too much of a target, and without Marak to keep potential enemies at bay, she would not expose her children to such a risk. So, she would simply have to run away. She already knew how she'd do it. She had money in foreign banks, had friends and allies in every major city on the continent, enemy or allied. There was nowhere in the world she couldn't go, and not have access to wealth and powerful friends. "Perhaps you should get some sleep," Divina said. It was just the 2 of them, plus Deimos waiting outside of the twilight chamber. They'd been waiting for a full day and night now. Not long in the grand scheme of things, but how long did it take to kill a god? Marak had warned them where he was going, time might not behave the same way, that an hour there could be a day in the material realm. What if instead it was a year? A decade? How long, Amara wondered, should a person wait before giving up? "Soon," Amara said. "I'll sleep soon." "You should both sleep," Deimos grunted. "I will keep vigil." "Dramatic, aren't we?" Amara murmured. She paced the antechamber, running a hand through her hair. That was the problem with being married to the autarch. Drama was impossible to avoid. Everything was life or death, gods and magic. Not that she regretted it. She loved Marak, or at least was beginning to love him, and she loved their children more than anything in the world. At the same time, it was difficult, every now and then, not to wonder if perhaps a simpler life might have also been a happier one. After all, when she'd first met Marak, she'd already been well off. She could have lived comfortably anywhere, could have married some ordinary noble or rich merchant, combining their fortunes and ensuring a life of luxury. But then, no doubt, she'd just be bored instead. Better this way, she told herself. More interesting, at the very least. The doors to the twilight chamber exploded outward. Amara and Divina scrambled backward. Deimos lunged past them, sword already drawn, sliding into a defensive stance. Bright, white light from inside the chamber. Amara's heart fluttered with hope, and simultaneously skipped a beat out of fear. It could be Marak, returned from his mission, or it could be a servant of Tomatil. here to devour them all. The light faded, and in its wake was Marak. Bent down on one knee, his armor blackened and smouldering, head bowed so that his face was impossible to see, smoke and steam rose from his body in a great cloud. "My lord Autarch?" Deimos approached warily. Amara moved quickly around the larger man, came close to Marak. "Wait," said Davina. "Don't get too close just yet. Marak? Can you hear us?" Marak didn't move. His dark hair was a tangled mess. His face sweat-sheened. He appeared to be trembling. When he looked up at them, his eyes were windows of pure white light, glowing with such intensity that Amara was forced to quickly turn away. And then Marak collapsed. It took 3 full days for Marak to wake up. Amara sat by his side for much of it, studying her husband's face as he lay, dead to the world, in the comfort of their bed. Whatever he had endured while he'd been gone, it had changed him. He looked simultaneously older and younger, his skin given a vital golden glow, the grey missing from his hair. These things at the price of deeper lines etched into his face, a certain unmistakable wariness to the set of his facial muscles. The door creaked open behind Amara, but she didn't turn. It was mid-morning, and the golden sunlight was streaming in through the tall, elegant windows of their bedroom. She could hear the low murmur of Othira, the result of constant, ceaseless activity, of commerce, and a million lives being lived. It soothed her. "Mother?" Amara finally turned, putting on a smile. Tassidir stood several feet away, dressed as he liked to be in the fine clothes of a noble, albeit sized for a child. His black hair was combed back, and his intelligent, piercing eyes watched her with his usual sharpness. "Tass," she said, beckoning him closer. "When will he wake up, do you think?" "Soon, I'm sure of it." And she was sure. He would return to them shortly. They needed him, perhaps more than ever. 3 hours ago she had been woken by the news that the rising Dominion had declared war on the Tyran autarchy. Not unexpected, not really. After all, they'd laid waste to Tymora, had killed 1 million people. In a way, it had been them who had declared war first. But even still, Amara had hoped it wouldn't come to this, had hoped that the Dominion would be so crippled by the blow, so intimidated, that they wouldn't dare fight back. But deep down she'd known that the Dominion were not cowards. They were the greatest empire on the continent, a race of militaristic, hardy people who valued above all else ambition and cunning. They had never lost a war, never given in to anyone, and even with Tymora gone, they had yet more cities and 100 legions of the finest soldiers alive. There were dark days ahead, darker than ever if Marak didn't awake soon. "How is your sister?" Amara asked, wanting to distract herself. Tassidir shrugged. "Hungry? Well, make sure she's fed, Tassidir. You're her older brother. It's important that you always look out for her. Do you hear me? No matter what happens, you should always be there for her." Tassidir looked at his feet. "I know that." "Good." Amara pulled him closer, into a hug, and kissed his brow. "Now, give your father a hug, and then go get yourself to training." Tassidir squirmed out of the hug, started to move to Marak's side, and Amara turned as he did so, and saw that Marak was sitting upright. 47. Marak. A day later, Marak summoned Amara, Davina, Deimos, Maya, Achios, and his 2 children, Tassidir and Nera. The meeting place was his personal suite. He found himself wanting to be comfortable, to be in a wide, open place with big windows, where he and the people he loved could come together in the light of the sun. He waited with Amara by one of the windows. Their children were in the room, Tassidir reading on one of the lounges, while Deimos, for once out of his armor, played with Nera. Marak found himself smiling, at peace. He wore white linen, light and breathable. It felt good to be away from his armor, away even from sunlight, which lay at rest in his arming chamber, connected to his bedroom by an archway. Amara's hand was on his arm. She looked particularly beautiful today, wearing a flowing golden dress, her hair done up in an elaborate bun, gold eyeshadow bringing out the richness of her eyes. She was beautiful, and she was his. He turned his head to look at his children, Tassidir, already so intelligent, so ambitious, and yet at the same time possessing a gentleness to him, a consideration that spoke to a kind heart, and Nera, only 2, already so funny, so energetic, so that whenever he saw her or heard her laugh, the whole world seemed lighter and brighter and happier. "What are you thinking?" Amara asked. "I am thinking about how grateful I am. For you, for our children, for my health, for my friends." He turned to her. "I have done bad things, irredeemable things, but they've all been for the right reasons. I don't want to hurt anyone." He sighed. "I probably don't deserve this, any of this, but I'm grateful for it anyway." Amara nodded slowly, a thoughtful expression on her face. He wanted to know what she was thinking with a desperate urgency, but no. He would be patient, would continue to foster patience in his life. Too often he had been the opposite, and too often people had suffered as a result. Still he felt suddenly strangled by terror. Word had come in of Timora's destruction. Word had spread through Althira. Amara, of course, knew about it, had listened to the stories told of a city rendered into rubble, of a populace turned to ash. How could she still look at him with tenderness? How could she touch him, even want to be near him? And earlier that morning, when he had held Nera, he had found himself wanting to let go of her, to give her to someone else, anyone else, because his hands were sullied, his touch corrupted, and she was too pure and innocent for him. And yet Nera had continued to smile and to laugh, and Amara was still here by his side, for reasons he could not quite understand. But perhaps that wouldn't be the case for long. Perhaps soon they would realize just how much of a monster he was, and everyone he loved would leave him. He would be alone. "Whether or not you deserve it," Amara said, "you have it. So appreciate it, and know that you, in turn, are appreciated." Marak closed his eyes, clinging to the words. He wanted to say so many things to her then, but didn't know how to say any of them. Frustrated, he clenched his hands. Words came to him so easily most of the time, but not now, not when it mattered. He would work on that. He promised himself that. The doors to his personal quarters opened, and Davina walked in, wearing a short blue dress, hair loose, silver jewelry at her throat. On her left hand, the signet ring that marked her as Kyrios. "Apologies for being late," she said smoothly, taking a seat around the white marble table at the center of the room. She crossed one leg over the other, frowned. "Oh, is Maya not here already?" "Not yet," Marak said. "She's the only one who isn't. You haven't seen her today." Although after a moment he realized it was more likely that they hadn't seen each other than he'd first presumed. He was well aware of just how absorbed Davina could get in her work, how much time she spent locked away in her office. "In all honesty," Davina said, expression troubled, "I'm concerned she won't come. You know how she can be, and especially since she knows what this meeting is for." The Kyrios shook her head. "No, I don't think she's coming." "As far as I know," Achios said, "she hasn't been seen for 2 days. According to Haron, she's been going from bar to bar." "Shut your mouth," Davina hissed. "You're not allowed to talk about her." Achios didn't react to the outburst. His face remained as impassive as ever. Marak turned back to the window. Something would eventually need to be done about Maya and her increasingly open contempt. Exile, perhaps, but worded less harshly. He would give her money. She would live in comfort. He owed her that. Whatever he needed to do for her, he'd do it, so long as she did not remain in Althira. The trouble with that, of course, was Davina. "Then we'll have to proceed without her," Marak said. "Probably for the best." Davina's expression said that she wasn't happy with that, and that at the very same time, she too knew it was for the best. Marak gestured to the table, waiting for everyone to take a seat. He stood at the end, hands clasped behind his back. The power he'd stolen from Tamatil roiled inside him, as though sensing his intentions. For days he'd carried it at his core, withstanding its attempts at escaping, enduring the nausea, the headaches, the voices whispering in his mind. "You all know what I did," Marak said quietly. "You all know what happened to Timora and where I went afterward. I succeeded. Tomato has been destroyed." He paused, assessing the faces of those around him. Even little Tassidir looked so serious, as though he understood the full weight of everything he was hearing. Perhaps he did. "I don't want to linger on that now," Marak said, clearing his throat. "It is difficult to speak about that other place, about the realities beyond this one. Just know that we are safe from one god, if not the rest of them, and in the process of destroying Tomato, I stole power from it, power that I now intend to gift to all of you." Marak started to walk slowly around the table. "Of late I have been plagued by one particular problem. Age. Mortality. It tormented me to know that no matter how much I did, no matter what I accomplished, I would ultimately succumb to old age and die with my work unfinished. So too did it distress me to think of leaving all of you behind, and of everyone here eventually suffering a similar fate. So, I decided that this needed to be solved." He smiled. "You might think it typical of me to want to solve even death, but what can I say? If I do not like how something works, I change it." He stopped moving. "So now it's time to see if this works. As I said, I stole power from Tomato, a lot of it. I will give an equal share of it to every person in this room, and I will deliberately shape it so that none of us will ever age. We will, in other words, be frozen in time, undying, immortal." Silence as they all absorbed this. He'd already explained it to most in the room. Maya would have been the only adult to not have already heard the full plan. Tassidir had been prepared for something like this by Amara, but was hearing it from Marak for the first time. Nira, meanwhile, was cluelessly sucking on her thumb. "Now," said Marak, "once this power awakens inside of you, it will be impossible to stop or to remove. But there is a caveat. I can make it dormant now, with a command to awaken at a time of your choice." He gestured to Davina. "You, for instance, are nearing 30 years, but perhaps you want to naturally reach 35 or 40 before locking yourself in for the centuries to come." He shrugged. "It is a choice that each of you must make. The option is there." "What will you do?" Amara asked, frowning. "I've already done it to myself," Marak said quietly, "and I will simply remain as I am now." Deimos leaned forward, chair creaking beneath his weight. "Do you feel any different?" "No," Marak said truthfully. "I feel the exact same." Davina. "Is it possible to reverse the years? To return, for instance, to being 20? "No," said Marak. "I've learned that there is one fundamental law to the universe that cannot ever be broken. What is done cannot be undone. A person cannot come back from the dead, nor can they turn back time or take something back. Permanence is permanent, and for that I honestly find myself grateful." "Must we decide now?" Amara asked. "Some time to think about it, perhaps?" "I'm sorry. It must be done now. I'm not sure how long I can keep this power inside of me. I feel it beginning to dissipate." Deimos stood. "Then I too will remain, exactly as I am. Can't say that I relish the idea of living forever, but if it means that I can continue to serve you, then I shall do it." "To be clear," said Marak, "even after I give you this gift, you can still die the same as any other person. A knife to the heart, a bad fall and a cracked skull, illness, these will all still be as lethal as ever. The only difference is that you won't age." Amara was looking at their children. "What are we to do with them?" Marak released a breath. When he had devised a way to delay the gift of immortality, he had done so specifically with his children in mind. But how, then, to apply the gift? Neither child could have a say. Neither of them would ever get the choice that everyone else in the room was now afforded. Perhaps they would one day grow to resent him for that. Perhaps they would reject his gift. But it was either that or allow them to live on as mortals, so that as the decades passed, he, frozen as he was, would be forced to watch them age and fade away. He would not allow that to happen. 30 years seems as good a time to stop as any, Marak said. Their minds and bodies will be fully matured. but age will not have taken a toll on them. Amara chewed on her lip, considering it. She, as their mother, was no doubt wrestling with the same concerns that he was. He watched her face change as she reached the same conclusions he'd already visited, that this was preferable to their eventual deaths, that the risk of resentment was worth it for the preservation of their children. "If any of you do not wish to receive this gift," said Marak, "say so now." More silence. Marak nodded. He hadn't expected any of them to refuse it, but he was still relieved. Right now was the moment of the alleviation of his greatest fear, that the people he loved would leave him, that they would die, and he would live on. Now they would have the rest of eternity together. "Everyone, join hands," he said. "Close your eyes. You might feel a moment of unpleasantness, but it will pass quickly, and then it will be done." As instructed, they all joined hands. They all looked calm, at ease, except for Davina. Her eyes were narrowed, her lips twisted in a frown. Why? Most likely, he supposed, because of Maya's absence. She would have this gift. Maya would not. The implications were tragic and no doubt running through Davina's mind. But nothing could be done about it. Some people couldn't be helped. Marak held Deimos' left hand and Amara's right. He closed his eyes. Ultimately, it was not a difficult thing to do. Inside him was contained the power of a god. It was eager to be used, and particularly malleable. It was raw, unharnessed energy, willing to be shaped to whatever he willed. All he needed to do was conceptualize, and then channel the power through the lens of his own mind, magnifying it, focusing it, and then passing it on through the physical connections formed by flesh-on-flesh contact. In the end, no one felt a thing. "It's done," Marak said, sagging, eyes fluttering. He was drowning in a sea of exhaustion. His limbs were leaden, and it was difficult even to stand. He drifted away from the table, collapsed on the nearest lounge, sweat dripping from his brow and stinging his eyes. Amara went to his side. "What's wrong, my love?" Marak just shook his head. "Nothing. I'll be fine. I just need to rest." Deimos stood. "You really did it?" "I didn't feel a thing." Marak smiled weakly. "I did it." And despite the exhaustion, the urge to sleep, the bone-deep weariness that left him feeling more feeble than a child, there came a surge of pure, pristine relief. He had done a good thing, and now could be certain that something worthwhile had come from the sacrifices he'd made. "Is hunger a side effect?" Davina asked. "Because I'm fucking ravenous." "I'll send word to the servants," Akio said, "and have a feast prepared immediately." The doors exploded open. Maya strolled in. She, unlike everyone else, wore her full plate armor, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. She, unlike everyone else, wore an expression of grim determination, and Marak felt his heart immediately sink. He attempted to surge to his feet, but simply didn't have the strength for it, and by the time he was standing, Maya had her sword out, its sharp tip pointed right at him. Behind her were 4 Sun Knights. One of them carried a sun sword, marking them as a talon. "Sorry I'm late," Maya said, a humorless grin splitting her face. "But I'm here now. And you, Marak, are under arrest." 48. Marak.
"Maya,"
he said as calmly as he could.
"What are you doing?"
Maya took 3 steps toward him, gesturing with her left hand. The 4 Sun Knights spread out, 2 to either side, all of them ready to draw their weapons. More footsteps from the hallway behind, boots marching, and there appeared Haron, a dozen armed men behind him, all of them armored, but not with autarky gear. Marak immediately recognized them as gorehounds, the mercenaries who, a long time ago, had once helped him take over Aemon. None of them looked particularly friendly today.
"I didn't miss anything, did I?"
Haron strode forward, cocking an eyebrow. The old mercenary wore a stained leather jerkin, and at his hip were 2 viciously curved short swords. It had been weeks, maybe even months, since Marak had last seen the man, and he looked far more composed than he remembered.
his thinning white hair brushed back, his eyes bright and clever. "Oh, don't worry," Maya said. "Nothing's been missed. We're just getting to the good parts." Her eyes slid across to Deimos. "The one time you leave your armor and sword behind, eh, Deimos?" "Bad luck." Deimos's eyes were furious. The big man's hands curled into fists. "Lower your sword, Sir Maya, now." "Commanding me, are you?" Maya grinned. "I'm going to have to disobey. Sit down, Deimos, before you get yourself hurt." Marak stood completely still, eyes moving between Maya and Haron, his friends, two of his oldest, closest companions. What was happening? It was difficult to think straight through the fog that had descended upon his mind. He wanted to sleep, knew that he couldn't. Adrenaline surged through him, desperately trying to clear his weariness, but failing to do much more than ignite the gathering flames of rage. "Maya!" The blood had drained from Davina's face, leaving her a ghastly pale. She appeared to be trembling, an awful realization dawning in her eyes. "Maya, what is this?" Maya didn't even look at her. Her jaw tightened. "Later, you and I will talk in private. For now, Dev, please just stay out of the way. I promise you'll be safe." "Maya," Davina licked her lips. "This can't be happening. You can't really think this is a good idea." Marak took a step forward. Damn his exhaustion. Damn the strain of giving out the gift of immortality. He was the autarch. He had killed a god, slain saints, crushed empires, and burned down cities. He would not tolerate this insolence, this outright rebellion. He loved Maya. He would always love Maya. When he had been young, a squire in Aemon with no real friends, no allies. She had been there. They had a promise to each other, and no matter how misguided it had been, how childish, it still meant something to him. But even still he'd set her on fire if she came between him and his family, or between him and his empire. Marak reached for his power, for the threads of creation. He began to envision what he wanted to do to Maya and her Sun Knights. It would be easy to stop them, to put an end to this foolish little rebellion. He would simply disassemble them. But nothing happened. There was no power, no threads for him to grasp. Only a great hollowness at his core, a sense of emptiness. And then Aristea stepped out of the wall. "No," Marak whispered. Aristea, grim-faced, sauntered forth, dressed all in black and clutching a curved dagger. Her eyes were on him, the eyes of a predator. Watchful, patient. "As you can see," Maya said pleasantly, "we've come rather well pre-prepared, and there are still 2 people yet to come. So let me tell you exactly how this is going to work. Marak, you're going with Aristea and 2 old friends of yours. The 4 of you are going to go elsewhere, far away. For all intents and purposes, you will be dead. There will be no autarch. Instead, I and several others will form a council. This council will seek to undo the autarchy, dismantling it entirely, and setting up a new and stable nation in its place. A nation where thousands of people are murdered simply to fulfill the aims of their tyrannical leader." "Maya," there was a warning in Davina's voice. "You have no idea how stupid this is. You won't last a day if you try this. The Scions are here in the city, thousands of them. In a matter of hours, all of you will be dead, and it will be as though none of this ever happened." "Theoretically," said Maya. "But thankfully the Emperor of Zyhalia agrees with us that it's time for Marak to go, and has sent 100 warships full of Zyhalian troops. Warships, I shall mention, that are just outside the city. And if you're wondering why you haven't yet heard the news, we intercepted it. Your order is good, but they still require a bit of work, if you ask me." Marak's heart turned to stone. Ice flooded his veins.
"The Emperor of Zyhalia. She's a part of this?"
"She sure is," Aaron chuckled. "Did you really think, my boy, that every other ruler would just sit by and twiddle their thumbs while you committed acts of mass murder?" Deimos lurched forward. "Treacherous old fool. Think this through for one moment. What do you think happens next? The Zyhalians will make us their slaves. all the while the Dominion comes for our throats. If you do this, you doom us all."
Valiant, righteous Deimos. Marak, entirely numb, couldn't help but smile sadly. The knight still thought he could convince them, perhaps imagined that there was a way back from this, but there wasn't. He could see that clearly.
"And you,"
Deimos pointed at the silent Talon.
"remove your helmet so I can see which of my brothers is a traitor."
Slowly the Talon reached for his helm. He held it in 2 hands as he lowered it.
"Telemachus,"
Deimos breathed out. He seemed to deflate immediately.
"Why?"
"Because Marak is a tyrant," Telemachus said, voice slightly strangled.
"Because I'm sick of so much blood. Because I believe in justice and in virtue. And this man is neither of those things, and so I have no choice but to be the hand of retribution."
Deimos ran at him.
"No!"
Marak cried out and started to move, but Aristea intercepted him, her knife stopping an inch from his throat, and he froze and could do nothing but watch. Watch as Deimos threw himself at Telemachus. As Telemachus drew his black sword, took a single easy step forward, and cut Deimos in half. For a moment it seemed as though Deimos, so stubborn, so determined, might power through the terrible wound through sheer fury. Then came the blood. He toppled forward onto all 4s, then fell into pieces. Amara shrieked, and Nera began to cry. Tassidir, however, watched the scene unfold with an icy, analytical gaze, resembling Achios himself, who hadn't moved even an inch since Maya's arrival. Marak's vision blurred, dizzy with rage. He tried to take a step forward, but Aristea's knife was still there, pressing into his jugular, and there was a threat in her eyes, a promise of death. He wanted to kill them all, every single one of them. Perhaps they'd been his friends once, but they weren't now, and he wanted to tear into them with his nails and his teeth.
"Traitor,"
Marak choked out, meeting Telemachos' eyes.
"You're a traitor."
Telemachos blinked down at the dead knight as though he couldn't quite believe what he'd just done. His sword was slick with blood, was steadily dripping.
"He attacked me,"
Telemachos muttered. He swallowed.
He deserved it. Deimos was nothing but the loyal dog of a tyrant."
Marak thought he might pass out. His vision pulsed red now. He found himself snarling.
"I'm gonna fucking kill you, Telemachos. I'm gonna tear you limb from limb."
Telemachos stood a little straighter. He had gone pale, but there was defiance in his eyes as well as fear. "You want to do anything," Aristea said casually, dragging the edge of the knife into his throat.
"He was a good man."
Davina's voice was hollow. She was staring at Deimos' corpse. "Maybe once," Maya said. Her eyes were hard, but that was a long time ago. She half turned, then smiled. "Ah, our last 2 guests have arrived." Footsteps shuffling into the room, the tapping of a cane against the stone floor. And somehow, Marak knew who it would be a moment before he looked up and saw Iadus and Livia walking side by side into his chamber.
"Marak, my boy."
Iadus's voice was just as he remembered. Calm, a little gruff, a little grandfatherly. In many ways he looked the same as well, except for his eyes. His eyes, which were crystalline emeralds embedded in his skull, cold gems that caught the warm light flooding into the room and made it icy and unfamiliar. They glinted. Livia held onto his arm, a cane in her other hand. A piece of clean white cloth covered where her eyes had once been.
"No,"
Marak whispered. All of his ghosts come back to haunt him. He should have seen this coming. Should have known it might happen.
"Denounce yourself," Maya said. "Denounce the autarky. I want to hear you say it."
Marak was rendered mute. Nothing felt real. He was surely trapped in a nightmare.
"Say it,"
Aristea purred. Marak glanced at Davina, then at Amara. Both women were staring at him helplessly, as though even now, after everything had gone to shit, they still expected him to somehow find a way out. This time, there was no way out.
If I say it, he said numbly, if I go with you, do I have a guarantee that my family will be safe? Yes, Maya said immediately. Your children, Amara, Davina, they will be safe. Akios as well? Haron spat. No guarantees when it comes to that fucking snake. Honestly, I'm tempted to gut him right here and now. If Akios was at all concerned, he didn't show it. Try, old man. Haron drew both swords. Might have lunged at the deputy if Maya hadn't held up a placating hand. I denounce it, Marak said. He scarcely even recognized his own voice. What do you denounce? Livia's head was turned toward him, almost as though she could see him. Myself, he hissed, and the autarky. And I am no longer the autarch. Damn right. Aristia slammed a knee into his gut with sudden savagery. The air went from his lungs, and weakly he sagged to the ground, gasping for breath. Well, that's that, Maya said. Aristia, Idas, Livia, he's all yours. My side of the bargain fulfilled. The problem, said Livia, is that even with his powers muted, he is a dangerous, dangerous man. Oh, don't worry, Aristia said. I have an idea for that. And then she was behind him, a bright line of pain across the back of his right leg. Deep. Something snapped. Marak cried out, tried to twist, but too fast she cut his other leg. Severed hamstrings, Aristia announced. You'll be able to shuffle along like a fucking cripple, don't worry. But no running or explosive movements. Should be relatively harmless. Marak couldn't feel his legs. All he could feel was the warmth of his blood. He tried to surge back up to his feet, but his legs refused to obey. No, Amara whispered. No, no, no. Papa! Nira cried out. But Marak would not beg. He would not weep. Not now. Not ever. This, he told himself, was only temporary. He would find a way. Eventually. He always did. Didn't he? One last thing before we depart, Idas announced. Livia and I have become very close over the years. All thanks to Marak. Would you all like to know how he brought us together? The old man smiled. He stole both of our eyes, blinded us in the pursuit of power. Well, I have eyes again now. But the point stands, I think. And to that end, Livia, what do you think is a fair response? It seems only fair, said Livia, that we take his eyes. No. Now Marak injected steel into his voice. He tried to rise again. No, please, do not. Shut up. Aristia grabbed a handful of his hair, wrenched his head back. The point of her knife hovered above his eyes. May I do the honors? You may, said Idas. The knife descended. His hard, sharp point made contact with Marak's eye, which he squeezed shut. The knife slid in. Marak screamed. Ah, Livia said. I can remember that night so well. I dream about it constantly, did you know? Idas said something else, but at that point it was all background noise, voices blurring together. The only thing was pain. Sheer, absolute agony. Marak screamed until his throat was raw, until tears were flowing down his face. Or perhaps that was just blood. He pissed himself. He pushed Aristia away, but her grip was like iron, and then he didn't want to push her away, because her knife was in his eye socket, and what if, in shoving her, he only made it worse? He wanted to stay completely still. He also wanted to writhe. He wanted to collapse in on himself and die. It reminded him of the tormentor. Except, unlike the tormentor, this was real, physical damage. Was it worth it? Idas asked, sadly. Was any of it worth it? All Marak could do was scream. Well, said Aristia, there's one out. Who wants to hold it? Marak blacked out.
woke up a moment later to the sensation of the blade entering his other eye, his last eye.
No, no.
But any further words were simply mush in his mouth. He wanted, so very much, to say that he was sorry, but he couldn't. The knife dug in, scraped against bone, pushed out his eye. A pulling sensation, wet sounds. Then, a back and forth, sawing motion. Some distant, logical part of his mind told him that she was cutting through his optic nerve. He knew from personal experience just how difficult that could be. He threw up. "Done," Aristeas said. "Damn, that's a lot of blood." "Never thought I'd hear him scream like that," Livia murmured.
Happy?
Aaron asked. Livia didn't reply. Marak fell silent. Aristea let go of his hair and he fell forward on his hands and knees. Conversation followed. Achios's voice. Davina's faint sobbing. Silence from Amara, but Nera was still screaming. None of it mattered anymore. It was over. He had failed. "To be frank," Aristeas said, "I don't care about this politicking. I came here for Marak. Now I have him. I'll leave the rest of you to it." "Wait," said Maya. Marak could hear the frown in her voice. "Perhaps it would simply be easier, and better, to kill him now while we have the chance. To not take any risks?"
No,
Ida said sharply.
I still have need of the boy. Do not fear, Maya. Where we're taking him, he may as well be dead. Once we leave this room, you will never see or hear from him again.
"Just don't fuck up," Maya snapped. "He's dangerous, even like this. Of that I have no doubt." "You give him too much credit," Aristeas said, sounding bored. "He's nothing, and now he's less than nothing." "Well," Maya paused for a second, then said, "Very well." Footsteps. Marak, blind, drowning in darkness, his face aflame, his body trembling, became aware that someone had knelt next to him. He felt a breath tickle the side of his neck. A rough hand gently slapped his cheek.
Sorry, old boy,
Aaron whispered in his ear.
Never wanted it to go like this. Shitty game we play, isn't it? But it had to happen. You went too far.
The mercenary sighed.
Damn shame is what it is.
He rose to his feet, repeating under his breath.
Damn shame.
Marak just wanted it all to end. He started to weep. "Come along," Aristea grunted, grabbing his arm, hauling him to his feet. "We have a long way to go, so quit your fucking crying and shuffle along." "You'll get used to it," Livia said. "Walking blind, that is. A cane helps. We'll find you a stick." More footsteps. Marak was vaguely aware that he was being guided across the room. He didn't care anymore. He let himself be moved. Voices from behind. Someone, maybe Davina, was shouting. Achios was talking fast now, perhaps trying to talk his way out of the situation to make the best of it. But Marak trusted Maya, trusted that she would stay true to her word, would keep his family safe. Out of the chamber, down a hallway. Marak couldn't walk properly. His damaged legs could hardly bend nor support his weight. He'd lost a lot of blood and felt extraordinarily dizzy. Idis's rough hand encircled his other wrist, a surprisingly strong, tight grip.
Where?
Marak choked out in a strangled rasp.
Where are we going?
Idis's grip tightened, and when the old man spoke, the smile in his voice was evident.